Chapter 1150. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, a figure rushed over from the side and cupped his hands. Luo Qing greets young Master Yang and greets the two young ladies. Yang Kai looked at him, and was surprised to find that this person was the origin returning realm master that the Su family had invited to deal with him last time. At that time, it was this person who had recognized him and reported to Qiantong. Towards Luo Qing, Yang Kai was still somewhat grateful. He politely cupped his hands and said, "So it is Brother Luo. Where is Elder Qian now?" Elder Qian currently has some matters to attend to and is temporarily unable to leave, so he instructed this disciple to wait here for young Master Yang. Young Master Yang, rest assured, Elder Qian has already arranged everything. The three of you only need to follow me. Good, lead the way. Yang Kai nodded. Treasure Trove Pavilion was going to hold an auction in Sky Fortune City. Qiantong was a big shot in Sky Fortune City, so it was normal for him to have matters to attend to. Yang Kai naturally didn't think too much about it. Following behind Luo Qing, they went straight to the third floor, and pushed open the door to a certain room. Luo Qing stood at the door and explained, "Young Master Yang, this is the private room that Elder Qian has arranged for you. Please take a look and see if it suits you." Yang Kai entered the room and found that although it was small, it was fully equipped. There was a table, chairs, and a plate of high-quality spirit fruits on the table. There was also a pot of steaming spirit tea. In addition, there were even two delicate and pretty maidservants standing at the side. They had bright eyes, white teeth, and slender figures. When they saw Yang Kai and the others enter, they immediately bowed. Yang Kai didn't know if there were maidservants in the other private rooms, but he was certain that these two maidservants were specially arranged by Qiantong. This was because they wore the robes of Shadow Moon Hall, and were clearly disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. "I am very satisfied with Elder Qian's thoughtfulness." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. As long as young Master Yang is satisfied. Luo Qing also seemed to be relieved. He had seen with his own eyes how Qiantong killed Hongzhen and his brother in order to befriend Yang Kai. Although he still didn't understand what was so special about Yang Kai that was worth befriending, he still carried out Qiantong's orders meticulously. "That's right, young Master Yang. Elder Qian instructed this disciple to bring over the items you want to auction as soon as possible. Treasure Trove Pavilion wants to evaluate the prices of the items, so that it'll be easier to sort them out." "No problem." Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi with his eyes, and Wu Yi immediately took out two beautifully wrapped jade boxes from her space ring, and handed them to Luo Qing. These two jade boxes naturally contain the two origin-grade artifacts. "And this." Yang Kai took out a jade bottle, and handed it to Luo Qing. "Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. The auction will begin in half an hour, so this Luo Qing will take his leave first," Luo Qing said as he withdrew. Before leaving, he instructed the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall to entertain Yang Kai well. The two women nodded in agreement. "We're in room C13. Wu Yi walked over and closed the door, immediately disappearing the noise outside. "The spirit array here is quite good." Yang Yanyan walked around, feeling around, quite interested in the spirit array here. This place can isolate others from using their divine sense. The only drawback is that it's a bit far from the auction venue. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "This is Treasure Trove Pavilion. Elder Qian must have put in a lot of effort to find us a private room. Look at the people here today. Which one of them isn't a famous and powerful character?" Yang Kai's words were directed to the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Sure enough, after hearing this, the two women's smiles became even brighter, as if their Elder Qian's divine technique was quite profound. "Two young ladies don't need to be so reserved. Sit anywhere you like. We're not from some big family. This time we came mainly to see the world." Yang Kai saw that they seemed a little nervous and politely said. The two women quickly waved their hands, saying they didn't dare. Yang Kai didn't force them, and seeing them refuse, he stopped talking and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea and slowly savoring it. Wu Yi still couldn't believe she had the opportunity to participate in an auction of this level. Forget about her. Even the patriarch of the Haiku family, Ian, wasn't eligible to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion while the auction was going on. But now, she was sitting in a private room and enjoying this superior treatment, making her feel a little emotional. The gap between people was really big. Her greatest wish before was to work hard to impress Ian, so that he could pass on the position of patriarch to her in the future, and take charge of the Heiko family, but now, she no longer had such thoughts. So what if he was the patriarch? The patriarch of a small family couldn't even compare to a random disciple from Shadow Moon Hall. For example, although the two girls standing in this private room were only third-order saints, if they were in the Heiko family, Ian would definitely have to treat them respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. This was the huge gap between a big force and a small family. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was in retreat, Ian came to the cave again and even brought the family's elders and foreign elders with him, saying that he wanted to invite Wu Yi back to take over the position of patriarch, but Wu Yi refused. Since she had already left the family, she had no intention of returning. While in a daze, Wu Yi suddenly noticed a strong wind blowing towards her. Quickly reaching out and grabbing the object that was flying towards her, she quickly discovered that it was a spirit fruit on the table. Yang Kai smiled and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Wu Yi shook her head, picked up another spirit fruit, stood up, and handed it to the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. The two female disciples didn't refuse this time, and politely thanked her before accepting the fruit, appearing natural and unrestrained. There was still some time before the auction began, but the atmosphere in the private room was much more harmonious. The two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai's group of three wasn't of high birth and treated them kindly, so they began chatting with Wu Yi and Yang Yen, mostly referring to each other as sisters. Yang Kai couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he could only pick up the album on the table and check the items to be auctioned today. At the same time, in a secret room of Treasure Trove Pavilion, a dark-faced old man with a goatee called out to Qian Tong with dissatisfaction. "Old Qian, the auction is about to begin. Where are the items you want to put up for auction?" Qian Tong glanced outside and said with uncertainty, "They should be here soon, just wait a little longer." "Wait a little longer?" Treasure Trove Pavilion has its own rules. If you and I weren't friends, do you think I would casually break the rules and put up items for auction before the auction starts? Is that appropriate? It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Qian Tong smiled flatteringly while muttering in his heart. A few days ago, Wu Yi had specifically come to find him, saying that she had something she wanted to put up for auction. As for what it was, Qian Tong didn't ask, only knowing that it was an artifact. Out of respect for Yang Kai, Qian Tong had promised to take care of everything as long as the item was delivered before the auction started. How could he have known that even now, it still hadn't been delivered? In the end, he could only say, "Brother Yen Pei, just wait a little longer, it will definitely be delivered." Yen Pei's black face became even darker, like the bottom of a pot, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Don't say this brother didn't take care of you. If it's not delivered in half a stick of incense, then even if it's more valuable, I won't participate in the auction." I know, I'll have to trouble brother Yen Pei." Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Treasure Trove Pavilion had many rules, so there was nothing he could do. Just as he was speaking, his communication artifact suddenly sent him a divine sense fluctuation. It was Luo Qing sending him a message. Qian Tong smiled happily. "It's here." Saying so, Qian Tong immediately walked out. A moment later, Qian Tong returned with a jade bottle and 2 jade boxes. Yen Pei said exasperatedly, "That's it." "It should be." Qian Tong didn't open the boxes to see what was inside. Time was of the essence, so after receiving the items from Luo Qing, he immediately brought them in. "Open them, evaluate the price and see when it's best to auction them," Yen Pei said coldly. Yen Pei said with a cold expression. Saying so, he waved his hand to the side and immediately several origin returning realm masters came forward, placed the jade box and jade bottle on the table, and began to evaluate the value of the items to be auctioned. Seeing Qian Tong's somewhat irritated expression, Yen Pei sneered, "Brother Qian, you wouldn't just casually bring out something worthless to auction, would you? If that's the case, you'd best take it back quickly." "How could that be?" Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "Can't a Saint King grade high-rank artifact be auctioned?" Because it was Wu Yi who had greeted him, Qian Tong wasn't so worried. If Yang Kai had greeted him personally, Qiantong wouldn't have been so anxious. Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster backing him. So the reason why Qiantong had said it was a Saint King grade high rank artifact was because he had confidence in Yang Kai's master. It was impossible for such an artifact refining grandmaster to take out something too shabby. A Saint King grade high rank artifact. Yan Pei's expression relaxed slightly as he said earnestly, "Naturally, but Brother Qian, please don't do this again next time. This brother has a responsibility to bear. If someone were to find out, it would be difficult to explain to my superiors." Although Saint King grade high rank artifacts weren't very high in grade, they could be said to be the most mainstream artifacts on Shadowed Star. There weren't many Origin grade artifact refiners, and most of the Saint King realm and Origin returning realm cultivators used artifacts of this grade, so there was no need to worry about demand. Treasure Trove Pavilion had also collected a lot of such artifacts for auction this time, so adding 2 more wouldn't be a big deal. While the 2 old men were talking, a sudden exclamation came from the side. "What's wrong?" Yan Pei turned his head and looked over. "Master, the item to be auctioned is an Origin grade low-rank offensive artifact." Immediately, an Origin returning realm master walked over with a jade box and presented the double-pronged dagger inside to Qiantong and Yan Pei. Qiantong's eyes narrowed as he felt his heart ache for no apparent reason. Although he had long guessed that Yang Kai's master was an Origin grade artifact refiner, he hadn't expected him to put up an artifact of this grade for auction. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the initiative to purchase this artifact from Yang Kai. Qiantong had done 2 artifact transactions with Yang Kai, and each time they had worked together happily, but now that this artifact had fallen into the hands of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qiantong had no choice but to participate in the auction. Participating in an auction was much more expensive than directly purchasing it. Moreover, one might not necessarily be able to obtain it. In the Endless Treasures Pavilion, there were countless people with wealth and power, and they would often fight until their heads bled for a good item. Chapter 1151. Yan Pei had already taken out the twin daggers from the jade box, and after examining them with his Saint Chi, his brow rose as he couldn't help praising. "Good, good, good. This artifact is almost at the Origin grade mid-rank. The Grandmaster who refined it was very meticulous and his craftsmanship is superb. What's more, it is very suitable for women to use. Haha, this time those young lords will probably bleed a lot." Yan Pei's eyes were sharp. How could he not see the huge value of this pair of daggers? Not to mention its grade, just the fact that it was suitable for women was enough for those young masters to break their heads to bid for it. It was definitely the best gift to buy it for the woman they liked. Qiantong opened his mouth, wanting to go back on his word and take back this artifact, but he also knew that once it was in Yan Pei's hands, it was impossible to take it back. Letting out a deep sigh, Qiantong could only give up, already wondering if he should participate in the auction and buy these twin daggers. Shadow Moon Hall had a few female disciples with good aptitude, so if he gave them these artifacts, they would definitely be like tigers that had grown wings. Just as he finished sighing, the masters in charge of evaluating the value of the auction items suddenly exclaimed again, this time even more excited than before. This is actually, what? Yan Pei's figure flickered and arrived in front of these masters. Staring at the artifact in the other jade box, his eyes narrowed as he reached out and picked up the red whip, circulating his Saint Chi to probe it, muttering, "An Origin grade mid-rank artifact." Ah! Qiantong was shocked, his old face twisting in shock. Haha, good, good, this auction finally has something good to show for the finale. Originally, this old master was a little worried that my Treasure Trove Pavilion wouldn't be able to collect any good treasures due to time constraints, but this whip makes up for it. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Yan Pei laughed and turned to Qiantong happily. Brother Qian, you've helped me a lot this time. This old brother will remember this favor. Qiantong's mouth was filled with bitterness as he squeezed out a smile and said, Brother Yan Pei is too polite. You and I have known each other for more than a year or two, so of course I can help you, haha. Saying so, Qiantong was cursing Luoqing in his heart. Just an Origin grade low-rank artifact had almost suffocated him. And now an Origin grade mid-rank artifact had appeared. Damn Luoqing. Why didn't he explain everything to this old master? If he had known that Yang Kai was auctioning 2 origin-grade artifacts, he would have never given them to Yan Pei. No matter how high the price, he would have bought them for Shadow Moon Hall's use. But now it was too late to say anything. If he wanted it, he could only participate in the auction. How many Saint Crystals would he have to spend? He might not even be able to buy it. Poor Luoqing didn't know that he had already been blamed by Elder Qian. How could he have known that Yang Kai would be so generous as to directly bring out 2 origin-grade artifacts, one of which was even mid-rank? The twin daggers were one thing. After all, with the standard of Shadowed Stars artifact refiners, they could barely refine them, but the grade of the Red Whip far surpassed the level of Shadowed Stars artifact refiners. Artifacts of this grade could only be obtained through some special means, and were simply impossible to refine. This also led to the price of origin-grade low-rank artifacts and pills on Shadowed Star being unable to be judged by common sense. Once such an artifact appeared, its price would be sky-high. Good. Yan Pei's dark face was like a blooming peony at this moment. No trace of his previous unhappiness could be seen as he praised again and again, grinning from ear to ear. Another artifact that is very suitable for women. This time's auction will definitely be very exciting. This old master can't wait to see the scene of people competing for it. Ahem. Elder Yan. A trembling voice called out from the side. Please take a look at this. Saying so, the man handed the jade bottle in his hand to Yan Pei. Yan Pei took it, opened the bottle, and glanced inside. His eyes immediately bulged and his hand trembled, almost dropping the jade bottle as he shouted, "An origin condensing pill!" These 3 words were like a sledgehammer that slammed into Qian Tong's heart. Almost without hesitation, he rushed over and reached out to grab the jade bottle. Yan Pei's reaction was extremely fast, and he sent out a palm strike. The 2 palms collided and Yan Pei and Qian Tong both took a step back. "What are you doing?" Yan Pei was furious as he glared at Qian Tong fiercely. Qian Tong's expression was firm as he quickly said, "Brother Yan Pei, I've thought about it carefully and have decided that I won't participate in this auction. Please give it back to me." If he hadn't seen the origin condensing pill in the jade bottle, Qian Tong would have turned a blind eye, but just now he immediately understood that the origin condensing pill in this jade bottle was much more valuable than an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. "You don't want to participate now? It's too late." Yan Pei coldly snorted. "You want me to spit it out when it's already in my hands? Brother Qian, is this the first time you've met this Yan?" "That's not right, Brother Yan Pei. Didn't you just say that no matter how valuable an item is, it can't participate in the auction?" Qian Tong's face didn't go red. For 2 origin-grade artifacts and an origin condensing pill. What harm was there in throwing away his old face? This Yan said that if I don't see it after half a stick of incense worth of time, I won't participate. Are you deaf? Yan Pei snorted, but seeing Qian Tong still shamelessly trying to pounce on him, Yan Pei quickly retreated and put the 2 jade boxes and jade bottle into his space ring before waving his hand and shouting, "Keep an eye on Elder Qian. If he dares take another step forward, beat him hard." "Yes." The 4 or 5 origin returning realm masters nodded in unison before taking up positions and glaring at Qian Tong. From the looks of it, they would definitely carry out Yan Pei's orders to the letter. Once Qian Tong made a move, a storm of attacks would follow. Fuck. Qian Tong couldn't help cursing. Since force didn't work, he could only plead softly. "Old Yan, for the sake of our many years of friendship, can't you just return these things to me? Can't you pretend you didn't see these things? Brother's kindness. This Qian Tong will remember it for the rest of his life." "There's no need for that for the rest of your life. You're already half buried in the ground, so you don't have many years left to live." "I don't need you to remember my kindness." Yan Pei grinned and waved his hand. "Can you not be so venomous? This old master is strong and can live for at least a few hundred years." Qian Tong rolled his eyes. Yan Pei snorted. "If I were you, I would quickly order people to gather Saint Crystals. You actually still have time to waste with this old master. This old master admires you. Only you and I know about the appearance of these things, so you still have the advantage." Hearing this, Qian Tong's eyes lit up. and he cupped his fist to Yan Pei before turning around and leaving. He knew better than anyone that no matter what he said, it was impossible to get these things back. Old Qian, who brought these things to auction? Yan Pei shouted from behind, but received no response. Yan Pei naturally knew that his old friend was sulking, but he didn't care and just chuckled. This person's luck is surprisingly good. Not only did he find 2 origin-grade artifacts, but he also found 2 origin-condensing pills. It seems his luck is not shallow. Qian Tong left the underground chamber and Luo Qing hurriedly greeted him, but before he could speak, he was slapped twice on the head by Qian Tong. Although Qian Tong didn't use his Saint Qi, these 2 slaps were not light, causing Luo Qing to grimace in pain. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy, like a storm was about to arrive. Luo Qing stammered. "Elder, what mistake did this disciple make? You bastard! Why did you act so quickly? Couldn't you have delivered these things a stick of incense later? You really pissed this old master off," Qian Tong reprimanded. Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It was clearly Elder Qian Tong's orders that once he obtained the auction items from Yang Kai, they were to be delivered immediately without delay, so why was Elder Qian Tong saying this now? Elder Qian Tong was a kind and gentle person, never giving such contradictory orders, nor beating a disciple for no reason. So in Shadow Moon Hall, Elder Qian was still very prestigious and was admired by many disciples. Although he had doubts in his heart, Luo Qing didn't dare to ask. Even a blind person could see that Elder Qian Tong was in a bad mood. At this time, it was best not to provoke him. The more he did, the more mistakes he would make. "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." Qian Tong looked at him coldly. "Elder's orders," Luo Qing hurriedly said, looking like he was ready to die. "I'll give you an hour to contact all the shops in Heavenly Fate City and collect 20 million. No, 50 million Saint Crystals." 50 million? Luo Qing was shocked. Yes. Luo Qing quickly responded before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Collecting 50 million Saint Crystals in an hour was a long and arduous task. Seeing Luo Qing's figure disappear, Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this auction was being held in Heavenly Fate City. Heavenly Fate City was mostly owned by Shadow Moon Hall, so collecting Saint Crystals wasn't a problem. If this auction had been held in another Great Forces territory, Qian Tong would have had no choice but to sigh. At the same time, in Treasure Trove Pavilion's underground secret room, Yan Pei sat in a chair and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling and waving to the Origin returning realm masters who had just participated in the appraisal of the auction items, whispering a few words in their ears. These people nodded and quickly left. A moment later, people began to enter and exit the A-block private rooms, all of them wearing dignified expressions. These people quickly left Treasure Trove Pavilion and headed straight to the main hall where Heavenly Fate City's space array was located. After a while, some people also left the B-block private rooms. The reason why Treasure Trove Pavilion chose to hold this auction in Heavenly Fate City was because there was a space array here that was connected to the other cities on Shadowed Star, making it convenient for the Great Forces to come and participate in the auction. Space arrays were extremely precious and were not open to ordinary people, but these people all came from Great Forces, so the disciples in charge of guarding the space array in Shadow Moon Hall didn't dare stop them, and simply allowed them to use it after paying a certain amount of Saint Crystals. Chapter 1152. For a time, the space force fluctuations in Heavenly Fate City rose one after another. The space array had never been used so frequently before. When the first space force fluctuation appeared, Qian Tong didn't pay much attention to it. He had originally planned to go to Yang Kai and have a few words with him, telling him not to auction off any good things in the future, as he was fully capable of purchasing them. But after 3 or 5 consecutive space force fluctuations, Qian Tong's expression slowly froze. Standing in place, he thought for a moment before his expression changed drastically, and he quickly disappeared, rushing towards the palace where the space array was located. Inside the main hall, the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall who were responsible for guarding the space array were at a loss. They didn't understand why so many people had come to use the space array. Wasn't the auction about to begin? Why weren't these people participating in the auction, and rushing back to their sects. These newcomers were all masters from great forces, such as Thunder Typhoon Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Colored Glass Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Flame Temple. Each of these forces was no smaller than Shadow Moon Hall, some even stronger. Moreover, these people seemed to dislike each other, and were all extremely vigilant, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become tense. The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were afraid that these people would start fighting in the main hall, so they didn't dare to ask too much and just quickly collected the Saint Crystals and let them pass. Even so, there were still people who kept urging them to move faster. Several dozen people represented several dozen great forces, so even if they moved quickly, it would still take some time. The operation of the space array, the relocation of the Saint Crystals, and the positioning of the destination were all not things that could be completed in 3 or 5 breaths. Just as the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were busy, a surging aura suddenly rushed in from outside. The several dozen masters in the main hall frowned and looked outside. After seeing who it was, they hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted, "Elder Qian." Qian Tong's face sank as he quickly walked in. Originally, he had a trace of suspicion and had rushed here to investigate, but now that he saw so many people waiting to use the space array, how could he not understand what was going on? Qian Tong clenched his teeth and roared, "Old man Yan, I'll remember you. I'll sever all ties with you." Just now, Yan Pei had said that he had the advantage, but in the blink of an eye, this advantage was gone. If it wasn't for Yan Pei's information, why would these people be gathered here? When everyone heard Qian Tong's words, they all secretly felt that it was funny, but they didn't dare to show it. Elder Qian was clearly unhappy now, and no one dared to make trouble for him. "Elder." The disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, who had been so busy that they were disoriented, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw their elders arrive. They really couldn't handle such a big battle. How many families have left? Qian Tong took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart, and tried to ask in a calm tone. 6 of them have already left. A Shadow Moon Hall disciple hurriedly replied. Qian Tong nodded. 6 families? He wasn't too late. After he finished speaking, he looked at the 60 to 70 people in the hall and snorted. "Did you all go back to your respective sects to raise Saint Crystals? Did you all get the news from Old Man Yan?" The 60 to 70 people looked embarrassed. Some scratched their ears and cheeks, some looked up at the ceiling of the hall, and some pulled up familiar faces and whispered, but no one answered Qian Tong's question. "All right, if you want to go back to raise Saint Crystals, I won't stop you." But this time, Sky Fortune City's space array has been continuously used, and it's a great danger to the array here. It might even be scrapped. I'll have to raise the cost of your usage. The 60 to 70 masters suddenly went into an uproar as they stared at Qian Tong in shock. Everyone knew that he was just spouting nonsense. The space array was a relic from ancient times, and had been in use for so many years without any problems. Even if it was frequently used, it wouldn't be scrapped. This was just an excuse for Qian Tong to raise the price. Everyone understood, but no one dared to question Qian Tong. After all, this was Sky Fortune City, Shadow Moon Hall's city. The space array was also Shadow Moon Hall's property. Unless they didn't want to use it anymore, they wouldn't dare offend him. They were all shouldering important missions and all they wanted to do was leave as soon as possible. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and quoted, "The increase isn't much, just 500,000 high-rank Saint Crystals per person." "Elder Qian, this isn't appropriate." Someone immediately shouted. "Normally, a single use only costs 10,000 high-rank Saint Crystals, but you've increased it by 50 times, isn't that a bit too much?" "That's right, isn't 500,000 high-rank Saint Crystals too much?" "Elder Qian, you can't accept this kind of black-hearted money." A large group of people began to clamor. 500,000 high-rank Saint Crystals per use of the space array, who could afford to use it? Several Shadow Moon Hall disciples saw that the situation was getting out of hand, and couldn't help feeling panic. This was something that would incur public anger, so how could Elder Qian say such a thing? They felt that the elder was a little confused. "You don't have to use it, this old master isn't forcing you to use it," Qian Tong said calmly, unmoved. "But this old master has to remind you that the auction is about to begin. If you can't collect enough Saint crystals before those things appear, haha. I'll use it, here are 500,000 Saint crystals. Before Qian Tong could finish speaking, a burly man walked over and tossed a space ring to the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array. The disciple caught the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, and nodded to Qian Tong after confirming there were no problems. Open the array. Qian Tong waved his hand and in a flash of white light, the burly man's figure gradually disappeared. Even now, the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were still a little confused, unable to understand how 500,000 Saint crystals could be obtained so easily. The maintenance and use of space arrays was only for the convenience of communication between the great forces on Shadowed Star. No one had ever used them as a tool to make money, but today, their own elder Qian Tong had set a precedent, and it seemed to be working quite well. Using the space array once cost 500,000 Saint crystals, and there were 60 to 70 people here, some of whom were still on their way. Just how many Saint crystals did this cost? The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall trembled with excitement. If they could do this in the future, Shadow Moon Hall wouldn't need to operate a shop anymore. All they needed to do was collect money to use the space array and Shadow Moon Hall would become the wealthiest great force on Shadowed Star. After the burly man left, everyone was only stunned for a moment before immediately rushing forward to hand over the 500,000 Saint crystals to use the space array. The several Shadow Moon Hall disciples grinned widely, and one of them was responsible for counting the Saint crystals. Every time there was an error, the space array would be opened, and the person who had paid the fee would be sent away, counting the money until their hands were cramping. Elder Qian, the next time you come to Heaven's Expanse City, my floating mist hall will definitely entertain you warmly. A middle-aged man was unhappy that Qian Tong had extorted so many Saint crystals, and stared at Qian Tong before leaving. What he meant was that the next time Qian Tong used the space array in Heaven's Expanse City, he would take back the 500,000 Saint crystals. Qian Tong said with a scoundrel look on his face, "This old master will die of old age in Heavenly Fate City, and won't go anywhere else in the future." With just one sentence, the middle-aged man was angered and quickly activated the space array to send him to Heaven's Expanse City. The scene in the hall was very lively. Watching one person after another pay the Saint crystals and be teleported away, Qian Tong's heart finally calmed down a bit. Yen Pei had done all this, so he couldn't be blamed for doing the same. In any case, now that things had gotten to this point, Qian Tong decided to make a fortune first. Never before had an auction been held like today's. All the great forces had suddenly decided to raise a large number of Saint crystals, and before the auction had even begun, Heavenly Fate City was secretly filled with an upsurge of competition and infighting. There had also never been an auction that brought so much profit to the local forces. This time, Shadow Moon Hall charged more than 30 million high-rank Saint crystals for the use of the space array. And this was only because some of the forces with insufficient financial resources felt that they had no chance of winning and voluntarily gave up on using the space array. Otherwise, the profits from Shadow Moon Hall this time would have been even greater. While the space array here was constantly operating, the auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion had already begun on time. Yen Pei's thoughts were sinister. He deliberately let people leak some information, so that the final auction would be more intense. In fact, he had done it, but it didn't hinder the auction. He also didn't deliberately postpone the auction. The most valuable items would naturally be auctioned off at the end, leaving at least 12 to 14 hours free. During this time, the great forces should be able to collect a lot of Saint crystals. Yen Pei was looking forward to the progress of this auction more than ever, sipping some spirit tea in a private room inside the A block as he waited quietly for the final item. The sound of wind instruments, gongs and drums filled the air, and the noisy auction hall instantly quieted down. On the high platform, more than a dozen young girls were gracefully descending from the sky like butterflies. Each of them carried a small flower basket, and they constantly took out flower petals from the basket and scattered them down. The light from the illuminating stones on the ceiling illuminated the entire high platform, making it as bright as day, attracting everyone's attention. The fragrance of flowers filled the air as the dozen or so young girls smiled sweetly, their figures graceful, as if they were goddesses who had descended from the heavens. The young girls' long sleeves danced gracefully, their figures graceful and their dance moves beautiful, their expressions either happy or angry. After the song was over, they bowed and withdrew. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure slowly walked up to the high platform. Her skin was as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. She was dressed very generously, and her tight dress couldn't hold back her proud charm. Her 2 jade arms were exposed, and the lapel at her chest was split open, revealing her deep white cleavage. Her mature charm was on the verge of bursting out. Her hair was tied up in a bun behind her head, revealing her slender white neck, giving her an elegant and graceful appearance. When this beautiful woman appeared, she was even more eye-catching than the dozen or so young girls. She exuded an enchanting aura, and there seemed to be a faint halo of light flowing around her body, giving her an indescribably beautiful appearance. Chapter 1153. The beautiful woman stood on the high platform and gracefully bowed, a smile appearing on her face as her red lips gently touched and a pleasant voice rang out. Many thanks to all of you for participating in my Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction this time. This mistress would like to thank all of you for coming from afar. She would also like to thank Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian Tong for his strong support. Elder Qian's contributions to this auction being able to proceed smoothly cannot go unnoticed. As soon as these words came out, the several dozen private rooms in a block and B block immediately began cursing. They had just received news from their disciples that they had been extorted by Qian Tong for 500,000 Saint Crystals, just to use Heavenly Fate City's space array. Who would thank Qian Tong now? Not cursing out loud could already be considered giving Qian Tong some face due to his status, but thanking him? Thanking his grandmother. Yang Kai, who was in private room C13, looked at the beautiful woman with interest. Although he had never participated in an auction before, that didn't mean he was ignorant about it. In an auction, the auctioneer played a very important role. A good auctioneer was good at stirring up the atmosphere of the scene. Once the atmosphere was stirred up, the price of the auction items would rise sharply. This beautiful woman was so beautiful that even if she didn't say anything, she could still raise the atmosphere of the auction hall by several levels. The people from Endless Treasures Pavilion were truly sinister. The beautiful woman on the stage announced her name, and modestly reviewed Treasure Trove Pavilion's lack of hospitality. Her words were very appropriate, and no one could find any fault with them. The smile on her face that was like a spring breeze made everyone feel the warmth of a guest's home. Her beautiful watery eyes looked around, making everyone mistakenly think that she was looking at them, waiting for them to show their rich and imposing side. After a while, the beautiful woman suddenly changed the topic and chuckled. Let's not waste any more time. The auction will now begin. The first item we will be auctioning today is a Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor. As she spoke, a woman in palace robes slowly walked over from behind, holding a jade plate in her hand. Atop this jade plate was the Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor. This artifact armor was filled with 5-colored light, and exuded a strong energy fluctuation. At first glance, it was obvious it was a good defensive artifact. The beautiful woman waited for everyone to finish admiring the armor. Only then did he continue. This 5-colored jade armor is the recent work of our Treasure Trove Pavilion's master refiner, Gong Tai Hong. Master Gong's reputation is out there, so I don't think I need to elaborate on his craftsmanship. Not only does this armor have outstanding defensive capabilities, it can also change its size. This artifact armor can be used by both men and women. The starting bid is 30,000 Saint Crystals, and each bid must not be less than 2,000 Saint Crystals. Please. Yang Kai frowned when he heard the woman's low price. He glanced at Yang Inflammation. He remembered that when Yang Yan had refined the first batch of artifacts for him, he had refined a Saint King grade high-rank auxiliary artifact using the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly. According to Yang Yan, those wings could be sold for 30,000 Saint Crystals. Although they were both Saint King grade high-rank, Yang Kai felt that the pair of wings refined by Yang Yan was much better than this so-called 5-colored jade armor. Not only were they rare and beautiful, and it was even applicable. If those wings were only worth 30,000 Saint Crystals, how could this 5-colored jade armor be worth that much? And this was only the starting bid? Just as he was thinking this, someone below had already begun to bid, and the price they quoted made Yang Kai's eyes twitch. 50,000. The bidder actually skipped the starting bid and raised the price by 20,000 Saint crystals. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled and said, "Number 169. This friend really knows his stuff. The 5-colored jade armor has already reached 50,000. Is there anyone else?" Before she could finish, someone shouted again, 52. 55. 58. The beautiful woman no longer spoke, and just stood on the high platform with a smile. She knew that in this auction, there was no need for her to say anything more. Those who wanted this artifact armor would definitely raise the price. As the price continued to rise, the cultivator participating in the auction in the hall scrambled to bid, no one willing to show weakness, but the people in the private rooms didn't show any intention to make a move. In fact, no one even made a sound. Those who could sit in private rooms were all members of famous great forces on Shadowed Star. Although this artifact armor was quite good, it wasn't worth them lowering their status to compete with the people in the hall. In room C13, Wuxia also looked at the 5-colored jade armor with envy. Her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, but the low price of 30,000 made her sigh. Yang Yin coldly snorted and said disdainfully, "How can this kind of thing sell for such a high price? There are too many people in this world who don't know what's good for them." Yang Kai also felt the same. Shadowed Star's cultivation resources were relatively scarce, especially when it came to Saint crystals. The value of a single piece of Saint crystal here was much higher than in the outside world, so for such a defensive artifact to reach such a high price, he really couldn't understand what these people were thinking. One of the female Shadow Moon Hall disciples who had been waiting at the side said with a smile, they had taken a liking to Grandmaster Gong's reputation, and wanted to snatch it. If it was an artifact refined by a nameless person, it would not be able to fetch such a high price. Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. The celebrity effect existed everywhere. Needless to say, Gong Taihong was an origin-grade artifact refiner, so even if the artifacts he refined were flawed, they would still be snatched up by others. Naturally, the price of this artifact would be higher than the artifacts refined by other artifact refiners. However, after the price of the 5-colored jade armor rose to 80,000, the bidding voices gradually weakened. It seemed that these people weren't panicking because they had too many Saint crystals, and were still somewhat rational. After a while, this 5-colored jade armor was sold for 84,000 Saint crystals, and was bought by a young man in the hall. The female disciple from Treasure Trove Pavilion who had been holding the artifact armor walked off the high platform, and handed it to the young man before accepting the Saint crystals. The young man gave the artifact armor to the beautiful woman who was snuggling up to him as soon as he received it, winning him a kiss on the cheek. The young man laughed heartily, as if he was the biggest winner in the world. The second auction item was a bottle of 10 King Transformation pills with a base price of 10,000 Saint crystals. In the end, it was sold for 27,000 Saint crystals. Similarly, it was bought by a person in the hall. From the looks of it, this person should be from some small family who had bought these King Transformation pills for their family's disciple to break through to the Saint King realm. The following items were all kinds of pills, artifacts, secret arts, martial skills, and so on. There were even some precious raw materials with varying base prices. The atmosphere in the auction house gradually heated up. Once these precious items were brought out, countless people scrambled to bid. The most expensive item even sold for 200,000 Saint crystals, leaving Yang Kai speechless. He felt that he had still underestimated the capital of the great forces on Shadowed Star. Most of his understanding of Shadowed Star came from Wu Yi's descriptions. Wu Yi's background wasn't high, so she didn't know much about the great forces, so naturally she didn't understand what kind of wealth these people possessed. But now it seemed that there were many rich people on Shadowed Star. Inside the auction house, Yang Kai was infected by the atmosphere. Sometimes, even knowing that the items being auctioned were of no use to him, he still felt the urge to bid. Fortunately, Yang Kai was almost penniless and had no ability to participate in this auction. Even if he had the ability, he had self-control. Secretly sighing, Yang Kai understood why this auction was so popular. If an item worth 10,000 Saint crystals was taken to an auction, it could be sold for several times its original price. Auctions were definitely the best way to gather money. Yang Kai still had some sense of reason, but Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were unable to restrain themselves. The two of them were completely immersed in the bidding and weren't qualified to bid. But that didn't prevent them from gesticulating and cheering for others in the private room. Whenever someone they thought highly of failed to win an item, they would sigh in frustration. What part of them were they acting like virtuous ladies? Yang Kai's face turned red as he watched them, grabbing 2 spirit fruits and stuffing them into each of their mouths, finally shutting their chattering mouths. The 2 female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall who were standing behind him couldn't help giggling, their shoulders trembling slightly as they tried to hold back their laughter. The auction was in full swing, and as time passed, the value of the items Treasure Trove Pavilion brought out became higher and higher. In the first 2 hours, the items being auctioned were basically auctioned off by the cultivator sitting in the hall. The great forces who owned the private rooms didn't make a move, but after 2 hours passed, the sound of bidding continued to ring out from the private rooms. The beautiful woman had been standing on the stage for a long time with a smile on her beautiful face. She didn't feel tired at all, and her words were still crisp and pleasant to the ears. At the most opportune time, she provoked the enthusiasm of those who were bidding, causing every auction item to be sold at the ideal price. There was no item that went unsold. The next item to be auctioned is a very special item. The beautiful woman opened her lips again, her seductive voice seeming to grow claws as she pulled out Saint crystals from everyone's pockets. The reason why this item is special is because its value can be high or low. While she was speaking, another woman wearing a palace dress walked up to the high platform with a jade plate in her hand. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade plate. They wanted to know what this thing was that the beautiful woman had described it so ambiguously. Arriving on the high platform, the woman in palace robes picked up the item on the jade plate, pinched it with both hands, and slowly turned it in a circle. Countless divine senses immediately swept it, and after everyone had seen it clearly, she returned the item to the jade plate. The beautiful auctioneer chuckled and said, "Everyone should have seen it clearly. This is a map fragment. The origin of this map fragment is very special. A disciple of my Treasure Trove Pavilion was out collecting auction items when he accidentally saved a person. That person was grateful to my Treasure Trove Pavilion's disciple for saving his life and had nothing else on him. So he decided to give this map fragment away. It is said that this is an ancestral artifact of his family. According to the research of many masters of my Treasure Trove Pavilion, this map fragment is only a fraction of the entire map. As for how much it is, we don't know, but this map fragment has a long history, at least several thousand years old. The place this map fragment points to is not clear, and no one knows what is hidden in that place. Perhaps there is nothing there, but perhaps there is a shocking amount of wealth, a coveted inheritance, or a top-grade artifact or secret art." Chapter 1154. The beautiful woman's melodious voice rang out, her subtle description causing the atmosphere of the scene to become even more heated. Shocking wealth, top-grade secret arts, mysterious inheritances, all of these items greatly aroused the interest of the people in the private rooms. However, everyone knew that although this woman's words were beautiful, they were actually quite unreliable. It was just a fragment of a map. Who could possibly find the right place to investigate what was hidden there? If this map fragment really had great value, it wouldn't have been put up for auction. Treasure Trove Pavilion was a powerful force, so it would naturally organize people to search for this treasure. The beautiful woman observed everyone's expressions and knew that her purpose had been achieved, so she no longer said anything and simply smiled. "The base price of this map fragment is 10,000 Saint crystals, please bid." She didn't even mention how to increase the price each time, obviously allowing everyone to bid freely. 10,000. Although it was a fragment of a map, that did not hinder its collectible value. Just because no other map fragments could be found now did not mean they could not be found in the future. Spending 10,000 Saint crystals to buy it may be a great opportunity. So as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, countless people began bidding. The beautiful woman smiled lightly and turned to someone in the hall. This friend in seat 87 is the first to bid. If anyone else wants it, please increase the price. 12,000. 15,000. Bids rang out in the hall one after another. Even those who owned private rooms began bidding one after another, but each time they didn't raise the price by much. At most 2,000 to 3,000 St. Crystals. The base price of 10,000 was soon raised to 50,000, then 70,000, 80,000 after 80,000. The atmosphere of the scene solidified and no one continued to bid. No one was willing to spend 80,000 St. Crystals to buy a map fragment they didn't know the purpose of. Its main value was simply to be a collection. Yang Kai shook his head and was about to say something to Wu Yi when he suddenly noticed that Yang Yan's expression was a little strange and couldn't help asking in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Yan turned his head and glanced at him before replying in the same low voice, "I seem to have a similar map fragment." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked and asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Yang Yan nodded firmly. 82,000. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly bid, but after bidding he suddenly remembered that he didn't have so many St. Crystals and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. But since the price had already been bid, it was naturally impossible to take it back. If he really did so, he would definitely be thrown out by Treasure Trove Pavilion, which would be a disgrace. The atmosphere, which had cooled down for a long time, was once again stirred up by Kai Yang's bid. The auctioneer's smile was especially brilliant. Looking towards the private room, she said in a loud voice, "The friend in room C13 has bid 82,000. Are there any higher bids?" Yang 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 and Yang 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 Yang. Saint. Yang Kai clearly felt that after this person bid, countless divine senses instantly gathered on him. There were only two possibilities for this person to be so determined to snatch this map fragment. Either he didn't care about the 100,000 St. Crystals and wanted to buy an opportunity to take back, or he had another map fragment. The man who called out the 100,000 price seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately lowered his head, but his appearance had already been memorized, so it was too late for him to hide it now. Yang Kai also remembered this man's appearance. He was a middle-aged man with low strength, only a first-order Saint King. He wore ordinary clothes and didn't seem to be a rich man. Does this person also have a map fragment? Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai was sure that he wasn't the only one who thought so. Many others were thinking the same thing. Once he walked out of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he would likely be targeted by countless people. Buying this map fragment would be a disaster for him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Fortunately, this person had solved his crisis, otherwise, it wouldn't have been him but himself who would be targeted. However, Yang Inflammation actually had a similar map fragment, which was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. If these two map fragments were pieced together, perhaps he could find some clues. Yang Kai secretly wondered if he should take the map fragment from this person. If he wanted to obtain it, what kind of method should he use? It would be best not to let others find out. If, as the beautiful auctioneer said, this map fragment hit some kind of shocking wealth, on the high platform, the beautiful auctioneer's voice sounded again. 100,000, is there anyone willing to bid higher? 100,000 going once, 100,000 going twice. After calling out 3 times in a row, no one bid. And in the end, the map fragment was bought by the middle-aged man for 100,000 St. Crystals. The woman in the palace robes brought the map fragment in front of him, took the 100,000 St. Crystals, and handed it to him, completing the transaction. After obtaining the map fragment, the middle-aged man felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He definitely wanted to leave this place immediately, but he didn't dare to act rashly and could only sit in his chair. This kind of behavior made people more and more suspicious that he really had other map fragments. The auction was still going on when suddenly, one of the 2 female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall took out a communication artifact, scanned it, and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang, Elder Qian is outside the door. Let him in." Yang Kai just happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he hadn't expected him to come by himself. The female disciple nodded, walked over, and opened the door. Sure enough, Qian Tong was waiting outside with a smile on his face. Anyone who had plundered 30 million Saint crystals without any effort would be like Qian Tong, grinning from ear to ear. As for Yan Pei's rumor that he had lost the initiative, Qian Tong didn't care. With this additional 30 million Saint crystals, if the Shadow Moon Hall couldn't compete with anyone else, Qian Tong would have nothing to say. Nephew Yang, this Qian had a matter to attend to and was only able to leave now. Please forgive this Qian for neglecting Nephew Yang. Qian Tong cupped his fists and said politely, Elder Qian is too polite. If it weren't for Elder Qian's efforts, we wouldn't be qualified to sit here. Yang Kai chuckled and said while inviting Qian Tong to sit down. Qian Tong waved his hand and said, This Qian still has to preside over the auction for the Shadow Moon Hall, so I won't disturb Nephew Yang any longer. This time, I came here specifically to thank Nephew Yang. Thank me? Yang Kai was confused, not knowing what he was talking about. Yes, Nephew Yang, thank you for bringing a huge profit to the Shadow Moon Hall. Haha, this is a small token of appreciation from the Shadow Moon Hall. Please don't refuse it. Qian Tong said as he handed over a space ring. Yang Kai didn't take it and instead looked at Qian Tong and said, Elder Qian, can you make yourself clear? I really don't know what I've done to benefit the Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong's words were very meaningful. He said that this was a token of appreciation from the Shadow Moon Hall. So he wasn't representing himself, but the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai felt uneasy about accepting benefits from a great force for no reason. Moreover, he had only brought a few auction items, which could only be said to be beneficial to the Endless Treasures Pavilion. It had nothing to do with the Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong seemed to know that Yang Kai didn't like to accept favors for no reason. Last time, he had given him a wild rose pill for healing, but that had been rejected by him. This time, if he didn't make things clear, Yang Kai would definitely not accept this space ring. After thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong said, It's like this, the several auction items Nephew Yang sent over were extremely valuable. The great forces that came to participate weren't fully prepared, so they had no choice but to borrow my Heavenly Fate City's space array to return to their respective sects to raise Saint crystals. This old master collected a small toll fee from them, ahem, so a large part of this toll fee is Nephew Yang's contribution. However, these are the assets of the Shadow Moon Hall, so this old master doesn't dare to give you too much. This is just a small token of appreciation, so Nephew Yang shouldn't refuse. Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected that Qian Tong would even be able to do this kind of business. He couldn't help admiring him in his heart, wondering just how many people he had offended. No wonder he had seen people going in and out of the A block and B block private rooms just now. It turned out they had gone back to raise Saint crystals. Yang Kai was well aware of the value of the auction items he had sent over. So now that he heard Qian Tong say this, he immediately understood that he had indeed contributed greatly. No longer refusing, Yang Kai happily accepted the space ring and laughed. Since that's the case, Junior won't be polite. Originally, I wanted to borrow some Saint crystals from Elder Qian, but now it seems there's no need for that. Yang Kai really did want to borrow some Saint crystals from Qian Tong. He didn't intend to participate in the auction, but the appearance of this map fragment made Yang Kai realize that there might really be something he needed here. If he saw something good but didn't have Saint crystals to bid for it, how shabby would that be? On top of that, Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation had been so enthusiastic about cheering others on. So Yang Kai felt it was time to let them participate. But unexpectedly, Qian Tong seemed to have predicted this and sent him Saint crystals. This made Yang Kai very happy. Qian Tong also smiled and said, As long as you don't bid for anything too expensive, these Saint crystals should be enough for Nephew Yang's needs. He didn't say how much he had given, and Yang Kai didn't ask for details. This kind of thing should be kept between heaven and earth. There was no need to make a big deal out of it. After all, Qian Tong had said that this was the property of Shadow Moon Hall, so him giving Yang Kai some Saint crystals was already a great favor. At that moment, the beautiful woman on the auction stage said loudly, The next item to be auctioned is something I believe everyone will be very interested in. Friends, please prepare yourselves to bid. As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai clearly felt the atmosphere in the private rooms become dignified. Obviously, everyone had already received some gossip, and knew what this item might be. On the other hand, the cultivator in the hall was confused, but that didn't stop them from looking forward to it. The woman in palace robes who was responsible for presenting the auction items once again stepped onto the high platform. A delicate jade bottle was placed on top of the jade plate. The beautiful woman picked up the jade bottle, uncorked it, and shouted in a seemingly excited voice, "This time, the auction item is an origin condensing pill." Sure enough, as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, the audience burst into an uproar. The beautiful woman watched with a smile, very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Chapter 1155. After the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, everyone in the auction hall became noisy. Inside room C13, Qian Tong hurriedly cupped his fists to Yang Kai and said, "After this auction, nephew Yang, please don't be in a hurry to leave. This old master still has something to discuss with you. This old master has to go grab this origin condensing pill, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai did not try to persuade him to stay and simply nodded. "Elder Qian, please." Qian Tong left in a hurry. The beautiful auctioneer stretched out her hand and gestured for everyone to calm down before continuing. Everyone knows the role of an origin condensing pill. It can increase a third-order Saint King cultivator's chances of breaking through to the origin returning realm. Shadowed Star is short on resources and has no origin King realm masters. Origin returning realm masters are our greatest foundation, but every year, the number of origin returning realm masters on our side is very small. The biggest reason for this is that not many people can refine an origin condensing pill. This pill is a Saint King grade high rank pill, but its refining difficulty is no less than that of an origin grade pill. The success rate of refining one is less than 20 to 30%. My treasure trove pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect one. Now the auction will begin. The base price is 100,000 Saint crystals, and each increase must be no less than 2,000. The beautiful auctioneer's words reached Yang Kai's ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. This origin condensing pill was clearly his to auction, and it was only one of 2 pills. When did Treasure Trove Pavilion spend so much effort to collect it? This woman was really lying through her teeth, but in the entire auction hall, except for a few people who knew the truth, everyone else obviously did not understand the origins of this origin condensing pill. The beautiful auctioneer was obviously trying to raise the price of this origin condensing pill. An origin condensing pill was equivalent to an origin returning realm master, so any great force present would want it. However, Yang Kai had clearly taken 2 origin condensing pills, but now Treasure Trove Pavilion was only throwing out one. Obviously, they wanted to make a big deal out of the other origin condensing pill. This first origin condensing pill was just a warm-up, so even if someone tried to snatch it, it wouldn't be too difficult. A cultivator's advancement did not have to rely on elixirs. Elixirs were only supplementary means. Yang Kai's guess was correct. The competition for the origin condensing pill was indeed fierce, but the private rooms with the solemn atmosphere just now had actually refrained from making a move. On the contrary, the cultivator sitting in the hall fought to bid. In a short period of time, the starting price had soared from 100,000 to 280,000. The forces behind the cultivator were not as wealthy as the forces in the private rooms, and the number of return to origin stage cultivators they had was also very small. An origin condensing pill might not be much to a large force. After all, it could only nurture one return to origin stage cultivator. However, it was a different story for small forces. With one more return to origin stage cultivator, perhaps the status of their sect or family would rise significantly. For example, the Haiku family and the Su family both had more than a dozen third-order Saint Kings, but no origin returning realm masters. If they were given an origin condensing pill, they could completely break away from the shackles of the outer forces and enter Shadow Moon Hall, enjoying a completely different treatment. That was why they were fighting over this origin condensing pill. After the price reached 280,000, the bids in the hall gradually weakened. 280,000 high-rank Saint crystals was probably the bottom line of these people. Even if they wanted it, they couldn't afford it. Number 321 has bid 280,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The beautiful auctioneer once again called out sinisterly as her beautiful eyes swept around. As for the person who called out the price of 280,000, he stood up excitedly and looked left and right. His face was filled with nervousness and eagerness, as if he was afraid that someone else would make a bid to suppress him. He even impatiently shouted at the beautiful woman, "Quickly call out the number. No one is increasing the price, hurry up." The beautiful auctioneer seemed to be very understanding as she smiled lightly and shouted, 280,000 going once. 300,000. From one of the private rooms, a low voice suddenly called out, interrupting the beautiful auctioneer's words. The beautiful auctioneer froze for a moment before turning her gaze towards the private room, a look of understanding flashing across her beautiful eyes as she waited quietly. As for the cultivator who was about to succeed, when he heard that the bid of 300,000 came from an A-class private room, he immediately sat down with a gloomy expression and hung his head dejectedly for a while. Without even mentioning the fact that someone else's bid was higher than his, the identity and status of the person in the A-block private room alone was not something he could afford to provoke. This person hadn't made a move yet, obviously not wanting to compete with the cats and dogs in the hall, and was only preparing to make the final call at the critical moment. It could be said that this person's methods were quite good. First, he gave the cultivator in the hall a chance to bid before making a strong move to show off his wealth. Sure enough, no one in the hall made another bid. The beautiful auctioneer lightly opened her mouth, preparing to call out the number again. In her mind, although an origin condensing pill was precious and rare, the price of 300,000 high-rank St. crystals was about right. But before she could open her mouth, someone actually made a bid again, and this time the price was quite outrageous. 400,000. After the bidder made his bid, he chuckled meaningfully. An origin condensing pill is such a precious thing. Naturally, one should raise the price to their heart's content. What's the point of adding up to 10 or 20,000? These words sounded like they were mocking the cultivator in the A-block private room who had previously bid 300,000, but no one thought there was anything wrong with them because the person who made this bid was also from the A-block private room, so his status was obviously no lower than the previous bidders. On Shadowed Star, the various great forces were not harmonious. Many of them fought openly and secretly, and many of them were even life or death enemies. The smart ones had already guessed that there was some kind of grievance between these two bidders, or perhaps there was some kind of grudge between the forces they belonged to. Otherwise, why would they be so hostile? Elder Qian. Inside private room C13, Wui muttered in amazement because she recognized that the person who made the bid of 400,000 was actually Qian Tong. This old man had just left, and in the blink of an eye had suddenly become so extravagant. Where did he get so many St. crystals from? Yang Kai's expression became strange as he frowned secretly, wondering what Qian Tong was trying to do. He clearly knew that this origin condensing pill was up for auction, so why would he deliberately raise the price so high? If he lost this pill to himself, wouldn't he be suffering a loss? Or did he really want it? If he was deliberately raising the price, then he was trying to buy it back at a high price to earn Yang Kai's favor. But thinking about it again, Qian Tong definitely knew that there was an even better origin condensing pill, so there was no need for him to do this. If he really wanted to earn Yang Kai's favor, he could have just raised the price of the other origin condensing pill. It seems that Qian Tong has some kind of grudge with the previous bidder. Yang Kai secretly guessed. 410,000. The man didn't seem to hear the ridicule in Qian Tong's words and coldly snorted before raising the price by another 10,000. 500,000. In comparison, Qian Tong seemed much richer, continuously raising the price in round figures, causing many cultivator in the hall to secretly admire him. 510,000. 600,000. The two seemed to be competing with each other, and only the sounds of Qian Tong and the man bidding could be heard in the auction hall. The price of the origin condensing pill soared, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a dream, almost unable to believe that the pill he had casually refined was so expensive. He had asked Wu Yi before which pills were more expensive, and Wu Yi had said origin condensing pills and origin nirvana pills. He couldn't refine an origin nirvana pill, so he had casually refined two origin condensing pills. He was also afraid that Yang Yan's 2 origin-grade artifacts wouldn't be able to sell for too high a price, so he had tried his best. How could he have imagined that the price of an origin-condensing pill would be enough to satisfy him? With 600,000 high-rank Saint crystals, he could purchase a large number of precious materials, and Yang Yan could arrange a spirit array to cover the entire Dragon Cave mountain. On top of that, Qian Tong and the man's bids continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, the price had soared to 710,000. Sighs rang out from countless private rooms, as if everyone thought that these two had gone crazy, actually raising the price of an origin-condensing pill so high. Even if there was a deep hatred between them, they shouldn't do this. With this precedent being set, what would happen if another origin-condensing pill appeared in the future? Would it be auctioned at such a high price? Only a fool would buy it. So many Saint crystals, rich people really are terrifying. Wu smiled bitterly. Thinking about how the Haiku family was struggling to earn a few thousand Saint crystals. But in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction house, there were many rich and powerful people who spent money like water. Soon these Saint crystals will be ours, Yang Kai said, sniffing. Why? Wu looked at him in amazement. That origin-condensing pill is mine to auction. What? Wu and Yang Yan were both stunned as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Even the 2 women from Shadow Moon Hall couldn't help gaping slightly, as if they hadn't expected the person they were in charge of serving to be so rich. No matter what his background was, with more than 700,000 Saint crystals, his status would immediately rise. 800,000. Qian Tong's voice still sounded unhurriedly, as if he wasn't bidding 800,000, but 80,000 Saint crystals. 8,000 Saint crystals he didn't seem to care at all. 900,000. The man competing with Qian Tong also became enraged and abandoned his previous method of increasing the price by 10,000, directly raising the price by 100,000. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Old dog Qian Tong, if you want to fight, this old master will accompany you. There's no need to discuss me like this. A trivial few 100,000 Saint crystals is nothing to my sea temple." Ha ha ha. Qian Tong's laughter rang out. Jiang Huayan, what do you mean by that? Is this your first time participating in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Don't you understand the principle that the highest bidder wins? This old master likes this origin-condensing pill, so naturally he can bid as much as he wants, but if you can't afford it, don't try to compete with this old master. This old master doesn't have much, but he does have a lot of Saint crystals. Ha! This old master has just picked up a few tens of millions of Saint crystals, and has no place to spend them. If I don't buy something I like, what else can I do? Am I supposed to take them to my grave? As soon as these words came out, disdainful voices immediately rang out from the private rooms. The Sea Temple Master named Jiang Huayan was so angry he almost coughed up blood. The Saint crystals Qian Tong had picked up were something almost everyone in the private rooms had a share of, so naturally Sea Temple had a share as well. Taking someone else's Saint crystals and competing with them for something was simply inhumane. Qian Tong's approach was simply too immoral. Chapter 1156. Although everyone despised Qian Tong in their hearts, most of them were envious. Who told Qian Tong to seize this great opportunity to make money? Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was held every 2 or 3 years, and had been held in the territories of all the great forces. Turning this kind of event into a money-making opportunity required both luck and foresight. No one spoke up for Jiang Huayan. Without even mentioning the fact that Qian Tong's words were reasonable, at an auction, it was only natural that everyone would bid for the items. On top of that, there was some grievance between Shadow Moon Hall and Sea Temple, so Qian Tong was targeting Jiang Huayan. This was already a matter between 2 great forces, so the other great forces naturally wouldn't intervene casually and wade into these muddy waters. I understand, Wu suddenly said in a low voice. Understand what? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. I know why Jiang Huayan is willing to pay such a high price to buy an origin-condensing pill. Wu pursed her lips and smiled. He is the 3rd temple master of Sea Temple, and I heard that he has a very favored son named Jiang Jiren. Unfortunately, Jiang Jiren's aptitude is average. Over the years, Jiang Huaiyan has used countless precious treasures to raise his cultivation to the third-order Saint King realm. Unfortunately, third-order Saint King is Jiang Zhiren's bottom line. Without an origin condensing pill, he will never be able to break through to the origin returning realm. I heard that Jiang Huaiyan has been looking everywhere for origin condensing pills, and has even collected several sets of materials to refine them, but none of them have been successful. So he's determined to obtain this origin condensing pill? Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly thought to himself. No wonder Qian Tong is raising the price so unscrupulously. It turns out that he has grasped Jiang Huaiyan's weakness, and isn't afraid he won't buy it. That should be the case. Sea Temple's third temple master is willing to pay such a high price because he wants to buy it for Jiang Zhiren. But one should know when to stop. Jiang Huaiyan isn't a fool. I estimate that if Elder Qian raises the price again, he might just throw this origin condensing pill into his own hands. Yang Kai was slightly worried. Qian Tong had treated him well, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want Qian Tong to suffer a loss at his hands. Wu Yi smiled. What are you afraid of? Didn't you hear Elder Qian say he picked up several tens of millions of saint crystals? Although it's not true, Elder Qian is really rich. Oh right, how much did he give you just now? I don't. Only then did Yang Kai remember that he was still holding a space ring in his hand. Just now, Qian Tong had hurriedly left after delivering the space ring, so the auction for the origin condensing pills had begun immediately. Yang Kai's attention had been attracted by the sounds of bidding below, and he hadn't had time to check his space ring. Sweeping the contents of his space ring with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression instantly froze. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai's expression change and asked nervously. She didn't know why, but her heart was pounding. Even Yang Yan was craning his neck, waiting for Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai took a deep breath and handed the space ring to them. Take a look for yourself. Wu Yi took it suspiciously, but after using her divine sense to check the number of saint crystals inside the space ring, she couldn't help exclaiming and covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Seeing this, Yang Yan snatched the space ring and checked its contents, his expression not much better than Wu Yi's. 3 million high-rank saint crystals. The space ring sent by Qian Tong contained a total of 3 million high-rank saint crystals. This exaggerated number not only caused Wu Yi and Yang Yan to go crazy, even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. Yang Kai had thought that Qian Tong was just being polite, giving him 200,000 or 300,000 high-rank saint crystals at most, but it turned out to be 10 times that amount. No wonder Qian Tong said that as long as he didn't buy anything too expensive, these saint crystals should be enough for him to spend. 3 million, just how many things could he buy? It seems that Elder Qian really did pick up tens of millions of saint crystals and wasn't just boasting, Yang Kai muttered to himself. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He knew that these saint crystals were tolls collected by Qian Tong, but he hadn't expected Qian Tong to be so bold as to collect tens of millions of saint crystals in tolls. These 3 million saint crystals might only be a tenth of that amount. Wu Yi glanced over at the two female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall cautiously before whispering to Yang Kai. Don't try to curry favor for no reason, be careful. Yang Kai snorted. What's there to be afraid of? I contributed greatly to those tolls. If it weren't for me, Elder Qian wouldn't have been able to collect so many saint crystals. We'll take these 3 million saint crystals with no qualms. That would be for the best. Wu Yi was still a little worried. While the three of them were talking, Qian Tong and Jiang Huaiyan had been ridiculing each other for quite some time. Seeing that they were about to continue arguing, Yin Pei, who was drinking tea in an A-block private room, suddenly became unhappy and coldly snorted. Are you two done yet? Everyone here is waiting to see how the auction progresses. If you really don't like each other, why don't you go out and fight? Don't waste my Treasure Trove Pavilion's time to do business. Hearing the words of Treasure Trove Pavilion's chief manager, Qian Tong and Jiang Huaiyan finally stopped arguing. Even if they didn't give face to anyone else, they had to give face to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to participate in future auctions and would suffer a great loss. Many precious things on Shadowed Star were auctioned off by Treasure Trove Pavilion. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and said, This old master just can't stand some people being so stingy. Forget it, there's no point in arguing, it's just who gets it. And young lady, where did the origin condensing pill go? The beautiful female auctioneer pursed her lips and smiled. Elder Qian, Temple Master Jiang has bid 900,000. 900,000, what a high price, tsk. That's enough to buy 3 origin condensing pills. As soon as Qian Tong's voice fell, the sound of a chair being crushed rang out from Jiang Huayan's private room. The Sea Temple's third temple master obviously wanted to skin Qian Tong alive. It was Qian Tong who had raised the price, but now he was making sarcastic remarks. It seemed he wouldn't give up until he angered Jiang Huayan to death. Qian Tong shouted again, 1 million. The audience went into an uproar again. The auction had been going on for 3 hours now, and finally, an item worth 1 million appeared. Although everyone knew that this price was much higher than the market price, this was still an auction, so with so many people competing for it, the price would naturally be higher. The sound of something breaking once again rang out from Sea Temple's A10 private room. Qian Tong smiled and said, Jiang Huayan, don't say this old master didn't take care of you. You and I have known each other for many years. Now that we are fighting over an origin condensing pill, others will see us as a joke. This is the last time this old master will raise the price. If you can outbid this old master will give you this origin condensing pill. 1,010,000. Even if he knew that Qian Tong was trying to bargain, Jiang Huayan had no choice but to raise the price. At this point in the auction, it was no longer just a matter of the origin condensing pill, but also a matter of face. Moreover, Jiang Huayan had gone to great lengths to obtain this origin condensing pill. The herbs he had collected over the years were worth nearly 1 million Saint crystals. Now that there was a ready-made pill in front of him, of course he had to grab it. What made Jiang Huayan want to vomit blood was that he had clearly spent several times the price to buy this origin condensing pill, but in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, this origin condensing pill was actually being given to him by Qian Tong. If this wasn't Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, if this wasn't Heavenly Fate City, Jiang Huayan would have fought Qian Tong to the death. This was going too far. After the price of 1,010,000 was called out, no one else increased the price. Qian Tong also didn't say anything. The beautiful female auctioneer quickly stepped forward and shouted 3 times before the origin condensing pill was finally won by Jiang Huayan. If not for the 3 million Saint crystals given by Qian Tong, Yang Kai and the others would have been very happy with this additional million. But with 3 million Saint crystals in hand, and now an additional million, all 3 of them remained calm. After all, once money reached a certain point, it would become nothing more than a pile of numbers. However, this didn't hinder the 3 of them from looking forward to the other auction items. Even Yang Kai was the same. He wanted to know what kind of price his other origin condensing pill would sell for, as well as Yang Yan's origin grade mid-rank artifact, both of which would definitely be quite valuable. By now, the auction had reached the second half. With the appearance of the origin condensing pill as the starting point, the second half of Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was really different. Whether it was the grade or quality of the items, they were all much higher than before, so naturally, the price of these items also soared. At this point, the cultivator sitting in the hall had basically lost the qualification to participate in the auction. Now only those in the private rooms were bidding, while the people in the hall were simply watching the fun. Almost every auction item sold for no less than 200,000 or 300,000 Saint crystals, with a few of the best items going for more than 1 million Saint crystals. This made Yang Kai sigh again. On Shadowed Star, there were still many rich people, it was just that ordinary people couldn't see them. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had brought all these rich people together. With 3 million Saint crystals on hand, there was still 1 million Saint crystals to go. Yang Yan and Wu Yi also wanted to participate in the auction, but Yang Yan was an origin grade artifact refiner, so they naturally wouldn't bid on these artifacts. Originally, they wanted to buy some pills, but they were stopped by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so how could he let them spend their money in vain? After bidding for a while, Yang Yan could only buy some precious raw materials for arranging spirit arrays and artifact refining. A piece of star's iron the size of a human head cost 250,000 Saint crystals. 10 pieces of high-quality blue spirit would cost 370,000 Saint crystals, and some ninth-order monster beast body materials plus its monster core cost nearly 1,000,000 Saint crystals, so the 3,000,000 Saint crystals quickly shrank. Yang Kai didn't make a move because he didn't see what he wanted. It wasn't until a cratered stone the size of a wash basin appeared in the auction that Kai Yang bought it with a base price of 150,000 gold coins that he couldn't determine its origin and quality. According to the beautiful auctioneer, none of the appraisal grandmasters of Treasure Trove Pavilion could tell what this strange stone was, and some artifact refiners had tried to melt it but failed. Countless masters in the auction hall had also used their divine senses to investigate it, but none of them could find anything, almost making it the first item to go unsold at the auction. Because no one knew what this stone was, but something that even artifact refiners couldn't melt was obviously not ordinary. So the base price set by Treasure Trove Pavilion wasn't too low. It wasn't until the last moment that Yang Kai lazily announced the base price and easily won the auction. Chapter 1157. Everyone else thought that Yang Kai was simply burning money and wanted to buy a rare item to keep, but only Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation knew that Yang Kai wasn't acting like this, because while waiting for a Treasure Trove Pavilion disciple to deliver the stone, Yang Kai's expression was clearly very excited and somewhat strange. A moment later, a woman from Treasure Trove Pavilion delivered the strange stone into private room C13. Yang Kai handed over 150,000 Saint crystals, and happily played with the strange stone for a while before storing it into his space ring. Yang Inflammation leaned over and asked softly, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. "If you don't know, why did you buy it?" Yang Inflammation rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless. "Although I don't know what it is, I know it's useful to me," Yang Kai said solemnly. If he didn't know it was useful to him, Yang Kai wouldn't have bought it. 150,000 high-rank Saint crystals was not a small amount. Even if he had enough money now, he wouldn't spend it so carelessly. "Useful to you?" Yang Inflammation frowned and suddenly whispered, "Do you have exotic insects?" "Exotic insects?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzledly, his brow furrowing as he asked, "Do you know what this stone is?" Yang Inflammation nodded gently. Even the appraisal grandmasters of Treasure Trove Pavilion couldn't identify the origin of this strange stone, and none of the masters present could tell what it was either. Just how old was Yang Yan, so how could she possibly recognize it? On top of that, she was an origin-grade artifact refiner and a spirit array grandmaster. This little girl exuded a sense of mystery. Yang Kai had long guessed that Yang Inflammation was a person with a story, and now it seemed he was right. "What exactly is that stone?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice while Wu Yi also listened carefully. "A profound insect stone." Yang Inflammation spat out these two words. "It has no use for anyone, it can only be used to cultivate some exotic insects. It is a very rare thing, and contains a very mysterious energy. This energy cannot be used for artifact refining, nor can it be absorbed by a cultivator. But once you let the exotic insects settle down on it, they can quickly grow. That's why I asked you if you have any exotic insects." Yang Kai suddenly understood why the soul-devouring insects that had been living on the six-colored island in his knowledge suddenly became irritable and excited when this strange stone appeared. These soul-devouring insects were exotic ancient insects, so they were naturally a kind of exotic insect. These soul-devouring insects were obtained from Tongxian realm, and had been living on the six-colored island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, being nourished by the six-colored soul-warming lotus. When Yang Kai first obtained them, they weren't very strong, only invincible under the Saint realm. If a transcendent realm cultivator had their knowledge sea invaded by them, they would instantly die. Later, after a large-scale mutation and being nourished by the six-colored soul-warming lotus for many years, these soul-devouring insects had become much stronger, but they were still only capable of dealing with Saint realm cultivators. Saint kings could easily destroy them. As Yang Kai's strength improved, these soul-devouring insects had become of little use. Yang Kai didn't abandon them though, allowing them to reproduce and develop on their own. If it weren't for the appearance of this profound insect stone today, causing the soul-devouring insects to suddenly react differently. Yang Kai would have even forgotten about their existence. It was because of the excitement of the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai had bought the profound insect stone without a trace. Now, after listening to Yang Inflammation's explanation, Yang Kai immediately knew he had bought a treasure. These 150,000 saint crystals had not been spent in vain. If the profound insect stone could really allow the soul-devouring insects to evolve further, allowing them to deal with saint kings and origin-returning realm cultivators, their usefulness would be enormous. What kind of exotic insects do you have? Yang Inflammation asked curiously. I'll tell you when we get back. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Yang Inflammation looked at him strangely, but didn't say anything more. Look, that twin dagger is being auctioned. Wuyi suddenly called out excitedly. She knew she couldn't reveal that it was Yang Inflammation who refined it, so she didn't dare mention Yang Inflammation's name. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation both looked towards the auction stage, and saw the twin daggers appear on the stage. Moreover, there was more than one origin-grade artifact being auctioned. A row of 12 women in palatial robes appeared, each holding a jade plate. Each jade plate held an artifact of the same grade, all of them origin-grade low rank. The aura surrounding them was extremely dense, attracting everyone's attention at once. The beautiful female auctioneer smiled again and said, "Everyone should be clear about the items being auctioned this time. And these are 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Everyone present should also know that it won't be long before one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden areas, the Lu Yen Sandfield, opens. This is a great opportunity that only appears once every several hundred years. If you want to enter the Lu Yen Sandfield, you must have enough strength, and not only that, you must also have excellent equipment. These 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts were specifically collected by my treasure trove pavilion for the upcoming opening of the Lu Yen Sandfield. They are all things that can be used to protect your life. There are not many origin-grade artifacts on Shadowed Star, and my treasure trove pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect these 12 artifacts, resulting in many casualties among our disciples." The beautiful female auctioneer continued to speak from the high platform, causing Yang Kai to frown as he turned to Wu Yi and asked curiously, "What are the 3 great forbidden areas?" Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "You haven't been on Shadowed Star for long, so naturally you haven't heard of them. The 3 great forbidden areas are infamous existences on Shadowed Star, and everyone who talks about them pales. The first one is the Lu Yen Sandfield she just mentioned. That place covers an unknown area, and is shrouded in intense heat all year round. Even the outermost layer of this heat is not something a person can resist. There was once an origin-returning realm master, who thought he was strong enough to rush into the Lu Yen Sandfield to search for treasures, but no matter how strong he was or how well prepared he was, as soon as he entered the Lu Yen Sandfield, he was melted away along with his artifacts. It's that powerful." Yang Kai was shocked. "Yes, and that's only the outermost layer of this heat. It is said that if one were to venture deeper, even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to resist it, but that's just a rumor. There are no Origin Kings on Shadowed Star, so no one knows how strong an Origin King Realm Master really is." Wu Yi smiled sweetly. "Then why did this woman say that the Lu Yen Sandfield was about to open?" Yang Kai frowned. If the Lu Yen Sandfield was really a place where death was certain, who would be so stupid as to enter? No one would complain about having a long life. Because every once in a while, the power of the flowing flame sandfield will greatly decrease. This period of time is not fixed. It may be a few dozen years or even a few hundred years. Once the power of the flowing flame sandfield weakens, cultivators will be able to enter. I have read in my family's ancient books that the last time the flowing flame sandfield opened was 400 years ago. So no one has entered that place for 400 years. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. A place where no one had entered for 400 years. How many good things were hidden inside? No wonder the beautiful auctioneer had said that this was a great opportunity. Yang Kai knew that many precious treasures like to grow in hot environments, and the hotter they were, the more vigorous they would be. The Lu Yen Sandfield might have some of these treasures. However, what excited Yang Kai the most was not these precious treasures, but the high temperature. This place was very suitable for him to refine the profound in sunflower water. On Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao once said that if he wanted to refine the profound in sunflower water, he had to find a place with extremely high temperatures. Yang Kai had more than 20 drops of profound in sunflower water, and had already collected all the materials needed to refine it. Now all he needed to do was find a suitable place. The Lu Yen sand field undoubtedly met his requirements. As long as he could refine a single drop, his strength would definitely improve again. Wu Yi continued. The second forbidden zone is the Emperor Garden. It is said that it was once the back garden of the great emperors of Star Territory. Yang Kai was shocked. The great emperors of Star Territory? And a legendary master. It is said that many years ago, the entire Hung Luo star field was under the control of one of the great emperors of Star Territory. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this star emperor disappeared and no one knows where he went. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He had heard rumors about the star emperor before from Shintu on the floating continent. At that time, Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, thinking that this so-called star emperor was a fabrication, but now it seemed that there really was such a person. Because even a remote cultivation star like Shadowed Star had such a legend, it was impossible for it to be groundless. A star emperor, in charge of an entire star territory, just how powerful was that? Forget about a star emperor, even a star master was something Yang Kai had never seen before. He only knew that in order to become a star master, one needed to be at least an Origin King realm cultivator, and had to take the risk of fusing with a star's source. Once one failed, even an Origin King would die. The Flowing Flame Sand Field has always existed, but no one has been able to enter it. The Emperor Garden, on the other hand, is elusive, no one knows where it is. Occasionally, it will appear for a brief moment, attracting many people to enter it, but no one has ever come out alive. Only under some special circumstances will the Emperor Garden stabilize, and once it does, it will be a great opportunity. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little excited when he heard this. The Star Emperor's back garden was filled with countless precious treasures. The third forbidden zone is located in the territory of the sea. It's called Serene Soul Island, which is also extremely dangerous. If the Lu Yen sand field has always existed and the Emperor Garden occasionally appears, then the Serene Soul Island is truly untraceable. No one has ever seen it, and no one has ever been able to find it. All those who have seen it have died. Wu Yi's words were filled with a gloomy aura, causing Yang Yen to shiver uncontrollably. This little girl's courage had always been quite small. Since no one has ever seen it, why does anyone know about Serene Soul Island? Yang Kai frowned. Of the three great forbidden zones, he felt this one was the most unreliable. Wu Yi smiled faintly. Its existence is reasonable. Since everyone knows about Serene Soul Island, it must exist. Yang Kai didn't dwell on this issue, but the impending opening of the Lu Yen sand field made him very excited. There was no better place to refine the profound in sunflower water than that. Zhong Ao had said that when refining the profound in sunflower water, as long as it was within the limits of one's body, the higher the temperature, the better. The higher the temperature, the better the profound in sunflower water's power would be. Should I go there when the time comes? Yang Kai thought to himself. Chapter 1158. While Yang Kai's mood was soaring, on the high platform, the beautiful female auctioneer had already begun the auction of the first Origin grade low-rank artifact. Because of the Flowing Flame sand field and the scarcity of Origin grade artifacts, even though Treasure Trove Pavilion had displayed 12 artifacts at once, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the masters in the private rooms from bidding for them. On the contrary, it only served to further stimulate their determination to obtain them. There were only 12 Origin grade low-rank artifacts, so once they were sold out, there would be none left. Yang Kai heard the muffled voice of Thunder Typhoon Sex Feng Tianzhong, heard Heaven Battling Union's Chu Chong Feng proudly raise his bid, heard In Su Dai from Colored Glass Sex In Su Dai's melodious voice, and even heard the competing voices of the young masters from other great forces. These rising stars all seemed to want to buy some Origin grade low-rank artifacts in order to prepare for entering the Flowing Flame sand field. The starting price of an origin-grade low-rank artifact was raised to 600,000 Saint crystals in an instant, and the bids were still increasing. Yang Kai suddenly found that he had underestimated the purchasing power of Shadowed Star's great forces, and the preciousness of origin-grade artifacts. He had thought that a Saint King-grade high-rank artifact would sell for 30 to 50,000 Saint crystals, while an origin-grade low-rank artifact would sell for 2 to 300,000. However, this was not the case at all. Although there was only a 1-grade difference between origin-grade low-rank and Saint King-grade high-rank, the difference in price was like the difference between heaven and earth. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai understood. These great forces didn't lack purchasing power. After many years of accumulation, they had accumulated a large number of Saint crystals. What they lacked was the opportunity to see something good. Once it appeared, even if they had to spend more Saint crystals, they wouldn't feel distressed. Origin-grade low-rank artifacts were such good things. On Shadowed Star, the highest grade artifact refiners could reach was origin-grade low-rank, but it was impossible for them to be like Yang Yan, who could guarantee success every time they refined an artifact. Just like alchemy, when an artifact refiner refined an artifact, there was a great chance that it would be damaged. Once it was damaged, not only would it be impossible to refine an artifact, but all the raw materials would also be lost. The chance of raw materials being damaged was very high, which naturally caused the price of origin-grade artifacts to remain high. The price of the first origin-grade low-rank artifact quickly broke through 1,000,000 Saint crystals, and although the number of people bidding gradually decreased, there were still some who were considering increasing the price. Yang Kai wanted to see how much this artifact could sell for, but suddenly his expression changed, and he whispered to Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi, "I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back soon." The two women looked at him in surprise, but they didn't ask anything and just nodded lightly. Yang Kai quickly left private room C13 and walked straight out of the Trove of Treasures building. He lingered for a while in a shop opposite the Trove of Treasures building before he slipped into the crowd on the left. Although Yang Kai had been paying attention to the progress of the auction, he had not relaxed his observation of the cultivator, who had won the map fragment. The appearance of the 12 origin-grade artifacts had caused the atmosphere in the auction hall to soar, and while most people's attention was attracted by the origin-grade artifacts, the First Order Saint King cultivator, who had won the map fragment, quietly left the auction hall. Obviously, he felt that this was a good opportunity to escape. Before, he had spent 100,000 Saint crystals to firmly win the map fragment, which had attracted the attention of many people. If he wasn't afraid of attracting even more attention, he would have already left. However, it was too late to leave now. A cultivator like him shouldn't have competed for this map fragment. Yang Kai's divine sense was comparable to that of an origin returning realm master, so it was naturally easy for him to monitor such a person. Yang Kai also found that many people had the same idea as him. After he left Trove of Treasures building, one cultivator after another quietly left, all of them following behind the owner of the map fragment. Yang Kai was speechless for a while. He thought that besides himself, not many people would pay attention to this cultivator, but now he realized that it wasn't that no one was paying attention, but rather that everyone was quietly paying attention. The forces behind these people obviously believed that the owner of this map fragment had more than one map fragment. Once they obtained two, they might be able to obtain some useful clues. Yang Kai's face went black. Although there was no good way to snatch this map fragment, it was impossible for him to just give up. After all, Yang Yin definitely had a map fragment. For the time being, he could only take one step at a time and head out of Heavenly Fate City. Although the owner of the map fragment had deliberately concealed his aura along the way and tried to keep his expression normal, how could a little First Order Saint King escape the eyes of so many masters? After a stick of incense worth of time, he left Heavenly Fate City, followed by one figure after another. Yang Kai fell behind, and although many people's divine senses swept towards him, many of them origin returning realm masters, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. 50 kilometers west of Heavenly Fate City, Falling Horse Slope. This place was desolate and filled with strange rocks. If one went further, they would arrive at a stone forest that was definitely a good place to kill and rob. Gu Xiong had noticed that someone was following him, but even if he had noticed, there was no way he could get rid of them because he knew exactly why these people were targeting him. His legs were trembling and his face was pale, wishing he could slap himself a few times. This time, when Treasure Trove Pavilion was holding an auction in Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai had spent a lot of money to buy an admission token from a friend. He had also brought all the saint crystals he had accumulated over the years with him in order to buy something good at the auction to improve his strength. But instead of buying something good, he had actually bought a broken map fragment. Only the heavens knew why he had shouted out a high price of 100,000 saint crystals at that time. That was all of his savings, as well as the accumulation of his ancestors for generations. If he was given another chance, Gu Xiong swore he would never have entered these muddy waters. Whoever wanted to buy that broken map fragment could buy it, but he would never have bought it. Unfortunately, no matter how much he regretted it now, it was too late. Walking along the falling horse slope, Gu Xiong felt a chill run down his spine, as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him from all directions. He didn't even dare summon his star shuttle to escape. He was sure that once he took out his star shuttle, he would die here the next moment. Looking up and seeing the stone forest 10 kilometers away, Gu Xiong stopped and didn't dare to go any further. If he went there, he would also die. A gust of wind blew past, causing Gu Xiong's clothes to flutter. Gu Xiong's already tense nerves finally reached their limit. With a plop, he knelt down. Facing the gust of wind, he cried and wailed, "Seniors, please spare this junior's life. This junior was muddle-headed and shouldn't have bought that broken map fragment. Please spare my life. I just broke through to the Saint King realm. I don't want to die yet." The whistling wind blew Gu Xiong's cries a little off-key, adding a touch of eeriness to this desolate place. Seeing no movement from all directions, Gu Xiong knew that these people weren't afraid of him, but rather of each other. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Kai quickly took out the broken map fragment from his space ring, held it high in his hand, and continued to shout, "This map fragment is here. If any of the seniors want it, please come and take it, but please don't take this junior's life." Although no one had appeared yet, Gu Xiong could clearly sense that an invisible pressure was shooting towards him from all directions. All of these pressure swept past the map fragment in his hand, and then quickly retracted. Gu Xiong continued to cry and beg for mercy, but after a long time he shouted again, "Seniors, I will leave this map fragment here. If any of you want it, this junior will withdraw first, okay?" Still no one answered. Gu Xiong shouted 3 times in a row before saying in a self-deceiving manner, "If none of you have any objections, this junior will take his leave." Saying so, Yang Kai put down the map fragment in his hand on the ground, picked up a stone, and slowly stood up. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, causing Gu Xiong to fall to his knees in fright. This young man was wearing an artifact armor, so at first glance, it was obvious he was not an ordinary person. What frightened Gu Xiong the most was that behind this young man stood 2 masters with cold expressions. Judging from the auras these 2 were exuding, they were definitely 2 origin returning realm masters. "Do you think this is an auction where shouting 3 times will result in a deal?" The young man sneered. Gu Xiong quickly waved his hand and said, "I wouldn't dare. This young master must be joking, but I've been shouting here for a long time yet no one paid any attention to me. Young master, I'll leave this map fragment here. If you want it, feel free to take it, just don't kill me. You're not qualified to bargain with me." The young man remained unmoved and motioned to the master behind him to pick up the map fragment. He didn't want to come out so early because there were at least 30 people lying in ambush on this falling horse slope, but seeing this timid Saint King realm cultivator really want to leave, he couldn't hold himself back and was the first to step out. One of the origin returning realm masters behind him stepped forward, picked up the map fragment, examined it, and nodded. "It's the one that appeared at the auction." Saying so, he handed the map fragment to the young man. The young man took it and threw it into his space ring before turning to Gu Xiong and saying, "Let me see your space ring." Ah! Gu Xiong was stunned for a moment, as if this was the first time he had been robbed. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to resist and obediently took off his space ring and handed it to the young man. The young man swept the space ring with his divine sense, and his face suddenly became gloomy as he shouted angrily. You don't have any other map fragments? I didn't say I had any. Guxiong defended himself weakly. Bastard! The young man was furious and kicked Guxiong in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground, gritting his teeth as he said, If you don't have any other map fragments, why did you bid? Didn't that beautiful woman say that this map fragment contained a shocking amount of wealth, top-grade secret arts and artifacts? Guxiong felt wronged. It was precisely because he believed the words of that beautiful auctioneer that he had bid 100,000 Saint King Realm cultivator. You believed her just because she said so? The young man's expression darkened as he shouted. Do you think you can find any clues with this map fragment? Guxiong nodded lightly, as if this was a matter of course. Chapter 1159. The young man was speechless, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he wished he could immediately kill this idiot Guxiong. It was because of this idiot that he had randomly increased the price that he had come out here to enjoy the breeze, but in the end he didn't have any other map fragments. The young man suddenly felt a sense of anger at being played, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Slowly raising his hand, the young man condensed his Saint Chi into the shape of a sword. Guxiong wept bitterly and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Before the young man could act though, one of the origin returning realm masters behind him suddenly whispered, Young master, you can't kill him. The young man froze for a moment before asking, Why? If we kill him, there will be no witnesses. Others will probably think we obtained 2 map fragments. Obtaining 1 map fragment isn't a problem, but obtaining 2 will be a big problem. Hearing this, the young man thought for a while before finally understanding. Cursing loudly, he kicked Guxiong fiercely, threw his space ring at his face, and left. Surprisingly, no one tried to stop him. Not long after the young man and the 2 origin returning realm masters left, another person walked out from a hidden place and came up to Guxiong, who was lying on the ground with a frown on his face, asking a few questions. Guxiong answered truthfully. The man picked up the space ring on the ground and examined it before slowly shaking his head in disappointment, tossing it to the ground and quickly leaving. A third person walked out and did exactly the same thing as the second person, followed by a fourth, a fifth. After experiencing such a huge fall from life to death, Guxiong's mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, but being interrogated by masters whose status and strength were far higher than his still made him feel a little uneasy. Fortunately, these people only asked him a few questions, checked his space ring, and let him go. None of them had any intention of taking his life, nor did anyone try to steal anything from his space ring. After half an hour, Yang Kai was the last to come out. Guxiong was already familiar with this kind of situation, so without waiting for Yang Kai to ask, he quickly explained, I don't have a second map fragment. I just listened to that beautiful woman's words and thought that with this map fragment I would be able to find shocking wealth and top-grade martial skills. My space ring is on the ground. If you want to see it, you can check it yourself. Just don't kill me. Yang Kai sighed, no longer in the mood to check Guxiong's space ring. So many people had seen it. If there really was a second map fragment, it would have been impossible for it not to be discovered. Next time, don't randomly buy things, Yang Kai said in a slightly amused tone. Of the dozens of people who came out, which one of them wasn't a scheming person? But they were all fooled by Guxiong. It wasn't that Guxiong's acting skills were amazing, but no one thought that this guy was such a fool. He believed the beautiful auctioneer's words so easily. Guxiong nodded repeatedly. I'll never buy anything at an auction again. Let's go. Yang Kai waved to him. You're lucky that no one killed you this time, but next time it's hard to say. Yes, 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 Guxiong said gratefully, grabbing his space ring and scrambling away. He had been so frightened that he hadn't even realized that Yang Kai was a cultivator in the same realm as him. Otherwise, how could he have been so polite to Yang Kai? It wasn't until Guxiong had run far away that he summoned his star shuttle and flew away. Vaguely, Yang Kai seemed to be able to hear him crying out in fear. The map fragment that had appeared at the auction had been taken away by the first young man to appear, which made Yang Kai very depressed. Yang Kai's strength was too low right now, So naturally, it was impossible for him to compete with this young man for this map fragment. The reason why the others hadn't tried to snatch it was because everyone knew that a single map fragment was useless, otherwise, they would have already bid for it at the auction. How could it have been won by Wuxia? On top of that, that young man probably had some background, so naturally, they wouldn't easily offend the force behind him for a useless map fragment. Now, it seemed that the map fragment would have been better off in Wuxia's hands. Now that it had been taken away by that young man, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to retrieve it in a short time. Fortunately, he had already memorized the other party's appearance, so it wouldn't be too late to think of a way later. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai returned to Heavenly Fate City again, and headed straight to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Inside room C13, Yang Kai pushed open the door, sat down on his chair, and took a sip of spirit tea. Seeing Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation both immersed in excitement, he couldn't help asking, "How did the auction go?" "You're back." Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation seemed to have just noticed Yang Kai, Wu Yi smiling widely and saying, "The price was unexpected. Each artifact sold for more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Now, the one being auctioned is the twin daggers." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his head and looked down. Sure enough, next to the beautiful auctioneer was the final two-pronged daggers, but what surprised him was that no one was bidding for it. "What's the price?" Yang Kai thought that it was impossible for such an artifact to go unsold. 2,100,000. Wu Yi replied excitedly, not waiting for Yang Kai to ask again before taking the initiative to explain. "The grade of the twin daggers is close to origin grade mid-rank, much better than the previous 11, so the price is also much higher. It seems the people here are quite knowledgeable." At that moment, the beautiful female auctioneer shouted, 2,100,000 going once, 2,100,000 going twice, 2,100,000 going thrice sold. Congratulations to the friend in private room C3 for winning the exquisite twin daggers. This mistress wishes this friend great success in the Lu Yen sand field, and a fruitful return. The beautiful woman said a few pleasantries with a smile. She had the woman from the Treasure Trove Pavilion carry the exquisite twin forks to private room B3 with a jade plate. OC3 not colored glass sect? Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that this exquisite twin dagger would be won by In Su Dai of colored glass sect. After all, it was an artifact suitable for women, but he remembered that In Su Dai's colored glass sect was in a private room in the A block. Why colored glass sect? Wu Yi was puzzled. "It's nothing." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai went out for a stroll. This round of 12 origin grade low-rank artifacts had been auctioned off, so the next item to be auctioned was actually a pill. An origin grade low-rank pill at that. Treasure Trove Pavilion had made ample preparations for this auction, and was certain that the Lu Yen sand field was about to open, so none of the great forces would be stingy with money. As long as there was something good, there was no need to worry about not being able to sell it for a high price. As such, after the origin grade low-rank artifacts were auctioned off, origin grade low-rank pills were immediately put on the stage, once again igniting the hot atmosphere in the auction hall. Yang Kai had a profound understanding of just how expensive origin grade pills were here. A bottle of 10 pills that could quickly supplement one Saint Chi sold for a high price of 600,000 Saint Chi, averaging out to 60,000 per pill. The wild rose pills that could be used to heal wounds also sold for a bottle of 10 pills, even more expensive than ordinary pills, selling for a total of 730,000 per bottle. 5 meridian pills that could repair meridians sold for 800,000 Saint Chi. The most expensive of all was the snow and ice pill that could help a cultivator disperse the heat, selling for 1,100,000 Saint Chi. Lu Yen sand field was filled with scorching heat, so the snow and ice pill had a great effect there. As such, as soon as this pill appeared, it was almost immediately snatched up by the great forces. A total of 5 bottles were auctioned off, each one selling for a higher price than the last. Pills weren't like artifacts. As long as an artifact wasn't damaged, it could be used countless times, but once a pill was consumed, it would be gone. In order to enter the Lu Yen sand field, these great forces had spared no expense. Normally, although these origin grade pills were precious, It was impossible for them to sell for such a high price. However, in this favorable environment, Treasure Trove Pavilion was able to sell these pills for 3 or 4 times the usual price. The beautiful female auctioneer stood on the stage and smiled brightly. Her face flushed red. After more than an hour, all the origin grade low-rank pills were auctioned off, and every great force in the private rooms had more or less gained something, so everyone was happy. Just when many people thought that the auction had come to an end, the beautiful female auctioneer spoke once more in a delicate voice. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. The next item to be auctioned is the finale of my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. As soon as the words finale were spoken, the entire auction hall fell silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard as countless eyes focused on the beautiful female auctioneer. A few keen cultivator even noticed that the beautiful female auctioneer's voice was trembling slightly, and immediately understood that the finale of this auction was quite extraordinary. Because this matter is of great importance, the auction of this finale item will be personally presided over by my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grand Manager, Manager Yen Pei. Manager Yen, please. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she stepped aside and looked in a certain direction with a smile. Yen Pei's face was dark and his expression was cold as he strode over from that direction. Yen Pei is actually presiding over this auction himself. Not only was there a flurry of discussion in the auction hall, but even the private rooms were filled with whispers. Old Blackface Yen Pei was known as the blackest and most ruthless auctioneer in Endless Treasures Pavilion. In the past, every time he presided over an auction, he would rip off the bidders until they wished they were dead. In recent years, Yen Pei had grown older and his status had risen, so he rarely appeared at auctions. No one had expected that Yen Pei, who had not presided over an auction for many years, would actually appear in person this time. Everyone knew that since he had appeared, the auction hall would be filled with a bloody storm. For a time, all the Master Realm Masters in the private rooms wore bitter looks as they touched their space rings and sighed, secretly worrying about the Saint Crystals in their space rings. That thing actually became the finale item. Inside room C13, Wu Yi and Yang Yan looked at each other, and almost jumped up in excitement. Not to mention the grade of this artifact, just the fact that it was the finale of the auction had already raised its price by a huge margin. The two women could almost imagine that after this auction, they would definitely become rich women. Yang Yan was already calculating how many precious materials she should buy. Private room A5 was a private room belonging to Shadow Moon Hall. At this moment, in addition to Qian Tong, there were 5 or 6 young people inside, all of whom were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall. However, only a man and a woman were qualified to sit next to Qian Tong. The man was handsome and his eyes shone with a reserved light, indicating he was a third-order Saint King cultivator. The woman was slender, had a picturesque face, and was also a third-order Saint King. However, her aura wasn't as reserved as the man's and was instead more flamboyant, obviously because she had just broken through not long ago. Chapter 1160. The status of this man and woman in Shadow Moon Hall was obviously not low, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to sit next to Qian Tong. When the other young disciples standing next to them looked at the two of them, there was a hint of envy in their eyes. Elder Qian, you have a good relationship with Manager Yen. Do you know what this finale item is? One of the female disciples standing nearby asked curiously. Qian Tong's expression was serious, as if he hadn't heard the female disciple's words. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help holding their breaths, feeling more and more that this finale item was extraordinary. Elder Qian Tong definitely knew some inside information, otherwise he wouldn't have such a dignified look on his face. Luo Qing. Qian Tong suddenly shouted. Disciple is here. Luo Qing, who had been standing to the side, quickly stepped forward. How many Saint Crystals did you raise? Luo Qing quickly replied respectfully. Disciple has followed Elder's instructions and managed to raise 50 million Saint Crystals, but a large part of it was transferred from the sect. 50 million. Qian Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. I still have nearly 30 million, so we have about 80 million Saint Crystals. Inside the private room, most people were shocked. Even if they were from Shadow Moon Hall and had high status in the sect, 80 million Saint crystals still shocked them. What shocked them even more though was that Qian Tong actually muttered to himself, "I wonder if that's enough." The beautiful woman sitting next to Qian Tong finally couldn't help asking, "Master, what is this finale item? Even 80 million Saint crystals isn't enough?" She wasn't the only one who was curious. Even the other handsome man who had been wearing a calm expression was curious, turning his head to look at Qian Tong, hoping he could explain. From the start of the auction until now, the most expensive item up for auction was the exquisite twin forks that had been auctioned before, but that had only sold for 1 million Saint crystals. Could the finale be an Origin King grade artifact? If it really was an Origin King grade artifact, 80 million Saint crystals might not be enough, but where would Treasure Trove Pavilion find such an item? You don't understand. Qian Tong laughed bitterly. 80 million seems like a lot, but other people probably have even more. My Shadow Moon Hall is one of the great forces on Shadowed Star. However, compared to Thunder Typhoon Sect, Star Emperor Sect, and Heaven Battling Union, there was still a gap between them and Colored Glass Sect, Grand Fire Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Floating Mist Palace, and the other great forces are also stronger than us. I'm just afraid they've collected even more Saint crystals. Master, what exactly is that thing? The delicate and pretty girl asked again. See for yourself. Qian Tong was not in the mood to answer, because even if he answered, these juniors might not be able to recognize the value of that thing. It would be easier for them to understand if he explained it after everyone had started to fight for it. The people in the private rooms no longer spoke and all turned their eyes towards the auction stage. Blackface Yanpei stood there, his eyes sweeping around as he loudly declared, "This old master Yanpei would like to thank everyone for participating in my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction this time. The auction has progressed to this point, and this old master is generally satisfied. The only thing that displeases this old master is that everyone is holding their wallets too tightly. This old master hopes that everyone can bring out the imposing manner and boldness of a great sect and great force. There is no need to give face to others or my Treasure Trove Pavilion. If you fancy something, so what if you go bankrupt? As long as you can obtain it, it's fine." Yanpei's blunt words made all the experts in the private room suck in a breath of cold air. This old blackface harbored evil intentions. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he would only give up after all of them went bankrupt. It was truly too vicious. There were even many people who had the thought of immediately leaving this place. If they stayed, they might really go bankrupt. Yanpei, however, did not give them a chance and continued, "Without further ado, I will now introduce this auction's finale item." With a wave of his hand, a woman in palace robes immediately walked up with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, causing everyone to grit their teeth in anger. The woman in palace robes stood in front of Yanpei and Yanpei loudly declared, "Everyone, open your eyes wide and look carefully." Saying so, she lifted the red cloth and revealed a long red whip on the jade plate. This long whip shape was smooth, with sections like a scorpion's tail that were tightly connected without any gaps. The tip of the whip was like a sharp spike that flickered with a dark green light. At a glance, it was clear that this spike was extremely poisonous. "Dragon-beating whip!" Yanpei shouted. In room C13, Yang Kai had just taken a sip of tea when he heard the name Yanpei gave to this long red whip, and almost spat it out. The Treasure Trove Pavilion had given the previous twin prongs the exquisite twin prongs. It wasn't a bad name, but it was a mediocre name. This long red whip was called Dragon-beating whip by Yanpei, a truly domineering name. Old Blackface's face was really thick, daring to give it such a name. Burning gazes came from all directions as countless divine senses swept over this item, causing the sounds of discussion to ring out in the private rooms of the hall. Yanpei quickly shouted, "This is a genuine Origin grade mid-rank artifact. According to the appraisal of my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grandmasters, the main material of this whip is the tail of the Ninth Order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, supplemented by a variety of Origin grade ores. This old master will not explain what an Origin grade mid-rank artifact represents. as everyone here should be clear in their hearts. This is a work of art that far surpasses the standard of artifact refining on Shadowed Star. This whip is over 20 meters long and can be changed in length by pouring Saint Chi into it. What's more, the Grandmaster who refined this dragon-beating whip perfectly preserved the toxicity of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's tail. Although it is somewhat sinister, it greatly increases the power of this dragon-beating whip. Yanpei said as he picked up the dragon-beating whip from the jade plate and swung it around the high platform, letting everyone feel the power of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Sure enough, upon seeing the power of this dragon-beating whip, countless people's breathing became rapid. After a while, Yanpei put the dragon-beating whip back. At that moment, a voice rang out from one of the private rooms in a block. "Manager Yan, is this the thing you said would make us go bankrupt? Although origin-grade mid-rank artifacts are rare, they aren't enough to break our bones. I thought Treasure Trove Pavilion had collected an Origin King-grade artifact this time. And we were all looking forward to it, but it turned out to be just an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact." Yanpei stood there, as if he hadn't heard anything, only a faint sneer on his face. The people in the private rooms had all received the news in advance, and had ordered people to collect Saint Crystals, but no one knew what kind of precious item Treasure Trove Pavilion had taken out this time. After all, this was a secret, so Yanpei wouldn't spread it around. He also believed that with Qian Tong's shrewdness, it was impossible for them to leak any information to others. Each of them had collected a lot of Saint Crystals, but now they only had a single origin-grade mid-rank artifact, which was naturally disappointing and made them feel like they were making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, this artifact still had to be snatched. With an origin-grade mid-rank artifact in front of them, even if they couldn't win it, they had to raise the price as much as possible to make others suffer. For a time, everyone secretly waited with the mentality of harming others without benefiting themselves. Yanpei then said something that made everyone cough up blood. "This artifact is most suitable for women. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can buy it and give it to a woman you like. This old master can guarantee that any man who buys it will be able to win the heart of a beautiful woman." Disrespectful old bastard. Inside the private room of Colored Glass Sect, In Su Dai ground her teeth and cursed. The reason she hadn't snatched the exquisite twin daggers just now was because she wanted to wait and see if there was anything better coming up. Sure enough, now that the Dragon Striker whip had appeared, she had secretly made up her mind to snatch this Dragon Striker whip. She also believed that with her popularity, once she made a bid, many people would give up trying to compete with her. But she hadn't expected Yanpei to say such words. Wasn't this just creating a lot of competition for her? A middle-aged woman next to In Su Dai gently patted her hand and comforted her. "Rest assured, we'll definitely win it." "Thank you, second madam." In Su Dai smiled sweetly. Dragon Striker Whip, starting price 1 million. Each increase must be no less than 100,000. Everyone make your bids. Yanpei had said everything he needed to say and had roused the mood of the crowd, so now it was time to watch people fight to the death. This was his favorite part of the auction. Every time someone fought to the death, he would feel happy and feel many years younger. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of bidding immediately rang out from the various private rooms. 1,100,000. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. 2 million. The masters who had been constantly belittling this Dragon Striker whip seemed to have forgotten what they had just said, and began bidding with red eyes. Not only were there masters and masters from various great forces participating in this bidding war, but there were also some rising stars among them. "I bid 2,100,000. Chu Chongfeng of Heaven Battling Union was always so confident in his bid, as if he was born to be superior to others, as if others should give in to him. 2,300,000. The one who opposed Chu Chongfeng was always Feng Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. The two of them came from one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, so their reputation and strength were on par, so neither of them feared the other. "Brother Feng, why do you want to buy this Dragon Striker whip? It's not suitable for you, isn't it just a waste of money?" Chu Chongfeng grinned meaningfully and continued to bid. 2,500,000. I can't use it, but you can? 2,800,000. Feng Tianzhong did not back down. I'm naturally buying it as a gift. I heard that junior sister Yin of Colored Glass sect is currently in need of an artifact, so this junior brother wants to use this opportunity to offer Buddha 3 million. This was a blatant display of love, and it was done in front of all the masters from Shadowed Star's great forces, causing many of them to hiss in disbelief. Inside Colored Glass sect's private room, the middle-aged woman's face went cold while Yin Su-dai's expression was also very unpleasant. She didn't want to be involved in any scandals because of today's events, so she softly said, "Brother Chu's good intentions Su-dai appreciates, but if I want this Dragon Striker whip, naturally I will bid for it. 3,200,000. Chapter 1161. Yin Su-dai didn't want to bid so early because she really liked this Dragon Striker whip. She had never owned an origin grade mid-rank artifact before, and now that she was entering the Lu Yen Sand field, who knew what kind of dangers she would encounter? Having such an artifact would greatly increase her safety. However, Chu Changfeng had actually led the topic to her, which really annoyed Yin Su-dai. Even if she didn't want to bid, she had no choice but to do so. Although Colored Glass sect wasn't as strong as Heaven Battling Union, it still had the ability to buy an origin-grade mid-rank artifact, so there was no need for Chu Changfeng to cause such a stir and ruin the reputation of her sect. As soon as Yin Su-dai bid, everyone knew what she was thinking. Obviously, she didn't want to accept Chu Changfeng's favor. For a time, many people cast meaningful glances towards Heaven Battling Union's private room, showing gloating expressions. Chu Changfeng, however, didn't care at all and simply declared, "Since junior sister Yin wants to bid, this Chu will not overstep his authority. Junior sister Zhu wins this treasure, so I ask everyone to show mercy. Junior sister Yin rarely bids, so please don't disappoint her." His words were spoken casually, but these half-harsh half-soft words still made many people unhappy. There was nothing they could do about it though. After all, this man was a member of Heaven Battling Union. Only Thunder Typhoon Sect and Star Emperor Sect could be compared to Heaven Battling Union. These three great forces were recognized as the most powerful on Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after Chu Changfeng finished speaking, no one in the noisy auction hall increased the price. Even Feng Tianzhong, who had been opposing him tit for tat, fell silent. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, the delicate woman stared at the Dragon Striker whip with a look of excitement. Qian Tong glanced over at her and asked, "Xianer, do you want this artifact?" The delicate woman called Xian Er's beautiful eyes flashed for a moment before she shook her head. "Xianer doesn't want it." "You really don't want it?" Qian Tong asked. "If you want it, we can bid for it now." The woman smiled lightly. "It's true, master. If it was just an ordinary origin grade mid-rank whip, I would still want it, but the poisonous spike at its end is quite insidious. So Xianer doesn't want it." The handsome young man who had not spoken until now grinned and said, "Junior sister Xian has a kind heart. Even if she encounters injured animals, she will bring them back for treatment. That poisonous spike at the end of the whip really is quite a contrast with her temperament. I like junior sister Xian most." Hearing the young man say such words in front of so many people, the delicate and pretty woman couldn't help but blush. Seeing this, Xian's to you test to be to her, to be to herself to not to. How could he not know that his disciple's words were an excuse? But Xian's dice would of course is Xian's too. After all, Yin Su-dai had already started bidding, and Chu Changfeng was obviously helping her. These two juniors were playing an ambiguous game, so Qian Tong didn't put them in his eyes. He believed that even if he bid for this whip, he wouldn't really offend Colored Glass Sect and Heaven Battling Union. But what if he spent Saint Crystals now and didn't have enough Saint Crystals to buy the final item? It was precisely because Qian Tong knew better than anyone how precious the final auction item was that Shadow Moon Hall hadn't made a single move during this Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, and had instead been saving their strength for the final battle. His disciple's understanding made Qian Tong feel both warm and bitter. He was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. When had he ever had to think twice before buying an artifact for his disciple? Just as he was feeling sad, The handsome young man suddenly shouted, 3,500,000. The appearance of this price caused the originally quiet auction hall to once again burst into discussion. Like I said, it's impossible for an origin-grade mid-rank artifact to sell for only 3,200,000. Finally, someone has increased the price. Who is this? So bold, isn't he afraid of being targeted by Chu Changfeng? He's also from an A-block private room, not a small force. What's there to be afraid of? This is Shadow Moon Hall's private room. I remember Qian Tong's voice coming from inside. The one who bid is the most talented disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang. His personal strength is no worse than Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng's. It's him? Then he must be buying it for Dong Xiener. I heard that the two of them grew up together and have long since developed feelings for each other. I wonder if that's true or not. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Dong Xiener looked at Wei Guchang in amazement, seemingly not having expected him to directly bid. Wei Guchang smiled and said, "If you want it, we'll bid for it. No need to care about others." Saying so, he turned to Qian Tong and asked, "Elder Qian, can I mobilize these several million saint crystals?" Qian Tong smiled lightly, yes. He was greatly relieved. Dong Xiener was his disciple, and although he and Wei Guchang were not master and disciple, Qian Tong had been teaching him cultivation for many years. Although they were not master and disciple, their relationship was closer than that. Both of them had excellent aptitude, and Qian Tong felt that if they had not been born on Shadowed Star, and had instead been born outside, they would have had greater achievements in the future. What satisfied Qian Tong the most was that Wei Guchang took good care of Dong Xiener, doting on her like an elder brother, and tolerating some of Dong Xiener's personality. On top of that, Dong Xiener also had a calm temperament, and did not have the shortcomings of disciples from great forces. It could be said that these two disciples were the most outstanding in Shadow Moon Hall, and were regarded by Qian Tong as the sect's greatest hope. Now that Wei Guchang was participating in this auction for Dong Xiener, Qian Tong naturally supported him. 4 million. Inside Colored Glass Sect's private room, In Su Dai's voice called out again. Although her voice was flat, In Su Dai inside the private room was secretly gnashing her teeth. Originally, if not for Wei Guchang's bid, she might have been able to buy the Dragon Striker whip for 3.2 million saint crystals, but now that Wei Guchang had jumped out, the price had increased significantly. It was tantamount to spending money in vain. On the high platform, the black-faced Yan Pei was calm and unmoving like a mountain. Only when he wasn't paying attention would the corners of his mouth curl up into a faint sneer, which would disappear immediately. An origin-grade mid-rank artifact, wanting to buy it for between 3 million and 4 million? If this old master doesn't sell it for more than 10 million today, this old master won't be called the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Just now, even if Wei Guchang hadn't bid, someone else would have, so black-face Yan Pei wasn't worried about this Dragon Striker whip selling for a low price. 4.2 million. Inside Shadow Moon Hall's private room, Wei Guchang raised the price again almost without hesitation. 4.5 million. In Su Dai also seemed to have become angry, and although her voice was still soft and pleasant, her tone was quite anxious. Wei Guchang was about to raise the price again when Qian Tong suddenly shook his head. Don't bid anymore. Wei Guchang looked at Qian Tong and asked puzzledly, why? Even if this Dragon Striker whip is sold for a few million, it won't be expensive. Yes, but if it ends up in our hands, we will lose the qualification to compete for the final item. And, do you think old Yan Pei is a vegetarian? He will make Colored Glass Sect bleed. There's no need for us to participate. There's another auction item? Wei Guchang was shocked and Dong Xian also asked curiously. Didn't Senior Yan just say that this was the finale of the auction? Can't the finale have 2 items? Qian Tong grinned meaningfully before turning to Wei Guchang and saying, Xianer already understands your intentions. That's enough. There's no need to continue bidding. I understand. Wei Guchang wasn't a person like Chu Changfeng who acted wantonly to win a smile from a beautiful woman, so when Qian Tong said so, he immediately understood the elder's meaning and no longer increased the price. With Wei Guchang not bidding, everyone thought he had withdrawn from the competition, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Black-face Yanpei rolled his eyes towards the box in Shadow Moon Hall and spat disdainfully. Old dog, how cunning. He didn't seem to realize that he and Qian Tong were both difficult to deal with. One had released some news in advance in order to maximize the benefits of this auction item, while the other had directly collected tolls from Heavenly Fate City's space array, causing the various great forces to cry for their mothers and fathers without anyone to complain. Narrowing his eyes, Yanpei looked around the auction hall and saw only the sounds of discussion. No one from any of the private rooms had any intention to bid, causing him to secretly feel annoyed. Just as he was about to use the cards he had arranged to raise the price of the Dragon Striker whip, someone suddenly shouted, "Excuse me for 6 million. This voice came from a B block private room, and no one knew if he was talking about offending Yin Su Dai or Chu Changfeng. In any case, before anyone had even started bidding, this man's momentum was already weaker than the others. It was likely that the person in this private room really wanted to bid for the Dragon Striker whip, but felt a little uneasy, so he first spoke up to show weakness so others wouldn't try to settle accounts with him. Sure enough, as soon as this voice came out, Chu Changfeng's cold snort came from Heaven Battling Union's private room, the threat in his voice obvious. Just now, when Wei Guchang participated in the auction, although Chu Changfeng was dissatisfied, he couldn't say anything. After all, Shadow Moon Hall's strength wasn't weak and Wei Guchang was bidding for Dong Xianer, so it was reasonable. But now a person from a B block private room had jumped out to question his prestige, naturally causing Chu Changfeng's anger to erupt. He had clearly said just now that his junior sister Yin liked this Dragon Striker whip, and had politely asked them to be lenient, but now there were so many people who didn't have eyes looking for trouble. Just as Chu Changfeng was about to say a few words to show off, Yin Su Dai's slightly angry voice rang out from Colored Glass Sec's private room. 5 million. Looking at this situation, Yin Su Dai was determined to win this Dragon Striker whip. She hadn't bid for the origin grade low-rank artifact that had appeared before, so it was impossible for her to miss this opportunity. As soon as the price of 5 million was announced, the B block private room went silent, either because there were no more Saint Crystals to bid, or because they were wary of Chu Changfeng's cold snort. Of course, the latter was more likely. Inside the auction hall, there was another awkward silence. After the price of 5 million was called, no one continued to bid. Inside private room C13, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully, his expression flickering a few times before he suddenly called out a shocking price, 6 million. Before Yang Kai could open his mouth though, Fang Tianzhong's voice rang out, 7 million. Without waiting for Chu Changfeng to bid again, Yang Kai ruthlessly shouted, 8 million. Ha ha ha, I can't let you juniors steal the limelight. This old master bids 5 million. Qian Tong's laughter rang out. Yang Kai froze for a moment, thought about it for a moment, smiled slightly, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and leisurely said to Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation, "Get ready to collect your money, it's about time." Qian Tong had already bid 5 million. He wasn't bidding for the sake of bidding, but rather to draw attention and hatred to himself, immediately increasing the price after Yang Kai made his bid. Qian Tong was a very good person, and this favor was something Yang Kai would accept. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer both looked at Qian Tong in confusion, not knowing why he had suddenly participated in the auction. Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask any questions. Qian Tong naturally had his reasons for doing so. The auction of the Dragon Striker whip was quite dramatic. At the beginning of the auction, not many people dared to ask about this origin-grade mid-rank offensive artifact, but no one could have imagined that at the end, its price would soar, each increase shocking everyone. After Qian Tong bid 5 million, Yin Su Dai immediately followed up with a bid of 9 million, eventually winning the bid. Although the Dragon Striker whip didn't reach 10 million, this price still shocked countless people. 9 million, how many great forces on Shadowed Star could afford such a price? Inside private room C13, Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both stunned, their faces flushed with excitement as they clenched their fists tightly and stared towards Yang Kai in worship. If it weren't for Yang Kai stirring up trouble at the end, this Dragon Striker whip would only have sold for 5 million. But now it had sold for nearly double that price. Counting the origin condensing pill and the twin daggers from before, the three of them had reaped a huge harvest from this auction. 10 million high-rank Saint crystals had been obtained so easily. In the past, neither of them had even dared to dream of such a thing. Do you think 10 million is too much? Yang Kai chuckled. 10 million isn't too much. Wu Yi was stunned. Then how much do you want? Just watch, there's something even more terrifying. Yang Kai took a sip of tea as he stared up at the high platform with a slightly excited expression. He could vaguely feel that this final item would fetch a higher price than the Dragon Striker whip. Although he didn't know what kind of final price it would sell for, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had put it up for auction after the Dragon Striker whip, its value was indisputable. On the high platform, Yanpei lightly coughed and announced, "The next item to be auctioned is the finale." While he was speaking, the beautiful auctioneer from before personally carried a jade plate in front of Yanpei. Everyone could see that the beautiful auctioneer's delicate body was slightly trembling, and the hand that held the jade plate was also trembling. This scene made the experts in the various private rooms extremely curious. This beautiful auctioneer was a member of the Endless Treasures Pavilion, and could be considered as someone who had seen the world and had rich experience. Just what could actually make her so excited? The smile on her pretty face seemed a little stiff. "Everyone, please look." Yanpei lifted the red cloth covering the jade plate, and the final auction item immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a transparent bottle that was neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This bottle was definitely of great value, but what attracted everyone's attention was not the bottle, but the pill lying quietly inside. This pill was round and full, and there were clear crisscrossing lines on its surface, similar to the meridians of a human body. Pill veins. An origin condensing pill with pill veins. Countless cries of alarm rang out from all directions. At this moment, all the major private rooms were filled with varying degrees of commotion. Some people crushed the chairs they were sitting on, some overturned tables, and some broke teacups. At this moment, the various masters of Shadowed Star could no longer remain calm. They, who had always been able to remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of them, were now like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, panicking and making a fool of themselves. The cultivators in the hall were also in an uproar. An origin condensing pill had been auctioned off in the middle of the auction, and was bought by Sea Temple's third temple master Jiang Huayan for a price of 1.01 million saint stones. Now that another origin condensing pill had appeared, everyone naturally recognized it. However, this origin condensing pill was clearly different from the previous one. It was an origin condensing pill with pill veins. An origin condensing pill was a Saint King grade high rank pill, and was extremely difficult to refine. Only origin grade low rank alchemists could refine it, but an origin condensing pill with pill veins was something even origin king grade alchemists could not necessarily refine. At this moment, one had appeared on the auction stage. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flew out from all directions, each of them concealing their auras and their eyes flashing like lightning. These people were all origin returning realm masters of Endless Treasures Pavilion. They flew out and stood on the high platform, surrounding the origin condensing pill with dignified expressions on their faces, as if they would kill anyone who dared to approach. The murderous aura exuding from their bodies was so dense that it was almost tangible, causing the entire auction hall to instantly fall silent. When the masters in the private rooms saw this scene, their emotions gradually calmed down, and they slowly took their seats, but their brows were still filled with shock and determination. They finally understood why Yanpei had sent them a message, and told them to go back and collect Saint Crystals. It turned out that the real finale of the auction was not the Dragon Striker whip, but this origin condensing pill with pill veins. Such an origin condensing pill was absolutely priceless, and worth all of them going bankrupt. Chapter 1163. Treasure Trove Pavilion would hold an auction every 2 or 3 years, But there were very few auctions where the competition was as fierce as today's. Many of the cultivator spectators in the hall had their mouths wide open, unable to close them for a long time. The numbers being reported from the private rooms made them feel like they were in a dream, unable to believe what they were seeing. If they hadn't happened to attend this auction, none of them would have known that these great forces had such a powerful heritage. After 60 million, many of the elders in the private rooms sighed sadly and withdrew from the competition. This number was a watershed, enough to make 80% of the great forces on Shadowed Star sigh. Inside Colored Glass Sec's private room, Yin Sudai's pretty face was filled with shock. When someone bid 50 million, Colored Glass Sect had already given up. The middle-aged woman sitting next to Yin Sudai sighed heavily and smiled bitterly. Let's just watch the show. Second, madam. Have these people gone crazy? Even if an origin condensing pill with pill veins is valuable, it shouldn't be so expensive, right? Why are they acting so crazily? Yin Sudai turned her head and asked the middle-aged woman. Not only was Yin Sudai asking this question, but all the leading figures of the younger generation in the private rooms were also asking the same question. None of them understood why their elders were spending so much money to bid for an origin condensing pill. An origin condensing pill could only increase the chances of a third-order Saint King cultivator breaking through to the origin returning realm. It wasn't an origin nirvana pill. If it were an origin nirvana pill that could increase a third-order origin returning realm cultivator's breakthrough to the origin king realm, everyone could understand why they were bidding so high, but this was clearly just an origin condensing pill. Fang Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer all looked towards their respective elders, hoping they could solve their doubts. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, after Qian Tong called out the price of 65 million, he took a moment to say, "Do you think everyone is just bidding for an origin condensing pill? You're wrong. This origin condensing pill has formed pill veins, and can definitely allow a third-order Saint King realm cultivator to smoothly break through to the origin returning realm. If this was the extent of its true value, then it wouldn't be too expensive. At most 2 million to 3 million Saint crystals. Its true value is that it is rumored to be able to develop the full potential of a cultivator. Think about it, if it really has such an effect, then after a cultivator takes this origin condensing pill, their future cultivation will be smooth sailing. Perhaps after reaching the third-order origin returning realm, they will be able to break through the shackles of Shadowed Star and break through to the origin king realm." Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were both shocked, the former asking in horror, "Elder, do you mean to say that they are not bidding for a pill that can create an origin returning realm master, but for a chance to become an origin king?" "Indeed." Qian Tong nodded seriously. "You juniors don't understand the true value of this pill, so I don't blame you, but us seniors have studied the origin king realm for hundreds of years. Before us, there were many seniors who spent even more time searching for a way to break through to the origin king realm. Taking an origin condensing pill that has formed pill veins is one of the feasible methods. Whether this method can succeed or not, no one knows, but even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we must try to seize it." There was no origin king realm on Shadowed Star, but once an origin king appeared, they could dominate all of Shadowed Star. For this possibility, what was a few million Saint crystals? As long as they could dominate Shadowed Star, these Saint crystals could be taken back at any time. "Disciple understands." Wei Guchang nodded lightly. Qian Tong glanced at him and smiled. "An origin condensing pill can only be taken by a third-order Saint King cultivator, so we are bidding for it now for the younger disciples of our respective sects. In my Shadow Moon Hall, only you and Xian are qualified to take it, but your aptitude is better than Xianer's, so if you can obtain it, this origin condensing pill will be yours. You don't have to worry about that." Wei Guchang grinned. "Disciple doesn't think so. If we can obtain it, either Xian or I can take it." His expression was calm, without the slightest pretense, and after exchanging a glance with Dong Xianer, the two of them smiled at each other. Qian Tong nodded with satisfaction. He was very confident about these two disciples of his. He believed that even if this origin condensing pill was sold to him, the two of them would still try to push it out of each other's hands. It was impossible for senior brother and junior sister to become enemies over a single pill. However, whether he could obtain it or not, Qiantong wasn't sure. There were only 5 forces still bidding right now. Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sea Temple and Shadow Moon Hall. All the other great forces had already lost their qualifications. If it weren't for Qiantong collecting so many tolls before, Shadow Moon Hall would have withdrawn, but even so, Qiantong wasn't confident he could obtain it. Now that the price of this origin condensing pill had reached 68 million, he only had 80 million Saint Crystals left, which would soon break through the bottom line he could afford. Qiantong frowned anxiously as he glanced over at Luo Qing standing next to him, wishing he could beat this bastard up again. Feeling the elder's malicious gaze, Luo Qing couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know how he had offended the elder, but it seemed the elder found him particularly unpleasant today. 70 million. From Heaven Battling Union's private room, a vigorous bid rang out. It should be one of the elders of Heaven Battling Union. In a game of this level, a junior like Chu Changfeng wasn't qualified to bid. 75 million. Heaven Battling Union's bid was immediately refreshed, and the person from private room A1 followed decisively without the slightest hesitation. Inside private room C13, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this price. Like Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer and the others, he didn't understand why these people were acting so crazily. It was as if they had lost all sense of reason. In his opinion, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had used this origin condensing pill as the final auction item, it would definitely sell for a higher price than the Dragon Striker Whip, but this price was simply too outrageous. He had once again misjudged the value of the item he had taken out. With such a situation occurring, Yang Kai felt that it wasn't his fault, and that there was something else he didn't understand. How could he have known that the cultivator on Shadowed Star would actually use an origin condensing pill that had formed pill veins to develop the potential of a cultivator in order to reach the Origin King realm? At this moment, Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing that he hadn't refined both origin condensing pills with pill veins. At that time, in order to participate in the auction, he had deliberately refined an ordinary origin condensing pill, and one with pill veins. His original intention was just to get some Saint Crystals for Yang Yen to buy the materials he needed to arrange the spirit array, but in the end, he had obtained a shocking amount of money. Yang Kai, don't tell us this origin condensing pill was also auctioned by you. Wu bit her red lip lightly as she turned to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Ah. Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Wu Yi and Yang Yen both covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise and shock. Compared with the price of this origin condensing pill, the 10 million or so Saint Crystals they had obtained before was nothing. The bidding continued, and Yen Pei's black face showed a rare blush as he stood on the high platform and smiled. Only 5 forces were bidding, each of them exerting their full strength. After the price reached 80 million, Sea Temple and Shadow Moon Hall had no choice but to withdraw one after another, deep sighs coming from their private rooms. Such a price had exceeded their bottom line. After these 2 forces withdrew, only Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect remained. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 private rooms they had been assigned. Every time they increased the price, the people from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect would hesitate for a long time before bidding again. On the other hand, the A1 private room belonging to Star Emperor Sect increased the price as decisively as ever, demonstrating their boldness and wealth. Yang Kai had noticed this private room a long time ago. From beginning to end, it seemed they had only purchased some origin-grade artifacts and pills. After asking Wu Yi, Yang Kai learned that this was Star Emperor Sect's private room. Moreover, according to Wu Yi, although Star Emperor Sect was one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, its people rarely appeared outside. It seemed that there weren't many people in Star Emperor Sect, most of them in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain. The reason for this name was that the founders of Star Emperor Sect had obtained some of the Star Emperor's inheritances, and all of them claimed to be the Star Emperor's disciples. Under normal circumstances, Star Emperor Sect would not have any conflicts with other great forces, and could be considered a relatively peaceful sect. However, no one dared to underestimate them because it was rumored that they had many top masters at the Third Order Origin returning realm. After another stick of incense worth of time, the price of the Origin condensing pill rose to 90 million Saint crystals, the price quoted by Thunder Typhoon sect. 100 million. The A1 private room directly raised the price by 10 million, showing great determination and courage. Inside Thunder Typhoon sect's private room, the master who bid smiled bitterly, knowing that even if he increased the price again, Star Emperor sect would still compete, so he could only loudly announce, Thunder Typhoon sect withdraws from the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, Heaven Battling Union also announced their withdrawal from the competition, spending 100 million Saint crystals to buy a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. And even if it succeeded, it would be at least a few hundred years later. Who knew what would happen in a few hundred years? Perhaps some other more effective method would be found. After weighing the pros and cons, Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven Battling Union naturally decided not to bid again. Yanpei also knew that no one was richer than Star Emperor sect, so he stepped forward and quickly shouted 3 times. The entire auction ended with Star Emperor sect's final victory. Congratulations to Star Emperor sect for winning. The finale of the auction rang out one after another from the private rooms. Naturally, people from Treasure Trove Pavilion went to Star Emperor sect's private room to hand over the goods. Yanpei stood on the high platform and announced the perfect end of the auction, once again thanking all the great forces for coming, winning him a round of applause and greetings. The people in the auction hall got up and left one after another, and the masters in the private rooms also left one after another. Yang Kai's group of 3 didn't move. Qian Tong had said before that they shouldn't rush to leave after the auction was over, as he still had something to say. Yang Kai also happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he naturally stayed behind. Chapter 1164. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong remained motionless for a long time, a faint look of annoyance appearing on his face. If he had known that even after receiving 30 million spirit stones, he still wouldn't have been able to obtain the Origin condensing pill, Qian Tong would have definitely bought the Dragon Striker whip for his disciple. Now that he had obtained nothing, he naturally felt some regret. After waiting for a stick of incense worth of time, Qian Tong turned to the Shadow Moon Hall disciples standing nearby and said, "You can go back first. The Lu Yen Sandfield will open soon. After you go back, make sure to cultivate well." The disciples nodded and left, leaving only Wei Guchang behind. Qian Tong got up and said, "You two come with me. I'll take you to see someone." "Yes." Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer obediently followed behind him. Inside private room C13, Wu Yi took out some saint crystals and gave them to the 2 female Shadow Moon Hall disciples who had been waiting nearby, sending them away under their joyful thanks. The 3 of them waited for a long time, but Qian Tong didn't arrive. Just as they were feeling bored, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi and she immediately ran over to open the door. Qian Tong walked in with a smile on his face, a young man and a young woman behind him. "Nephew Yang, I've kept you waiting." Qian Tong cupped his fists and politely greeted. "Senior is too polite. Junior has nothing to do anyway." Yang Kai got up and greeted him. Hearing Yang Kai's change in address, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and his smile became wider. Before, Yang Kai had always called him Elder Qian, but now he had become senior, obviously with a trace of respect. How could Qian Tong not understand that it was because of his help this time that Yang Kai was somewhat grateful to him? He didn't point it out and sat down at Yang Kai's invitation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, who had been following behind Qian Tong, wore strange expressions on their faces. Originally, when Qian Tong said he was taking them to see someone, they thought they were going to meet an elder of some family, but when they arrived, they discovered that the person they were going to meet was actually a young man who was younger than them, and whose strength wasn't too high, only a first-order Saint King. What did such a person have to be treated so seriously by the elders? The 2 of them had followed Qian Tong for a long time. From Qian Tong's words and demeanor, they could even sense a hint of caution. He was definitely not someone from the 3 top forces. Where did this guy come from? "These 2 are." Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer suspiciously. Although he had already guessed their identities, it was better to pretend that he didn't know. Why did Qian Tong bring them here? However, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before he immediately understood Qian Tong's intentions. Qian Tong also seemed to have just remembered and chuckled. I forgot to introduce them to nephew. Pointing to the handsome man, he said, This is my Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciple in several hundred years, Wei Guchang. Then he pointed to the woman and said, This is this old master's inferior disciple, Dong Xianer. You two quickly greet brother Yang Kai. When Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer heard Qian Tong's introduction, they were secretly shocked. It had always been the juniors who bowed to their seniors. Among those of the same generation, the order of greeting was based on their cultivation and status. This guy named Yang Kai was a nobody and his cultivation was much lower than the two of them. Why did the elder want them to greet him first? Thinking so, the two of them were stunned for a moment. For the first time, they didn't act according to Qian Tong's instructions. Seeing this, how could Qian Tong not know what they were puzzled about? Although these two disciples had good temperaments and didn't have the bad attitudes of disciples from other great forces, they also had their own pride. It could be said that even if Feng Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng were standing here, they weren't qualified to make these two lower their statuses. After all, these people were all peers. Qian Tong was secretly anxious, fearing that the two's attitude would displease Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was displeased, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Qian Tong was also annoyed. If he had known earlier, he would have made things clear to them before coming here and wouldn't have made things so awkward. Yang Kai, however, didn't care and just chuckled and cupped his fists. So it is Brother Wei. I have long heard of your great name. He had only heard of Wei Guchang's name today, so although he didn't mean what he said, Qian Tong still had to give face. Wei Guchang gently nodded and also cupped his fists, but didn't say anything. Yang Kai then turned to Dong Xianer and said, Greetings, Dong Xianer. Dong Xianer gracefully returned the gesture, and, like Wei Guchang, didn't say anything. Qian Tong laughed and said, This Qian is old, but you are about the same age. In the future, you should get to know each other better. Yang Kai didn't say anything. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer also didn't say anything. They didn't feel that there was a need for them to get close to Yang Kai. Although the elder seemed to think highly of this person, only the strong could win their respect. If it was only because of status, no matter how high one's birth was, it wasn't worth it for them to bow and bend their knees. Qian Tong also seemed to feel that he didn't handle this matter well. Originally, he brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer to find Yang Kai because he felt that they were about the same age, and it would be easy to make friends with them. As long as they made friends with Yang Kai, they wouldn't have to worry about not getting benefits in the future. However, he found that he had underestimated the arrogance of his two disciples. Immediately, his interest waned and he had them wait outside. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer bowed and left, as if they had come here just to see Yang Kai. After they left, Qian Tong smiled bitterly and said, We've shown nephew Yang a disgrace. This old master has failed to discipline his disciples properly. Yang Kai shook his head. Today, I also saw a lot of Shadowed Star's young talents. To be honest, these two gave me a better impression than the others. There was no need to mention Chu Changfeng. Yang Kai hated this kind of person. When Feng Tianzhong confronted Chu Changfeng in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he didn't care about others at all. If it weren't for Yang Kai's strength, he would have made a fool of himself on the spot, causing Yang Kai to have a bad impression of him. Yin Su Dai also didn't look like a good woman. Although she was young, she was quite tactful. At the very least, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer didn't have the shortcomings of these people. Their temperaments were also relatively straightforward. Otherwise, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Of course, Yang Kai was just comforting Qian Tong. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to make friends with these two. These two had their own pride, but so did Yang Kai. No one was perfect. Sure enough, Yang Kai's words completely relieved Qian Tong, and he began chatting with Yang Kai with a smile on his face. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, Senior, before the auction began, Senior said he had something to discuss with me. What is it? Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression became solemn as he asked, has nephew Yang heard of Lu Yen Sand Field? Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise, wondering if the matter he wanted to discuss with him was the same one he wanted to discuss with him. Nodding gently, Yang Kai replied, I've heard of it and know about its strangeness. Good. Qian Tong took a sip of tea before continuing to ask, I wonder if nephew Yang would like to go to the Lu Yen Sand Field? What does senior mean? Although Yang Kai wanted to go there, he didn't want to immediately express his intentions. He didn't know why Qian Tong had specifically come to him to discuss this. Nephew Yang, please don't misunderstand. Qian Tong smiled. Originally, this old master wouldn't recommend you to go to a place like the Lu Yen Sand Field. After all, it is too dangerous. Every time someone enters it, they suffer heavy losses. 60% of those who come out alive are already very good. But I heard that nephew Yang once killed a third-order Saint King cultivator. Is that true? Indeed. Although Qian Tong had heard about this from Luo Qing, hearing Yang Kai admitted himself still surprised him. He immediately understood that Yang Kai's combat strength was also very good, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to kill a cultivator above his own realm. If that's the case, nephew Yang is qualified to go there. I just don't know if you want to go, but if you do, this old master can arrange for you to enter. Yang Kai frowned. Are there any restrictions on entering that place? He thought that once the Lu Yen Sand Field opened, all he needed to do was find a place to enter, so he wanted to ask Qian Tong about its location and opening time. Naturally there are restrictions. Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. You don't think that place is open to everyone, do you? I only know that it can only be entered at special times. Qian Tong laughed. It seems that nephew Yang doesn't know much about the Lu Yen Sand Field. Please enlighten me, senior. Yang Kai immediately asked for guidance. The Lu Yen Sand Field can only be entered at special times, but not everyone can go there. First, origin-returning realm cultivators cannot enter. If they enter, they will die without a doubt. Qian Tong said seriously. Why? Yang Kai was shocked. Because of Sure. Sure is a power unique to an origin-returning realm cultivator, but the Lu Yen Sand Field doesn't seem to allow Sure to exist. Once an origin-returning realm cultivator enters, whether they use their Sure or not, they will immediately be burned to death. Yang Kai's face paled as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't been able to use Sure during his retreat some time ago, otherwise he would have missed this opportunity. It seemed that there were gains and losses in everything. To the side, Wu Yi and Yang Yin were dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know about this either. This was discovered by the seniors on Shadowed Star at the cost of many lives. Qian Tong sighed slightly. Moreover, the Lu Yen Sand Field is useless to those with low strength. When it is open, the power of the heat is indeed reduced greatly, but it is still not something a Saint Realm cultivator can resist. Chapter 1165. Quota. Yang Kai frowned, turning to Qian Tong and asking, is there a limit to the number of people who can enter the Lu Yen Sand Field? That's what this old master wanted to tell you. Qian Tong nodded. In fact, when the Lu Yen Sand Field first opened, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter, but as you know, Shadowed Star is short on cultivation resources. The higher the quality of the things, the fewer there are. The Lu Yen Sand Field is one of the 3 great restricted zones, so naturally, there are many good things inside. All the great forces are coveting that place, so a problem arises. A long time ago, when the Lu Yen Sand Field opened, all the Saint King Realm cultivators who were qualified to enter entered at once. With so many people entering, everyone's harvest became smaller and smaller, so the next time the Lu Yen Sand Field opened, no one would be able to obtain anything. Excessive mining can indeed cause such a problem. Yang Kai nodded. What nephew Yang says is correct, so the great forces on Shadowed Star joined forces to set some restrictions on the Lu Yen Sand Field. That is, each force cannot send too many people into the sand field. For example, Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect are allowed to send 60 people into the sand field, while lesser forces such as my Shadow Moon Hall are allowed to send 50 people in. Even smaller forces can only send 2 or 3 people into the sand field. On the one hand, this is to reduce the loss of Saint King realm cultivators on Shadowed Star, and on the other hand, to maintain the number of precious treasures in the Lu Yen sand field. After thousands of years of the flowing time Great Emperor, all the great forces have been very conscientious. Every time the Lu Yen sand field opens, they will select people according to this quota, so there is a limit to the number of people who can enter. Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating he understood. Qiantong continued. Even so, every time the Lu Yen sand field opens, no less than 10,000 people enter. However, the Lu Yen desert is very big. No one knows how big it is, so even if 10,000 people enter it, it won't matter. At this point, Yang Kai immediately understood what Qiantong meant. If he wanted to enter, he would have to use one of the slots in the Shadow Moon Hall. However, the Shadow Moon Hall could accommodate 50 people, so one slot was not a problem. Moreover, if you want to enter the Lu Yen sand field, you can't go anywhere. You have to go through some special places. The forbidden area of the Lu Yen sand field is very strange. We once suspected that it was a huge formation set up by a powerful person in antiquity times, but we couldn't find a way to break it. When the power of its heat weakens, there will be some weak links similar to the formation door in different places. Those who enter must go through these weak links to enter the Lu Yen sand field. Otherwise, they can't enter. Yang Kai heard what Qiantong said, and immediately understood that he had underestimated the problem. Entering the Lu Yen sand field required a slot, and it had to be done at a special time and through a special place. It was not like what he thought before, that once the Lu Yen sand field opened, he could enter at will. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Senior, I want to enter the Lu Yen sand field. I will have to trouble you." Qiantong laughed. "Nephew Yang is too polite. If I had treated you as an outsider, this old master would not have said so much to you today. But since you intend to enter this place, leave the rest to this old master. I will make sure you are satisfied." He was afraid that Yang Kai would not ask him for help. Although Qiantong felt that he had confided in Yang Kai and sincerely wanted to make friends with him, he was afraid that Yang Kai would not appreciate it. After all, young people were proud and arrogant. It was normal that they did not care about old men like him. Now that Yang Kai wanted to ask him for help, he was naturally happy. Changing the topic, Qiantong said, "But nephew, if you want to enter, you have to be fully prepared." "What do I need to prepare?" Yang Kai asked modestly. "You must refine some secret treasures that can resist the heat. If you don't have a suitable secret treasure, I can provide you with some ice monster beast body materials. Secret treasures refined from these materials are most suitable for use in the Lu Yen sand field. I have also prepared a lot of materials, so you don't have to worry about not having enough." Yang Kai was about to refuse, but suddenly his heart moved. He thoughtfully asked, "Brother Wei and Miss Dong are also going to the Lu Yen sand field, right?" Qiantong nodded. "Of course. Although that place is dangerous, they are the two most outstanding disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. How can they grow without experiencing some hardships? Then the secret treasures they have." Qiantong smiled awkwardly. "I have purchased a few, but most of them are Saint King grade high rank. I don't know how useful they will be. My Shadow Moon Hall originally had an origin grade artifact refiner, but he is too old to perform artifact refining." Yang Kai raised his brow. "If Senior is not worried, you might as well give the ice monster beast body materials to me. In a few days, I will give them 2 origin grade secret treasures to protect themselves." Qiantong had already determined that there was an origin grade artifact refiner behind him, so Yang Kai didn't need to hide it. Moreover, he had deliberately said that he had collected a lot of materials, obviously intending to ask his imaginary master to refine them. Qiantong had helped him a lot these days, providing him with a spot to enter the Lu Yen sand field and all kinds of information. So Yang Kai didn't mind returning the favor. If others respect him, he would respect him tenfold. Sure enough, seeing that Yang Kai was so thoughtful, Qiantong was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, this old master can rest assured. Ha 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 ha, then I'll have to trouble nephew Yang." Just now, He had been thinking about what to do if Yang Kai couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. For the future of Shadow Moon Hall, he could only put down his old face and ask for help directly. He hadn't expected that just by saying a few words in a roundabout way, Yang Kai would actually understand. Saying so, Qian Tong directly took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. He had already prepared the materials and was just waiting for this moment to come. Moreover, he had deliberately brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer here. On the one hand, he wanted to let them meet Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to ask Yang Kai to help him refine the secret treasures. Unfortunately, those two didn't have good eyesight and wasted Qian Tong's painstaking efforts. Yang Kai took the space ring and glanced through it casually, quickly discovering a large number of monster beast materials exuding a cold aura. Judging from the richness of this aura, it was definitely a ninth-order monster beast. Even the monster beast's monster core was inside. Shadowed Star didn't lack alchemy and artifact refining raw materials. What it lacked was high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners. With so many materials, it was enough to refine 4 or 5 secret treasures. Nephew Yang, I'll leave this matter to you. This old master is very grateful. Senior has helped me a lot, so there's no need to be so polite. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know. Qian Tong nodded repeatedly. Although Yang Kai was just being polite, he felt very comfortable listening to him. By the way, Senior, when will the Lu Yen Sand field open? Yang Kai asked. Qian Tong hesitated for a moment before replying. This kind of thing is hard to say. It may take 1 or 2 months, maybe 3 or 4 months, depending on when the power of the heat weakens. However, you can rest assured, the Lu Yen Sandfield is surrounded by masters from various great forces who are constantly monitoring it. Once it opens, we'll receive news and it won't be too late to set off. You should take advantage of this time to recover your strength. Once I receive news, I'll inform you immediately. Saying so, Qian Tong handed a communication artifact to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and threw it into his space ring. At that moment, there was a knock on the door again. Wu Yi walked over and opened the door, only to see Luo Qing walk in with a cautious expression on his face. Qian Tong smiled and said, "It must be that old dog Yan Pei who asked Luo Qing to deliver the Saint Crystals." Yang Kai's spirit shook while Wu Yi and Yang Yan's beautiful eyes also lit up. At the auction, Yang Kai had sent 4 items to Qian Tong, each of which had sold for a high price. It wasn't until now that the total amount of Saint Crystals had been settled. Yang Kai had been waiting here not only to wait for Qian Tong, but also to wait for his earnings. Thinking about the hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals, even Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Luo Qing stepped forward and respectfully placed a space ring on the table before saying, "Manager Yen said that there should be 165.045 million Saint Crystals, but because of the huge amount of Saint Crystals being auctioned, the total amount is 107 million Saint Crystals. Brother Yang, please count them." 107 million. Yang Kai frowned. This number was somewhat wrong. Qian Tong thought about it for a moment before explaining with a smile. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions charge a processing fee of 10% of the auction proceeds, which is to say, out of 100 million Saint Crystals, they will take 10 million. Too greedy. Wu Yi and Yang Yan exclaimed in unison. 10 million Saint Crystals gone just like that, causing them to feel distressed. Qian Tong continued. However, Yan Pei seems to have only taken half of it this time. At least he still has a bit of conscience, and probably wants to cooperate with you more in the future. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There won't be such good things in the future. That origin condensing pill was obtained by Master by chance, and is the only one of its kind. However, Senior, why are they so frantically competing for that origin condensing pill with pill veins? Seeing the puzzled look on Yang Kai's face, Qian Tong laughed and said, "Gu Chang and Xian are also asked this old master this question before." After explaining the reason, Yang Kai understood that it wasn't that these people were crazy, but rather that they were too obsessed with the pursuit of the Origin King realm, so they didn't care how many Saint Crystals they had to pay. After knowing this, Yang Kai's heart settled. An origin condensing pill with pill veins was something he could refine at any time with his alchemy skills, but he was currently missing one of the main ingredients to refine this origin condensing pill. There were countless precious treasures in his black book space, thousands of origin grade herbs, and 200 to 300 origin king grade herbs, but only 2 stalks of emerald silkgrass, which were necessary to refine the origin condensing pill, had been used up. So before he obtained the emerald silkgrass, Yang Kai couldn't refine an origin condensing pill, so naturally, he wouldn't have a chance to cooperate with Treasure Trove Pavilion. What's more, now that he had over 100 million Saint Crystals, he didn't need to sell anything. Even Shadow Moon Hall couldn't take out 100 million Saint Crystals. What? Wei Guchang was also shocked. Doesn't that mean that person's master is an origin grade mid-rank artifact refiner? When did our shadowed star produce such a master? That's the biggest reason why I want to befriend him. Shadowed Star really doesn't have such an artifact refining grandmaster, but he came from the outside. The outside? Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener looked at each other, a look of yearning flashing across their eyes. Yes, he came from the outside. Shadowed Star can almost be said to be isolated from the outside world, and the nearest cultivation star is far from us. The level of artifact refining on Shadowed Star is not enough for us to refine luxurious starships that can pass through the vast star territory and resist all kinds of dangers, so we don't know how wonderful the outside world is. We only know that there are Origin King Realm Masters, Origin King Grade Alchemists, and artifact refiners out there, all of which are outside our territory. If we can't go to the outside world, how did he come here? Dong Xiener asked suspiciously. It was just a coincidence. Qian Tong smiled. When I first met him, this old master didn't dare inquire about him for fear of offending him, but some time ago, I specifically asked Luo Qing to collect some information about him, and found that he was brought back from the star field by a starship belonging to the Heiko family. At that time, he was the only one brought back, and he admitted that he came from a place called Rainfall Star. This old master has heard of Rainfall Star, and there is indeed such a cultivation star. Since he was the only one brought back, why did Master say that there was an origin grade mid-rank artifact refiner behind him? I don't know what the intentions of the person behind him are, but that person must have been secretly protecting him, because when the Heiko family starship was about to return to Shadowed Star, it was attacked by a large group of black rock beasts. At that time, the Heiko family starship was in imminent danger and was on the verge of being destroyed, but at the most critical moment, a golden spear suddenly appeared and swept through the black rock beasts, saving all of them. Afterwards, the Heiko family disciples didn't even know who had saved them because that person never showed up. Qian Tong said unhurriedly. This information was obtained by Luo Qing and was witnessed by many of the Heiko family disciples. So this old master is certain that there was someone protecting Yang Kai from behind at that time, and that person should be his master. It had to be said that Qian Tong's inference was reasonable. Anyone who obtained this information and combined it with the various high-grade artifacts Yang Kai sold would have come to the same conclusion. However, he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength and also underestimated Yang Yan's strength. Qian Tong believed that the existence of his master was reasonable. No wonder if he had come from the outside, then he may have been an origin grade mid-rank artifact refiner. Wei Guchang gently nodded. You are all people who know what's important. As for pills, Yang Kai was preparing to refine 1 or 2 bottles of snow and ice pills. The snow and ice pills that appeared at the auction were origin grade low rank, and were the only pills Yang Kai could refine at this stage, so he wasn't lacking in materials. As for other things like healing pills, Yang Kai already had a lot of them, so there was no need for him to refine them. On top of that, he had great confidence in his body's restorative abilities. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just explode a drop of golden blood. With the enormous vitality contained in his golden blood, as long as his foundation wasn't damaged, he should be able to recover. What remained was the most important thing. Yang Kai wanted to improve the power of his space blade as soon as possible. The several dozen cultivators who followed Wu Yi were all busy while Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both concentrating on something, both of them looking very excited. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, the two women were stunned for a moment, but soon understood and put down what they were doing and walked over. Are you going to leave? Wu Yi asked. Yang Kai nodded gently and said, after I leave, don't let anyone enter my stone room, and don't touch the profound insect stone inside. There are some very dangerous things inside. I know, Wu Yi responded quickly. The 2 origin-grade artifacts Elder Qian requested have been delivered, right? Yang Kai turned to Yang Yan again. I gave them to them long ago. About 10 days after you entered seclusion, Elder Qian personally delivered a large number of materials. At that time, I gave the 2 artifacts to him. That's good. You can go, but Xiao Xiao has to stay. Without his help, refining things is too laborious, Yang Yan added. Xiao Xiao was the stone mongoose, a name Yang Yan had given him without permission. Yang Kai didn't care in any case. On this trip to the Lu Yen sand field, he wouldn't need the stone mongoose, so he nodded and agreed. After exhorting them a few more things, he hurriedly rushed towards Heavenly Fate City. Halfway there, Yang Kai saw a blue light fly over from the distance, and upon arriving, he discovered that it was Luo Qing. Young Master Yang. Luo Qing stopped his star shuttle and cupped his fist to Yang Kai. Elder Qian said to take you to the space array as soon as possible. Everyone is ready. You're the only one left. Many thanks. Yang Kai returned the courtesy and rushed towards Heavenly Fate City with him. On the way, Yang Kai asked Luo Qing about the Lu Yen sand field. Luo Qing didn't know much, only that the restricted area was about to open. Now, all the great forces on Shadowed Star were rushing to different entrances, waiting for the restricted area to open before immediately swarming in. Flying over Heavenly Fate City, the pair arrived directly in front of a palace. After entering the palace, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were almost 200 people gathered here, 90% of whom were Saint King Realm cultivator. Most of them were second or third order Saint Kings, with a few first order Saint Kings present. Lu Yen sand field was very dangerous, so even a first order Saint King wouldn't be of much use inside. Yang Kai frowned. Didn't Qian Tong say that there were only 50 spots in the Shadow Moon Hall? Why are there so many people here? And looking at their posture, it seemed that they were all going to the Lu Yen sand field through the space array. As soon as Yang Kai arrived, he attracted countless gazes. Qian Tong even came out laughing and greeted him enthusiastically. Nephew Yang, you've come at the right time. We have just finished gathering here, and will soon open the space array. Come with this old master. Last time, Yang Kai promised to help him refine 2 origin-grade artifacts, and it only took him 10 days to obtain them. Although they were only origin-grade low-rank artifacts, they were infinitely close to origin-grade mid-rank. Now, these 2 defensive artifacts had been taken away by Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. If these 2 artifacts were to be put up for auction, they would be worth at least 4 million Saint Crystals, not to mention they were ice attribute artifacts, which were the best way to restrain the heat of Lu Yen sand field, so their price would likely be even higher. Qian Tong's previous efforts to show goodwill to Yang Kai had all been taken back. Now, Qian Tong was naturally extremely polite to Yang Kai. Even this time, when everyone was gathered, Qian Tong had first gathered everyone before sending a message to Yang Kai, afraid that Yang Kai would wait too long. The guard took it and checked it before returning it, and happily letting them pass. After leaving the hall, Wei Guchang said, Brother Yang, please come with me. This is Jian City, 1,000,000 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City. We need to fly for a day or 2 before we can reach the edge of the Lu Yen Desert. Brother Wei, please lead the way. Yang Kai nodded. He was not familiar with the places on Shadowed Star, so naturally he would follow Wei Guchang's lead at this moment. Wei Guchang did not say a word, simply summoning his star shuttle and extending his hand to Dong Xianer. Dong Xianer's face blushed slightly as she glared at him, seemingly blaming him for acting so boldly in front of others. Wei Guchang laughed and said, Brother Yang is not an outsider. What's there to be shy about? Dong Xian'er couldn't argue with him, so she stretched out her hand and allowed Wei Guchang to pull her up onto the star shuttle. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as this scene made him feel a little warm. His impression of Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er couldn't help changing as he quickly summoned his star shuttle. 2 blue lights flashed and the group of 3 flew off in a certain direction, soon leaving Jian City. Wei Guchang's star shuttle was the same as Yang Kai's, both Saint King grade high rank, so even if it carried one person, the difference in speed wasn't great. After leaving Jian City, Wei Guchang said, Elder Qian said that Brother Yang doesn't know much about the Luyan Desert. Does Brother Yang have anything he wants to know? If this Wei knows, he will definitely tell you the truth. Yang Kai was just about to ask about these things when Wei Guchang took the initiative to speak. I only know that we need to pass through some special places to enter the Luyan Desert. As for the situation inside the Luyan Desert, and what we need to pay attention to, I don't know, so I hope Brother Wei can give me some pointers. Seeing Yang Kai speak so politely, Wei Guchang also smiled. I wouldn't dare give you pointers, but this Wei has some elders to guide me, so I understand a little more than Brother Yang. It's not a big deal. As long as Brother Yang asks around, he will be able to understand. He learned from Qian Tong that Yang Kai came from the outside world, so Yang Kai probably really didn't know anything about the Luyan Desert, so he patiently told Yang Kai everything he knew. Dong Xian, interjected from time to time, each time hitting the nail on the head and speaking bluntly. With the cooperation of the brother and sister, Yang Kai quickly gained a comprehensive understanding of the Luyan Desert. The Luyan Desert was shrouded in scorching heat all year round, so origin-returning realm masters and Saint King realm cultivators were not allowed to enter. Only now could a Saint King realm cultivator enter to explore. However, not all parts of the Luyan Desert were covered in scorching heat. It could be considered a large circular territory, and the Luyan Desert was divided into several layers. The outermost territory was the scorching heat zone, so the deeper one went, the more dangerous it became. In this scorching heat zone, there were some precious treasures, but even more rare ores. These ores had been baked by the scorching heat for many years and were extremely pure. Some of these ores could even be directly used for artifact refining, and their quality was extremely high, several times more valuable than those mined outside. The danger of the scorching heat zone wasn't just the unbearable heat, but also the fire spirit beasts and Luyan flying fires. These two were life-threatening threats. Fire spirit beasts were a kind of monster beast formed by the accumulation of fire attribute world energy, to a certain extent. Their bodies were illusory, and the more solid their bodies were, the stronger they were. They had no sentience, so ordinary direct attacks had no effect on them. Divine sense attacks were also ineffective, so only Saint Qi attacks could destroy them. It was best to use an ice attribute offensive artifact. As long as one had the ability and conditions, almost everyone who entered the Luyan Desert would prepare an ice attribute offensive artifact. Fire spirit beasts also had fire crystal stones inside their bodies. Fire crystal stones had a great effect when used to refine some special pills and artifacts, improving the quality of these pills and artifacts. On Shadowed Star, the standard of alchemy and artifact refining was only origin grade low rank, so if one wanted to refine origin grade mid-rank pills and artifacts, fire crystal stones were essential. Chapter 1169. Because of the preciousness of the fire crystal stones, many of the cultivators from the major forces who entered the Luyan Sandfield had come specifically to hunt fire spirit beasts. Some cultivators from small families and forces also had the same idea. After obtaining the fire crystal stones, they would be able to make a huge profit by selling them. This kind of thing could not be found outside, and could only be found in the Luyan Sandfield. It was the favorite of alchemists and weapon refiners. Brother Yang, if you encounter a fire spirit beast with a physical body, do not fight with it. A fire spirit beast with a physical body is almost equivalent to a ninth-order monster beast. It is the most difficult to deal with. Wei Guchang warned with a serious look. A ninth-order monster beast was equivalent to a master of the origin-returning realm. Naturally, A Saint King realm cultivator would not be able to gain any advantage over it. One careless mistake, and they would be killed. After saying this, he sneered and said, "But this kind of thing is very rare. It is basically impossible to encounter it." Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "I understand the situation of the fire spirit beast. What is Lu Yan flying fire?" Wei Guchang's expression immediately became serious and he said in a deep voice, "Lu Yan flying fire is more harmful to the cultivator who enters the sand field than the fire spirit beasts. Fortunately, it is not as abundant as the fire spirit beasts. Lu Yan flying fire is very rare. Some people may never encounter it. Even if they do, they will only encounter one or two at most. But Brother Yang, do not underestimate Lu Yan flying fire. This kind of thing is extremely fast, even faster than the spread of divine sense. It is extremely difficult to detect. You may not even notice it when it flies past you." Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Being able to spread faster than the spread of divine sense, one could imagine how strange this thing was. Not only is it dangerous, but it is also very lethal. If one's guard is not up to par or if their strength is insufficient, once they are hit by one, their soul will be incinerated, and they will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Elder Qian told me that every time the flowing flame sand field opened, some unlucky fellows would be killed by the flowing flame flying fire. Isn't this an undeserved disaster? Yang Kai was surprised. Wei Guchang smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. This is an undeserved disaster. But since one dared to enter the Lu Yan sand field, one must be prepared to bear a certain degree of risk." Lu Yan's flying fire. To be? Brother. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, thinking to himself that this Lu Yan flying fire was also a good thing. Wei Guchang laughed and said, "That's exactly what I was going to say. Lu Yan flying fire is indeed very terrifying, but it is also an extremely precious treasure. Brother Yang should know that some people have different divine senses, right?" Variant divine senses? Yang Kai's expression changed. Yes, variant divine senses. Some people's divine senses contain some strange attributes, such as conflagrated knowledge C, divine sense poison, and divine sense ice. Although these variant divine senses are different from ordinary people's divine senses, without exception, they all have extraordinary powers. Needless to say, conflagrated knowledge C is the variant divine sense that alchemists and artifact refiners desire the most, while conflagrated knowledge C and divine sense poison are unpredictable. These variant divine senses are extremely rare. Some are born with them, while others are obtained through cultivation of certain secret arts and martial skills. Of course, these secret arts and martial skills are also very rare and ordinary people can't even come across them. Even my Shadow Moon Hall doesn't have such things. Some of them are obtained through some fortuitous encounters. Yang Kai deeply agreed. His conflagrated knowledge C was obtained by chance. When he was in the central capital, he wanted to swallow the true spirit born in a piece of fire attribute jade to enhance his strength, but as a result, his divine sense mutated. He knew more about the wonders of conflagrated knowledge C than anyone else. And Lu Yan's flying fire has a chance to mutate one's divine sense, allowing one to possess a conflagrated knowledge C. Wei Guchang's eyes lit up. Brother Yang, think about it, which alchemist and artifact refiner doesn't want to possess a conflagrated knowledge C? So if you can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, those artifact refiners and alchemists will definitely fight over it. Saying so, Wei Guchang intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai. Under the influence of Qian Tong, Wei Guchang believed that Yang Kai had an origin-grade artifact refiner master behind him. Since he was an artifact refiner, there was no reason for him not to be tempted by Lu Yan's flying fire. As a disciple, Yang Kai would naturally want to show filial piety to his master. But to Wei Guchang's disappointment, Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care at all. Wei Guchang quickly continued. Of course, there is a certain risk involved in mutating one's divine sense. It is very likely that one's divine sense will fail to mutate, and will instead be burned to ashes by Lu Yan's flying fire. In any case, Brother Yang just needs to pay attention. Basically no one can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, So if you encounter it, avoid it as soon as possible. Yang Kai nodded, remaining calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was wondering if he should chase after it if he really encountered it. Lu Yan's flying fire could mutate one's divine sense and give birth to a conflagrated knowledge sea. But Yang Kai already had a conflagrated knowledge sea, so he shouldn't be afraid of Lu Yan's flying fire. The situation in this flame area is roughly like this. In addition to resisting the heat, one only needs to pay attention to the fire spirit beasts and Lu Yan's flying fire. The power of the heat in the outermost flame area is not the same. The further in you go, the stronger the heat, and the more difficult it is to resist. But if you can pass through the outermost flame area and enter the second layer, then you'll be in heaven. Why do you say that? Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. Because the second layer is the treasure area. There is no heat, only treasure area and a small number of monster beasts. Once you enter the second layer, in addition to guarding against the sneak attacks of others, it's fine as long as you don't get targeted by a high-level monster beast. It can be said that as long as you enter the second layer, your harvest will definitely not be small. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There is such a territory area like this. Wei Gucheng looked at Yang Kai with a smile, very satisfied with Yang Kai's current expression. Of course. Otherwise, how could the Lu Yan sand be so attractive? Although some good things are suitable for growing in places with high temperatures, they are still in the minority. Without the treasure area, the value of the Lu Yan sand would be reduced by at least half. Us brother and sister are mainly going to the treasure area this time. Naturally, there will be others who will hunt the fire spirit beasts. There is no need for us to do it. He and Dong Xianer's position in the Shadow Moon Hall was not low, so this kind of manual labor was naturally left to the junior brothers and sisters. They were only responsible for getting as much benefit from the treasure area as possible. It wasn't just the Shadow Moon Hall, but all the other major forces did the same. Of the disciples who entered, more than half of them would go to the flame area to hunt fire spirit beasts and fire crystal stones. Only the elites of the elites would enter the treasure area to search for good things, and their own opportunities. The Lu Yan sand is divided into 2 territory areas? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. This was beyond his expectations. It's not just 2 territory areas. Wei Gucheng shook his head, because if you go deeper into the treasure area, you will encounter a second flame area. The second flame area is much more dangerous than the outermost flame area. Elder Qian strictly ordered us not to go there. Since there is a second flame area, is there a second treasure area? Yang Kai's expression changed. I don't know, because since the founding of the Shadow Moon Hall, no one has ever broken into the second flame area, but many elite disciples have died tragically inside. Not to mention the Shadow Moon Hall, even great forces like Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Sect probably don't know the situation inside. In other words, everyone is concentrated in the territory of the 2 outermost flame areas. You can put it that way, but Brother Yang can rest assured, that damned place is very big, so unless you use some special means to contact others, you may not even meet a single living person in there for half a year. What do you mean by half a year? Right, I forgot to tell Brother Yang that every time the Lu Yan sand field opens, it only lasts for half a year. Once the half-year period is up, everyone will be sent out and no one can stay inside for long. In addition, star shuttles are not allowed inside as there is some kind of mysterious force that suppresses the ability of star shuttles. Even we can't fly. If we want to hurry, we can only rely on our movement skills and martial skills to increase our speed. This is the most troublesome part. Wei Gucheng shook his head and said, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. If it weren't for some kind of inexplicable force that restricted all flying artifacts and abilities, the harvest of those who entered would definitely be several times greater. Hearing this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced. He didn't know what methods others had to increase their speed, but he had the wind and thunder wings. Although the wind and thunder wings were mainly used for flight, they could definitely increase one's speed. The only thing Yang Kai didn't know was whether the wind and thunder wings could be used inside. After all, this thing wasn't a flight-type artifact, so it shouldn't be restricted. It seemed that he would have to test it out as soon as he entered. In addition, Brother Yang, there is one thing you need to pay attention to. Although we will enter the Lu Yen sand field from the same entrance, the places we will appear in may be very different, so each of us must carry a special communication compass to make it easier for us to find each other. When Wei Guchang said these words, Dong Xianer immediately took out a communication compass from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Communication compasses were refined in sets, and the number of each set varied. Generally speaking, only 3 to 5 or 7 would be refined in a set. Of course, there was no upper limit to the number of communication compasses, and an artifact refiner could refine as many as they wanted. Each communication compass could only be used to transmit information to and from the same set of artifacts, so there was no need to worry about irrelevant people eavesdropping on them. Qian Tong had given Yang Kai a communication artifact last time, but that was only for the two of them to communicate with each other. Unlike this one, Yang Kai also had several artifacts he could use to communicate with Wu Yi and Yang Yan. Yang Kai had several of these artifacts in his space ring. Although Yang Kai didn't intend to act together with Wei Guchang and the others, he still took the communication compass and tossed it into his space ring. Junior sister, I didn't say anything wrong, right? Wei Guchang asked Dong Xianer. He was also worried that he would say something wrong and cause Yang Kai to encounter danger inside. You shouldn't. Dong Xianer shook her head gently. Then that's all for now. If Brother Yang has anything to ask, just ask, Wei Guchang grinned. Good. This fist was filled with powerful strength, and was aimed at Yang Kai's vital points, obviously intending to kill him. Yang Kai dragged the junior brother in front of him. The scarred man was unable to withdraw his fist in time, and his expression changed drastically, only managing to withdraw half of his strength in a hurry. With a muffled bang, the junior brother's face turned pale as he fell to the ground, twitching. Chapter 1171. Without waiting for the scarred man to make a move, Yang Kai also threw a punch towards the scarred man's face. With another muffled bang, the scarred man flew through the air and spun several times before landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was just a third-order Saint King, and if it weren't for his junior brother being injured by him, causing him to be momentarily distracted, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily by Yang Kai. At the very least, he should have been able to resist a few moves. However, his carelessness had allowed Yang Kai to succeed with a single blow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the First Order Saint King cultivator grabbed Yang Kai to the moment the scarred man was knocked to the ground, only a single breath had passed. This caused the other cultivator who had been secretly paying attention to the situation here to be shocked, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. A First Order Saint King cultivator had actually sent a Third Order Saint King flying with a single punch? Even if the latter had been slightly careless, he shouldn't have been so weak, right? Which family does this little brat come from? How is he so fierce? Fortunately, I didn't go over just now, otherwise I'm afraid I would have ended up like Yin Jian. This little brat is finished. Although he looks very powerful, he actually dared to hit Yin Jian in front of so many Blue Sparrow sect disciples. His family is finished. A burst of whispers sounded from the surrounding teams. The nearly 30 people from Blue Sparrow sect all wore cold expressions as they stood up and glared towards Yang Kai with unfriendly looks on their faces. Some of them were even filled with righteous indignation and quickly rushed over. The only second-order origin returning realm old man from Blue Sparrow sect who had come to lead this group watched with a gloomy expression. He didn't move because of his status, but he also didn't stop his subordinates from stirring up trouble. Obviously, he intended to teach Yang Kai a lesson. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang was surrounded by 30 people. All of them were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Many of them were letting out strange laughs that sounded extremely gloomy. The scarred man named Yin Jian struggled to get up from the ground. There was a look of astonishment on his face. It seemed that he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss under Yang Kai's hands. After standing up, his face turned green and then white. The other First Order Saint King cultivator, whose arm had been broken by Yang Kai, held even more miserably. "Don't do anything!" Yin Jian angrily shouted, stopping his fellow disciples from coming forward to beat up Yang Kai. He rubbed his somewhat blurred eyes and stared at Yang Kai with a murderous look. This kind of humiliation, of course, he had to wash it off himself in order to regain his face. "Brat, you've got guts. I'm doing business with you. It's fine if you don't agree, but you actually dare to play dirty." Yin Jianzhong shook his neck. He didn't think that his failure was because his skills were inferior, but because he was attacked by Yang Kai. When he said this, many people showed a look of understanding, thinking that Yin Jian had been attacked by a sneak attack, which was why his eyes were swollen. "Business?" Yang Kai laughed, his expression becoming cold as he shouted. "You're trying to force a deal, aren't you?" An unnatural expression flashed across Yin Jianzhong's face. He no longer bothered with this issue and coldly snorted, "Brat, don't talk nonsense. You dare to hurt my junior brother. Today, I'll make sure you can't bear the consequences." Saying so, Yin Jian's Saint Chi fluctuated and a ruler-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Yang Kai's punch made Yin Jian understand that there was something wrong with this First Order Saint King, so he summoned his artifact as soon as the battle began. He wanted to end this quickly, so he wouldn't suffer another loss at Yang Kai's hands. If he were to suffer a loss again, he would have no excuse to cover up his incompetence. Yang Kai was from a trivial small family that didn't even have an elder to lead the team. Even if he killed him here, the most he would have to do was pay some saint crystals as compensation afterwards. Yin Jian didn't put the force behind Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But before he could take action, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the distance. "Interesting, this way has only left for a short while. How come someone has already dared to bully my Shadow Moon Hall?" "Shadow Moon Hall?" Yin Jian looked shocked as he looked Yang Kai up and down in amazement, a slight panic appearing in his eyes. The faces of the nearly 30 Blue Sparrow sect disciples surrounding Yang Kai also changed. Not far away, Wei Gucheng's whole body was shrouded in black mist as he strode over. In his hand, there was a pitch-black energy ball that he was tossing up and down as if it was a real object. That energy ball contained a terrifying power. An almost suffocating aura emanated from his body, causing the faces of all the Blue Sparrow sect disciples to turn ugly. Dongxian, who was following closely behind Yang Kai, also seemed to have some kind of inexplicable energy flowing around her as faint arcs of wind swirled around her tender body, like butterflies fluttering about, a beautiful sight to behold. "Are you from the Shadow Moon Hall?" Yin Jian no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai and quickly asked. "Although it has nothing to do with you, I still have to tell you that I'm not from the Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. "If you want to fight, hurry up. Don't worry about Shadow Moon Hall's retaliation." Just now, Yin Jian had been acting so domineering, but when Wei Gucheng mentioned the words Shadow Moon Hall, this guy immediately became like a mouse that had seen a cat. After listening to Yang Kai's ridicule, Yin Jian's expression changed dramatically. Although he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, he didn't dare to show any obvious hostility to Yang Kai. Wei Gucheng walked straight over with Dong Xiener, and the Blue Sparrow sect disciples in front of him involuntarily moved aside, allowing him to easily walk to Yang Kai's side. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Wei Gucheng looked at Yang Kai and found that he was unharmed, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qian Tong said that he could kill a Third Order Saint King cultivator, after all, seeing was believing. He didn't know Yang Kai's true strength, but now that he saw Yang Kai being surrounded by 30 people without any change in expression, Wei Gucheng was secretly surprised. If he didn't have the ability, it was impossible for him to be so calm. Was he confident he could escape from the siege of 30 Saint King Realm cultivator? Dong Xianer's small hand had unknowingly pinched the soft flesh on his waist, causing her face to blush slightly as she said, "Can you not say that? They have many female disciples." Not only did Dong Xianer blush, but the dozen or so female disciples of Blue Sparrow sect also blushed, all of them glaring at Wei Guchang with extreme resentment. Blue Sparrow sect had 30 people, so after a long time, they were only able to gather 500,000 Saint crystals. After all, everyone had come to the Lu Yen sand field, a place filled with dangers, so naturally, none of them had brought too many Saint crystals with them. These Saint crystals were all for the purpose of restoring themselves in the Lu Yen sand field. Once the 500,000 Saint crystals were handed over to Yang Kai, Yin Jianzhong, and the others left with their tails between their legs. Gutless rats! Wei Guchang looked at the departing backs of this group of people, and shook his head disdainfully. Enough, let bygones be bygones, don't pay attention to them anymore. Dong Xianer said softly, changing the subject at the right time. Didn't you bring some fine jade liquid to entertain Brother Yang this time? Since it's still early, you might as well take it out. If Junior Sister hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Wei Guchang laughed and patted his head, the ring on his hand flashing brilliantly as he took out some antique tables and chairs, arranged them in front of him, and enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to sit down before saying, "I just inquired with Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yan, and both of them said that there should still be 3 days before the opening of the Lu Yen sand field. On top of that, Elder Qian hasn't come yet, so we might as well drink while waiting." Good. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse the kindness of others. The so-called fine jade liquid was taken out by Wei Guchang and arranged into 2 small jars. Once the seals were unsealed, a rich wine fragrance immediately spread out and poured into Yang Kai's nostrils. Dong Xianer took out 2 plates of spirit fruits from her space ring. These spirit fruits were crystal clear and didn't seem to be ordinary things. Yang Kai didn't know much about wine, so when Wei Guchang handed one to him, he accepted it and drank it. After drinking it, he discovered that this was a kind of spirit wine, similar to the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Tongxian Realm's Soaring Heaven sect, which had the effect of strengthening one's body and improving one's cultivation. However, this fine jade liquid was of a much higher grade than the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Feiyu Martial Uncle. After all, this was star territory, so the materials available here were of higher grade and rarer quality. After taking a sip of this wine, Yang Kai immediately felt his Saint Qi circulate faster. This wine was like a spiritual liquid that penetrated into his body and lay dormant in his physique, seemingly waiting for the right moment to erupt. Wei Guchang took a big gulp, a satisfied expression appearing on his face before explaining to Yang Kai. "This Wei brewed this fine jade liquid a long time ago when I was on an adventure. It can be said that on all of Shadowed Star, there is no one else who can brew it except this Wei. Yang Kai, don't underestimate this thing. Although it isn't very strong, it has a long-term restorative effect. If you drink this jar now, it will help Brother Yang restore his Saint Qi for at least half a month." Listening to his words, Kai Yang immediately understood that his previous conjecture was correct. The wine was indeed waiting for the right moment to erupt. Hurriedly, he said, "I don't know much about wine. Letting me drink such a good thing is a bit of a waste of heaven's gift." Wei Guchang laughed. "No matter how good something is, if no one can share it, it's not a good thing." Xian is not good at drinking, and this Wei doesn't have many like-minded friends in Shadow Moon Hall. Now that I've met Brother Yang and can share a good time with him here, it's a great blessing. Brother Yang, don't say such things, you're not giving this Wei any face. Yang Kai didn't know whether he was being sincere or because of Qian Tong's instructions, but in any case, Wei Guchang seemed to be getting along well with Yang Kai now. "Then I won't be polite." Yang Kai laughed heartily and imitated Wei Guchang's actions, taking a big gulp of wine, causing Wei Guchang to cry out in agreement. Dong Xianer sat quietly to the side with a happy smile on her face, watching Wei Guchang and Yang Kai drink one mouthful after another, making her look even more beautiful. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because of the wine or because he was reminded of the scene, but he secretly thought that if Su Yan or Xia Ningchang were here at this moment, they would definitely be like Dong Xianer, right? They would all sit quietly by his side. For these women, as long as they could be with the man they loved, even if the sky fell, they wouldn't frown. Chapter 1173. About half a day later, Qian Tong led the 200 or so people to the vicinity of the Lu Yen sandfield. After hurriedly informing his disciples and the cultivator who had followed him, he went off to find the two origin returning realm masters from Shadow Moon Hall. As if everyone had discussed this beforehand, with the arrival of the people from Shadow Moon Hall, a large number of cultivator continued to arrive, each one looking for a place where no one else was present, either huddling together or gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Those who huddled together were all disciples from great forces, while those who gathered in groups of 3 or 5 were from small families and small sects. The entire periphery of Lu Yen sandfield was clearly divided. In less than a day, the number of cultivator who had gathered here had reached more than 2,000. There should still be some who hadn't arrived yet, otherwise, the number would have been even higher. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were also squeezed in the middle of the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, surrounded by nearly 70 people. Wei Guchang wore a serious expression as he spoke to his fellow disciples. The Saint King realm men and women all nodded in agreement. Yang Kai didn't find any disciples from Thunder Typhoon sect, Heaven Battling Union, or Colored Glass sect here, so he figured they should have entered from another entrance. This was because there was more than one entrance to Lu Yen Sand Field. According to Wei Guchang, there were a total of 4 entrances in all directions. The great forces had all chosen to enter from the nearest entrance, so they weren't all gathered in one place. Compared with the liveliness of the others, Yang Kai sat cross-legged alone in a remote location. No one came to find trouble with him. Those who had seen the power of him and Wei Guchang before naturally didn't dare to provoke him again. Those who had come later seemed to realize that Yang Kai wasn't someone to be trifled with, and didn't dare approach him. On the other hand, the cultivator from a small family was always surrounded by disciples from great forces. The purpose of these people was self-evident. They wanted to buy a pass from these small family cultivators. However, now that more and more people had arrived, these disciples from great forces didn't dare to bully others like Yin Jian had done before. All of them tried to persuade others with kind words, and paid a sincere price. Some small family cultivator actually gave up on entering the Lu Yen sand field, and instead sold their passes to these people. There were also some people who were determined to enter the Lu Yen sand field in search of benefits and opportunities, making the disciples from great forces who gathered around them unable to succeed no matter how hard they tried. When Kai Yang's eyes swept over a certain place, he suddenly paused. Letting out a soft cry of surprise, he slowly stood up and walked over. In that direction, there were 2 elderly men. They both had bitter smiles on their faces as they stood where they were. There were also a few people gathered around them, just like the people from the other small clans. Those people were taking turns to persuade them, enticing them with benefits, trying to buy the guild card from their hands. 150,000, 150,000 Saint Crystals. I can't go any higher. Go ask if this price is fair. 150,000 Saint Crystals is not a small number for us. What do 2 seniors think? If you think it's enough, then we have a deal. A middle-aged man said earnestly. Although his cultivation was the same as these 2 old men, Third Order Saint King, he was still a bit older. Moreover, now that they had a request, it didn't matter if they called them seniors. One of the 2 old men cupped his fists gently and said with a wry smile, "Several seniors. It's not that we don't want to give you face. It's just that we haven't seen what these passes look like yet. Our passes are in the hands of Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian, and have not been issued yet." "That doesn't matter." The middle-aged man smiled heartily. "They haven't been issued yet, but they should be issued soon. You just need to hand them over to me when you get your passes, and I'll give you the Saint Crystals first." The middle-aged man spoke with great sincerity, and really began to count the Saint Crystals. The 2 elderly men looked at each other with a helpless expression. 150,000 Saint Crystals was indeed a huge sum of money for them, but in comparison, they were more willing to enter the Lu Yen sand field. Inside they might die, But there was also a chance they could gain a great deal and break through to the origin returning realm. They were old and had children, so their greatest wish in life was to break through to the origin returning realm before they died. For this wish, what harm was there in dying? They really didn't want to sell their passes. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity to enter the Lu Yen Sandfield, and it was only by chance that the two of them would be able to enter. If they didn't seize this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. However, the middle-aged man was already counting the Saint crystals, so refusing now would only anger the other party. Although the two of them had come here with Shadow Moon Hall, they had no friendship with the people of Shadow Moon Hall. On the contrary, Elder Qian didn't see them as pleasing to the eye and hadn't caused them any trouble. Giving them 2 spots to enter the Lu Yen Sand Field was already an act of mercy. So how could the two of them possibly care about such trivial matters? Just as they were feeling anxious though, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. What's wrong? Is someone trying to force a sale again? This voice contained a hint of sarcasm, causing the middle-aged man who was counting the Saint crystals to look towards the source of the voice coldly. After seeing the face of this newcomer, he immediately cupped his fists with a smile and said cautiously, "This friend, I am not as arrogant and despotic as those people from Blue Sparrow sect. I won't force you to buy a pass from these 2 seniors, but I'm willing to pay 150,000 Saint crystals. You can ask around and see if this price is fair." The middle-aged man smiled apologetically as he quickly explained, feeling bitter in his heart, wondering why this guy had suddenly come over to intervene. Did he have some kind of relationship with these 2 old men? A day ago, the scene of Yang Kai and Wei Gucheng dealing with Yin Jianzhong had been witnessed by this middle-aged man from beginning to end, so he naturally knew that Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 1174. After all, Changqi had been with Yang Kai for a long time, so his expression quickly recovered and he asked with a smile, "Are there many things you don't understand?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "Why did the 2 of you come from the Haika family?" It was precisely because there were many things Yang Kai didn't understand that he had brought these 2 here to ask them about the situation. Entering the Flowing Flame Sand Field was an opportunity that only appeared once every 400 years. The Haika family was a small family and only had 2 or 3 spots at most. Such an opportunity should have been given to the elders, or even the patriarch of the Haika family in person. In any case, it was impossible for a foreign elder like Changqiu to come. Changqi sighed and said, "None of them wanted to come. Otherwise, how could 2 old men like us be so lucky? How come no one came?" Yang Kai was stunned. Howen smiled and explained, "After the last incident, the Haiku family is no longer welcomed by Shadow Moon Hall. From the patriarch to the ordinary disciples, every day everyone in the family is in a state of panic. Many foreign elders have even left the Haiku family, leaving only me and old Chang. The elders are also in retreat, and don't dare to go out easily." "Are they afraid of me?" Yang Kai suddenly understood. "More or less," Changqi nodded. "Of course, they are afraid that you will seek them out to settle accounts. The Haiku family has already given up a large part of its properties, and Ian is doing his best to shrink the family's strength, calling back all the family's disciples and forcing them to enter retreat. Coupled with Shadow Moon Hall's disdain for the family, life in the family is becoming more and more difficult. Now, in the entire Haiku family, besides me and Brother Hao, no one is willing to go out. And no one dares to." Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected Patriarch Ian of the Haiku family to be so cautious. Even if Ian had provoked him before, out of respect for Wu Yi, Yang Kai had long since decided not to bother with him, and had no intention of seeking revenge against the Haiku family. How could he have known that Ian was now treading on thin ice? However, they deserved it. Yang Kai wouldn't find trouble with them, but he wouldn't pity them either. Elder Qian was kind enough to give my Haiku family 2 spots to enter the Lu Yen Sand Field, so Brother Hao and I rushed over. Changqi continued, "If Brother Hao and I don't break through, we won't have many years left to live. I just want to enter the Luoyan desert to find some opportunities to break through and see if I can fulfill my promise with the family head. Promise? Young Kai frowned. And what patriarch means is that now that the entire family is in retreat, there is no need for us to offer anything. As long as we can hand over half of the benefits we obtained from Luoyan Sandfield, we can leave the Haiku family and find another way out. Young Kai's expression turned cold. Is he bullying an honest man? The other foreign elders left without a word, and Ian didn't mention any conditions, but when it was Changqi and Haoen's turn, they had to hand over half of the gains they obtained from the Flowing Flame Sand Field. Ian's calculations were quite good. He didn't need his own family members to take risks. Perhaps they could even obtain some good supplies. If this wasn't bullying an honest man, what was? At this moment, Young Kai became more and more disgusted with Ian. Changqi and Haoen were also quite strange. The other foreign elders had all left, so why did they stay? On top of that, they had made such an unreasonable agreement with Ian. Seemingly seeing Young Kai's doubts, Changqi explained with some sadness, Brother Hao and I are the family's foreign elders. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact usually costs between 30,000 and 40,000 Saint crystals. Even if the current era was special and ice attribute defensive artifacts were expensive, at most one would only cost 50,000 to 60,000 Saint crystals. These two foreign elders had exhausted their life savings. However, these Saint crystals were not worth mentioning to Young Kai. After thinking about it for a moment, Young Kai took out 8 jade bottles from his space ring and handed them to each of them, explaining, 1 bottle is for healing, 2 bottles are for restoring Saint Qi, and 1 bottle is for resisting the heat. Keep them for yourselves. The pills used to resist the heat were snow and ice pills. Young Kai had refined a total of 2 bottles, and now he had given them both to them. The two of them were about to refuse when Young Kai added, I have a lot of these things, so don't refuse. Changqi and Haoen exchanged a glance and gratefully accepted the 4 bottles of pills silently, some tears even appearing in their old eyes. At this moment, they couldn't help feeling a little touched. Both of them had spent most of their lives in the Haiku family and had devoted most of their lives to it, but now Ian wanted to drive them away and even put forward such conditions. However, when it came to Young Kai, he didn't even blink an eye and took out 8 bottles of pills. The contrast was like the difference between heaven and earth. Changqi and Haoen suddenly felt that leaving the Haiku family and following Young Kai wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The sadness and loneliness they had been feeling these past few days suddenly sweeping away. These Saint crystals, take them as well. I heard that in the flame area, it is impossible to circulate one's secret art to absorb world energy. This world energy contains a kind of fire poison that if absorbed into one's body, it will cause great harm to anyone. All recovery can only rely on Saint crystals and pills. Young Kai took out another ring and handed it to the two of them. This time, they didn't refuse and Changqi happily accepted it. After sweeping it with his divine sense slightly, he immediately paled and exclaimed, This is too much. The space ring Young Kai gave them was the one Yin Jian had given him a day ago, and it contained a total of 500,000 Saint crystals. Changqi had never seen so many Saint crystals in his life, and was so frightened that he almost threw his ring away. Young Kai waved his hand and said, I still have more Saint crystals, take them first. If you can't use them all up, take them back and use them slowly. Consider them a deposit for me inviting the two of you to settle down on Dragon Cave Mountain. Young Kai suddenly had an idea. Dragon Cave Mountain was now under the care of Qian Tong, and was protected by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yan, so it was extremely safe. However, the combat power of the people here was still a weakness. Among all of them, besides Young Kai himself, who could be regarded as a valiant fighter, the others weren't worth mentioning. Wu Yi was just a first-order Saint King, and although her aptitude was good, she still needed a lot of time to grow. Changqi and Haoen were already third-order Saint Kings, so if they could break through to the origin returning realm, Dragon Cave Mountain's safety would be another layer of protection. An origin returning realm cultivator could use Sure, a power that even Young Kai had a headache dealing with. Yang Kai had recruited them to Dragon Cave Mountain because Wuyi had a good relationship with them, and their loyalty was unparalleled. On the other hand, Yang Kai also wanted to add some powerful cultivator to Dragon Cave Mountain. The two foreign elders had been stuck at the Third Order Saint King realm for many years, but because of their aptitude, they had been unable to break through. If they were given an origin condensing pill at this time, they would definitely be able to break through their current shackles. However, the emerald silkgrass required to refine origin condensing pills seemed to be very rare. Yang Kai only had 2 stocks before, but they had already been used up. It seemed that after entering the Lu Yen sand field, Yang Kai would have to go to the treasure area to see if he could find some emerald silk grass. If he could obtain some, that would be best, but if he couldn't, he could still purchase it. In any case, Yang Kai didn't lack Saint Crystals right now. After much persuasion, Chang Qi and Haoan finally accepted the ring. Yang Kai then began to explain to them what he had heard from Wei Guchang about Lu Yen sand field. Although Chang Qi and Haoan had also obtained some information in this regard, it wasn't as complete as what Yang Kai had told them, so they listened attentively, not daring to miss anything. After discovering that there were 2 other people here, the expression of the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall changed slightly, especially when he saw Yang Kai. A strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he had no intention of greeting Yang Kai and directly left the place, moving very quickly. The other person, however, looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then suddenly grinned and said, "Friend, are you interested in traveling together with this one?" "Not interested," Yang Kai replied indifferently. He did not even want to talk to Wei Guchang, let alone this guy of unknown origin. The man did not seem to expect Yang Kai to refuse so bluntly. He pinched his nose awkwardly, and did not continue to pester him. He cupped his fists to Yang Kai and left in another direction. Facing these fire spirit beasts, which were equivalent to 5th order or 6th order in strength, Yang Kai really couldn't bring himself to kill them, so he simply ignored them and left. The further he went, the higher the surrounding temperature became. Not only did the temperature cause Yang Kai's skin to sting, but even the fire poison contained in the heat waves became stronger, silently seeping into Yang Kai's body through his pores, affecting his bodily functions and the circulation of his Saint Qi. This fire poison was extremely overbearing. Even if Yang Kai circulated his secret art, he was unable to dissolve it. If too much of it accumulated, it would pose a great danger to anyone, so Yang Kai could only forcibly expel it from his body. As the temperature of the flame area increased and the fire poison raged, Yang Kai had to push his Saint Qi to protect his body, resisting both the heat and the fire poison. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to them and just wanted to move forward, but before he could stand firm, the abnormal energy fluctuation appeared again, and the place where it appeared was still under his feet. Yang Kai frowned and changed his position again. This time, the energy fluctuation came from under his feet for the 3rd time. At the same time, in all directions, the entire valley seemed to be boiling, the chaotic energy fluctuating up and down, and flames rushed out from the crisscrossing cracks, transforming into strange fire spirit beasts. The number of flames rushing out from the cracks in the ground was simply too many to count, and there were even more flames flashing in the distance. Yang Kai's complexion finally changed. There seemed to be something wrong with this valley. He never thought that the fire spirit beasts would be so dense. And this place was completely different from what he had imagined. This valley was not a forbidden area for the fire spirit beasts, It was clearly their paradise. Who knew why so many fire spirit beasts had gathered here? In just a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai was surrounded by fire spirit beasts, all of whom were glaring at him with malicious intent. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and his face sank. Just within a radius of 1,000 feet around him, there were already over 10,000 fire spirit beasts gathered. Although most of these fire spirit beasts were unsightly at the 5th or 6th rank, there were also 7th and 8th rank fire spirit beasts mixed in with them. Even further away from him, there were even more fire spirit beasts rushing over here one after another. Yang Kai felt as if he had inadvertently poked a big hornet's nest, his expression extremely ugly. Not being able to fly meant that he would have to kill his way out of this encirclement. With so many fire spirit beasts, how long would it take him to kill them all? Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, a loud roar rang out, and the fire spirit beasts that had gathered around him took the initiative to launch an attack, rushing towards Yang Kai in droves. These beasts bared their fangs and charged towards Yang Kai, some of them even using fire attribute energy to attack. Some of these beasts spat out fireballs from their mouths, while others attacked like fire snakes towards Yang Kai. There were even some that shot out like sharp arrows, their speed extremely fast, and the sound of them tearing through the air rang out incessantly. These energy attacks could only be launched by fire spirit beasts that had reached the 7th order. Yang Kai roared as his Saint Chi surged, and a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in his hand. Swinging it forward, a shocking sword wave appeared, and all the 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts that were struck by this sword wave were reduced to dust and dissipated into the air. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and sent out a dozen pitch-black spears filled with demonic flames in all directions. Each spear was incredibly powerful, and pierced through the bodies of countless fire spirit beasts before gradually disappearing. Profound Heavenly Sword, Heaven Punishing Spear. Yang Kai continued to use these 2-9 Heaven's divine skills, killing the fire spirit beasts that rushed towards him. When others encountered so many fire spirit beasts, even if they were in groups, they could only wait to be killed because there were simply too many of these fire spirit beasts. Even if most of them couldn't withstand a single blow, it would still take a huge amount of energy to kill them all. Perhaps before a cultivator could kill them all, the cultivator would run out of energy and be overwhelmed by these fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai was different. He had never worried about the amount of energy stored in his body. Before, he had stored his yang liquid. But now that his Saint Chi had transformed into demonic flames, all of his strength was stored in his physique. Yang Kai's Saint Chi reserves were hundreds or thousands of times greater than any Saint King Realm Master. Even Origin returning Realm Masters couldn't compare to him. Pouring out his Saint Chi recklessly, Yang Kai made the fire spirit beasts swarming towards him completely understand what it meant to be slaughtered like flies. Soon, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. When such a large number of fire spirit beasts appeared just now, he was really surprised for a moment, but in the next moment he became excited. Because with so many fire spirit beasts, how many fire crystal stones could he harvest? Even if the fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts were useless, the 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts were different. The fire crystal stones in their bodies could definitely be used for alchemy or artifact refining. But now, Yang Kai discovered a strange phenomenon. The fire spirit beasts he killed seemed to be fundamentally different from the fire spirit beasts outside. They didn't have any fire crystal stones in their bodies. After the time it would take to boil a cup of tea, Yang Kai had killed at least 300 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts, and even a dozen or so 7th order fire spirit beasts. Strangely, whether they were 5th order, 6th order, or 7th order fire spirit beasts, after their bodies dissipated, not a single fire crystal stone was left behind. Something is wrong. Yang Kai was puzzled, but after slaughtering for a while, he suddenly turned his eyes to an 8th order fire spirit beast not far away. He really wanted to know if this guy's body was the same. The demonic flame sword in his hand swept out in a semicircle, and the fire spirit beasts touched by his demonic flame directly collapsed and dissipated. Yang Kai quickly opened a gap in the crowd of fire spirit beasts and rushed straight towards the 8th order fire spirit beast. Before Yang Kai even arrived, a heaven punishing spear had already shot out. The 8th Order Fire Spirit Beast was quite extraordinary, and quickly dove into the crowd of fire spirit beasts, using the bodies of its dozen or so companions to resist the attack of the heaven-punishing spear. Not waiting for Yang Kai to launch another attack, it opened its mouth and spat out a fire dragon. Yang Kai didn't dodge and instead pushed his Saint Chi to resist the raging fire dragon. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of the fire dragon and slashed out with his demonic flame sword. This time, the 8th Order Fire Spirit Beast was unable to dodge, and the sword wave split open a meter-long crack on its head. After the sword wave raged on, the 8th Order Fire Spirit Beast let out a whimper and disappeared. Yang Kai searched carefully and found that it really didn't have any fire crystal stones. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help having the urge to curse out loud. These countless fire spirit beasts had trapped him here, but after killing them all, there was no harvest at all. This was somewhat intolerable. If he could obtain a large number of fire crystal stones, Yang Kai felt that this slaughter would have been somewhat worthwhile, but with no benefits at all, how could he be in the mood to continue entangling with them here? After a loud roar, a giant black dragon several dozen meters long suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's body. It was condensed from the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body. However, after injecting Yang Kai's unique Saint Chi, this golden dragon transformed into its current appearance, one that was pitch black and covered in demonic flames. Its pair of dragon eyes were even larger than a human's face, giving it a powerful aura. The giant black dragon shook its head and waved its tail as it rushed into the fire spirit beasts and began a frenzied rampage. The densely packed fire spirit beasts couldn't avoid it in time, and were quickly wiped out. At the same time, Yang Kai also took out the purple shield that Yang Yen had refined for him, and placed it on his back to resist the attacks of the fire spirit beasts. He also took out the 100 Mountains picture that originally belonged to the Su family, and summoned a series of mountain phantoms from it towards the fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai's strength was much higher than Su Jishun's. Su Jishun could only summon 6 mountain phantoms back then, but Yang Kai could summon 8 with ease at this moment. Otherwise, why would they accompany Xia Hongwen to the Lu Yen sandfield? Moreover, whatever they obtained from the Lu Yen sandfield, the family wouldn't ask them to hand over. Whatever they obtained would belong to them. A few months ago, when this task was delivered to the Xia family, countless Xia family members boiled over and responded to the call of the Xia family patriarch. In the end, it was Xia Yong and Xia Yin who won this task with an absolute advantage. They also knew who Xia Hongwen wanted to seek revenge on, a first-order Saint King cultivator named Yang Kai. According to Xia Hongwen, Yang Kai was ignorant, arrogant, overbearing, and lustful. Even he couldn't beat him, and was only relying on the power of Elder Qian Tong to bully the weak. Xia Yong and Xia Yin certainly didn't believe this. There was no Saint King in this world who couldn't beat Xia Hongwen. Even if it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm, it would be easy for them to win against trash like Xia Hongwen. In the end, the two of them learned the truth from Xie Li. Although the young man named Yang Kai's cultivation was low, his combat power was extraordinary. He was able to kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, a so-called genius cultivator. He was an elite who could fight above his own realm. However, Xia Yong and Xia Yun were also elites of the Xia family, so they had absolute confidence in killing a cultivator like Yang Kai. Do you think that trash didn't take this path? Xia Hongwen suddenly asked. How come we've been chasing him for several days and still haven't seen him? Could it be we went in the wrong direction? Xia Yong grinned and proudly said, Young master, you can rest assured that he is walking on this path. No one has been able to escape my pursuit. It was precisely because Xia Yong was good at tracking and possessed extraordinary combat power that he was able to stand out from the other Xia family members and successfully take on this task. After determining the location Yang Kai entered, the three of them gathered together through the communication artifact and chased after Yang Kai. Then how come we didn't find him? Xia Hongwen asked puzzledly. Because he entered this mountain valley. Xie Yong pointed forward. Xie Hongwen's face lit up. Really? Yes. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch up with him and kill him for me. Xie Hongwen's expression became fierce as he suddenly shook his head. No, stop him first. This young master wants to torture him. Directly killing him would be too easy for him. I want him to taste all the tortures in this world. Young master, I'm afraid there's no need for that, Xie Yong said with a strange expression. What do you mean? Xie Hongwen squinted at him. Xie Yong smiled lightly. Once he enters this mountain valley, he's dead for sure. There's no need for us to pursue him. He definitely won't be able to leave this mountain valley alive. I'm afraid he's already dead. Why? How do you know? Xie Hongwen was even more confused now. Xie Yun smiled and explained, before coming here, the patriarch gave us some information about the Luyan Desert, one of which was about this mountain valley. It seems that when the Luyan Desert opened last time, a senior of our Xie family also took this path, but less than an hour after entering the mountain valley, he suddenly found countless fire spirit beasts gathered in the valley, surrounding a group of people and killing them. This group of people was made up of elite cultivators from various great forces, and there were more than 30 of them. At that time, the battle was fierce and our Xie family senior didn't want to get involved, so he quietly withdrew from the mountain valley. But now that Xie Hongwen had made such a strong request, they couldn't refuse. Seeing the two hesitating, Xie Hongwen snorted and said, as long as you take me in, we can watch that bastard die from afar. After we return, I will personally give you some benefits. And with your identities, you shouldn't be qualified to learn the Xie family's Azure Palm, right? This young master knows a thing or two about this martial skill. Hearing the words Azure Palm, Xie Yun and Xie Yong hesitated for a moment before exchanging a glance, both of them seeing the light in each other's eyes. Xie Hongwen continued to strike while the iron was hot. You can rest assured, we only need to watch from afar. This young master doesn't want you to kill him. When he dies, we'll immediately withdraw from the mountain valley. Xie Yong sighed heavily before turning to Xie Yun and asking, what do you think? Xie Yun frowned and helplessly said, what else can we do? If they didn't listen to Xie Hongwen, there would be no benefits. If they listened to him, although they would have to take a little risk, the benefits would also be greater. Apart from accepting Xie Hongwen's proposal, there was no other way, unless they didn't want any benefits. After the two reached an agreement, Xie Yong said seriously, good young master, we will take you there, but you must promise not to act rashly. If there is anything wrong, we will take you away quickly. I hope young master can agree to this. Good, I agree. You're really long-winded. Hurry up and go. If we're too late, that bastard may die, Xie Hongwen urged impatiently. The two Xie family cultivator had no choice but to continue to protect Xie Hongwen as they moved into the mountain valley. As they moved forward, the shaking of the mountain grew louder and louder. At the beginning, Xie Yong was still cautious, moving forward slowly, but he really couldn't stand Xie Hongwen's urging. Coupled with the fact that there really didn't seem to be any danger in the mountain valley, he couldn't help but speed up. Half a day later, the three of them saw a fiery red light in the distance. This fiery red light was obviously different from the color of the flowing flame sandfield's flames, and in fact, these streaks of red light had gathered together to form a sensational fireball over a large area. When he took a closer look, he realized that it wasn't a flame at all. It was clearly countless fire spirit beasts gathered together, and they seemed to be attacking someone who was surrounded by them. From time to time, huge mountain phantoms would fly through the middle of the fire spirit beasts and then crash down, each crash causing the ground to shake violently. Xie Yong and Xie Yun were dumbfounded. I can't kill him in this situation. Even if they attacked now, at most, they could only injure Yang Kai. If they couldn't kill him in a single blow, it was better not to act, lest they alert the enemy. Moreover, Xie Yun was also afraid that if they disturbed the fire spirit beasts, the three of them would be surrounded. He and Xie Yong didn't have the capital to kill tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts. Then what should we do? Xie Hongwen asked anxiously. His enemy was right in front of him, alive and kicking, yet he didn't have a chance to take revenge. This made him very annoyed and he couldn't wait to rush over and kill Yang Kai right now. This flame flickered mid-air and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a python-like fire spirit beast. Ninth Order. Yang Kai's face changed as he was shocked to discover that this fire spirit beast actually had a physical body, completely different from the 7th Order or 8th Order existences he had seen before. It was like a giant python with flesh and blood. The giant python coiled into a ball, attached itself to the rock wall, and opened its bloody maw towards Yang Kai, spitting out a red light. Before this red light even reached him, Yang Kai felt the unbearable heat and hurriedly raised his Saint Chi to protect himself. At the same time, a loud dragon roar rang out and the giant black dragon once again appeared. The golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body contained the aura of an ancient dragon. So how could a trivial python compare to it? Above pythons were flood dragons, and above flood dragons were dragons. There was a gap of 2 grades between the two. The pitch-black dragon and the fire spirit python instantly began to fight. For a moment, the mountain rocks in the fissure began to crumble and fall to the ground. Yang Kai took this opportunity to flash into the cave, but when he looked around, his face changed once more. In front of him, 2 more of those abnormal flames had appeared, seemingly on the verge of transforming into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. His giant black dragon could entangle one of them, but there was absolutely no way it could deal with all 3 at once. If he was really entangled by them, Yang Kai estimated he would have no choice but to flee. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. Unable to fly in this damned place, Yang Kai was afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to escape to the surface. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai suddenly saw a huge dark red stone. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes bulged. The aura emitted by this dark red stone was clearly the same as that of a fire crystal stone. But this one was much purer and richer. The pigeon egg-size fire crystal stone that Yang Kai had obtained from the 8th Order fire spirit beast before couldn't even be compared to this one. In comparison, that fire crystal stone was simply trash. This dark red fire crystal stone was the size of a millstone, and was lying quietly not far in front of Yang Kai. Almost reflexively, Yang Kai immediately rushed over to the fire crystal stone, scooped it up, and threw it into his space ring before retreating, wanting to leave the cave before the 2 flames had time to transform into 9th Order fire spirit beasts. However, after he rushed out of the cave, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that something was wrong. The 9th Order fire spirit beasts that were about to appear had actually disappeared. Thinking about it, Kai Yang raised his head and looked up, overjoyed. The giant python that had been entangled with his black dragon had also disappeared. Even the tens of thousands of fire spirit beasts that had chased after him had disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly realized what was going on. These fire spirit beasts were clearly born from the head-sized fire crystal stone, so no matter how many Yang Kai killed, he wouldn't be able to obtain a single fire crystal stone because their source was inside this cave. Now that Yang Kai had thrown the millstone-sized fire crystal stone into his space ring, these fire spirit beasts that had been formed immediately became rootless and could no longer exist. Understanding this, Kai Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This day's delay was worth it. Just this huge fire crystal stone alone made this trip worthwhile. Even if he couldn't obtain anything good later, it didn't matter. What's more, it had only been a few days since the opening of the Lu Yen sand field. Everyone was rushing inside, so who could guarantee that he wouldn't obtain something better? Satisfied, Yang Kai put away the 100 Mountains picture and the black dragon before letting out a sigh of relief. This battle had consumed a lot of Yang Kai's energy, but fortunately he had a large amount of Saint Chi stored in his body, so this loss was something he could afford. After restoring his physical strength and spiritual energy slightly inside the cave, Yang Kai used his hands and feet to crawl to the surface. He stretched out his hand and was about to pull out the arrow that had pierced his right chest, but unexpectedly, it disappeared without a trace, leaving only a bloody hole where Yang Kai had been injured, from which some golden blood flowed out. The vitality contained in this golden blood quickly began to heal the wound. He raised his head and glanced at the hill, then walked towards it step by step. Xia Hongwen fell to the ground, his face as pale as paper, and shouted in a trembling voice, Thank. Even after thanking him for a long time, he still couldn't call out the names of the two cultivator who had protected him. Xia Yun thought he was worried about his own weakness and reluctantly smiled. Young master doesn't need to worry, I'll be fine after 1 or 2 months of rest. Using this artifact has a price to pay. It was precisely because he had this strange artifact that he had absolute confidence in killing Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, the crossbow artifact that had been attached to the wound on his hand finally fell off, no longer spilling his blood. Xia Hongwen wanted to curse out loud, thinking, how could this young master worry about you? Even if you die, what does it have to do with this young master? Her heart was anxious, and her mouth actually became nimble. She cried out in alarm, he's coming. What? Xia Yun and Xia Yong's expressions changed as they turned their heads towards the source of this voice. Sure enough, they saw Yang Kai slowly approaching, his demonic qi filling the heavens and earth. Every step he took seemed to stomp on the fragile nerves of the three, causing them to almost jump up in fright. Impossible. Xia Yun's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He can't still be alive. He knew better than anyone how powerful his artifact's attack was. On top of that, he had grasped the timing of his attack very well. Although he didn't quite understand how Yang Kai was able to walk out of that crack alive, his opponent had clearly been fighting for more than a day and his Saint Chi had been exhausted. His clothes were tattered and full of scars, so Xia Hongwen didn't hesitate to launch an attack. No one below the origin returning realm could resist such a strange blow. Even if one was an origin returning realm master, if they weren't proficient enough in using their sure, they would still die. The only thing in this world that could resist such a blow was the sure of an origin returning realm master. But even if he couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of him. Yang Kai was indeed still alive, and the injuries he had suffered seemed insignificant. This caused the already weak Xia Yun to suddenly lose all his strength and collapse to the ground. What kind of existence had Xia Hongwen, this stupid pig, provoked? Even Xia Hongwen's killing blow couldn't do anything to him. Yet Xia Hongwen still wanted to seek revenge? Seeking revenge on him was one thing, but now he was dragging him into this mess as well. Xia Yong, what are you doing? Xia Hongwen suddenly called out again. Xia Yun weakly turned his head and smiled bleakly. Xia Yong had actually fled without saying a word, running away as fast as he could. It seems that he also understood that this person called Kai Yang was not to be trifled with, so he had left without a care for anything else. When one's strength reached their level, they all had an instinctive sense of crisis, so Xia Yong must have felt that something was wrong, which was why he had acted so recklessly. Xia Yong, get back here for this young master. Xia Hongwen didn't dare face Yang Kai, but he didn't show any courtesy to Xia Yong. He just wanted to keep him here and seek a sense of security. So he shouted loudly, if you dare to flee, this young master will report this to my father and have you suffer the family's punishment. How could Xia Yong pay any attention to him? He ran even faster. Don't waste your energy. If you want to live, run quickly, but I don't know if you can escape, Xia Yun said lightly. Xia Yun said lightly. He knew that he was going to die anyway, so his expression was quite calm as he said to himself, and I don't think you can escape, you're dead. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that I, Xia Yun, would have to go to the Yellow Springs with a stupid pig like you. What a shame. In the original plan, after Xia Yun used such a blow, Xia Yong should have been the one to protect him, but now that Xia Yong had run away, even if Yang Kai didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive alone in the Lu Yin desert. He didn't expect Xia Hongwen to take care of him. Xia Hongwen was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked at Xia Yun fiercely. What did you call me? You dare call this young master a stupid pig? You. Xia Hongwen suddenly couldn't continue because he realized that the Xia family, who had always been obedient to him, was now looking at him with a mocking and sarcastic gaze. That gaze was like the gaze he used to give when he looked at ants crawling on the ground. It was so disdainful. With a burst of wind, Xia Hongwen screamed and fell to the ground, but when he looked up he found Yang Kai standing quietly in front of him, like a mountain that made his heart heavy. Luoyuan Desert was very hot, but now Xia Hongwen felt very cold, like he had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing his soul, and he couldn't help shivering. A loud dragon roar sounded, and Xia Hongwen's eyes widened as he saw a black dragon emerge from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail, then chase in the direction Xia Yong fled. A moment later, the sound of fierce fighting and Xia Yong's shouts could be heard. Gradually, the movement over there became smaller, and Xia Yong's shouts became weaker and weaker, finally disappearing. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black dragon returned and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Without even thinking about it, Xia Hongwen already knew what Xia Yong's fate would be. Suddenly, he began to cry softly, looking at Yang Kai pleadingly, his lips squirming a few times, as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but no sound came out. His courage was completely drained at this moment. Yang Kai looked at Xia Hongwen with cold eyes. It was such a piece of trash, secretly letting people attack him and injuring him. You should thank Qian Tong for letting you live last time, but unfortunately you didn't cherish this opportunity and insisted on courting death, so I'll help you. Yang Kai was too lazy to look at Xia Hongwen's disgusting face, and with a wave of his hand, a mass of demonic flames wrapped around him, burning him to ashes in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, Xia Hongwen didn't have any thoughts of resistance, and Yang Kai really didn't know what he was doing all these years. The demonic flames could burn everything, and even Xia Hongwen's soul didn't exist, truly extinguishing his soul. Yang Kai looked at Xia Yun. This person was a bit interesting, knowing that he was going to die, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. Only when Xia Yong died did he show a trace of shock. He didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to kill Xia Yong without personally making a move. This kind of strength was very different from what they had expected. Chapter 1182. In the valley, Yang Kai looked at Xia Yin indifferently. He didn't kill him immediately. Instead he said, "Tell me, how did you know I was here? Don't say it was a coincidence. Luoyuan Desert is so big. If you don't have a special method, you can't follow me all the time. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I'll leave you with an intact corpse." His face suddenly turned cold and he said coldly, "But if you dare to hide anything, I'll let you know what it means to be dead. Believe me, I can let you recover and then slowly torture you." Xia Yun smiled bitterly and gasped for breath. Then he said, "It's very simple. A disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall tipped us off and told us where you came in. Everyone will follow the guidance of the Yuan magnetic compass and head towards the interior of the flowing flame sand field. As long as they can determine where you entered, it won't be difficult to track you down. Xia Yong, who was killed by you, is a master tracker." Yang Kai nodded slightly, thinking that it was similar to what he expected. After discovering that it was Xia Hongwen and the other two who ambushed him, Yang Kai already had some guesses. Since he entered Luoyuan Desert, he had only met two people, and they were when he first came in. One of them was wearing the clothes of the Shadow Moon Hall, and was a disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai didn't know the other person, but his voice was somewhat familiar. In Yang Kai's mind, Xia Hongwen being able to catch up to him so quickly was definitely because someone had tipped them off, and this person must have been one of the two who had seen his position before. Now he found that it was indeed so. No wonder the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall had a strange expression when he first entered Luoyuan Desert. Xia Hongwen must have told him in advance, so he left in a hurry. He was in a hurry to leave, of course, to report to Xia Hongwen. And Yang Kai was sure that Xia Hongwen didn't just say hello to one person. There were 70 people from the Shadow Moon Hall who entered Luyin Desert. Among them, there were definitely a lot of people who were tempted by money. Since ancient times, wealth has always moved people's hearts. Give me a quick death. After Xie Yun finished speaking, she lay on the ground with an indifferent expression, not moving at all. Yang Kai casually pointed a finger, and a burst of qi shot out, piercing Xie Yun's forehead. He was also a man of his word. Since he said that he would leave the other party's corpse intact, he naturally wouldn't burn it with his demonic flames. Yang Kai bent down and picked up the crossbow artifact, but after examining it for a moment, his brow furrowed. This artifact's power was indeed not small, actually being able to injure him, but there were also many restrictions on its use. From Xie Yun's state after using it, Yang Kai could infer that this crossbow would not only crazily devour the user's Saint Qi, but also their blood. This was an evil artifact. Yang Kai was not interested in it. Once he used it, he would be at the mercy of others. This artifact could only be used when someone was protecting him. Throwing it into his space ring, Yang Kai picked up Xie Hongwen and Xie Yun's rings, but after inspecting them he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Inside the two's rings, besides some pills and saint crystals, there was nothing else. But thinking about it, other than Yang Kai himself, who would carry all his precious things with him, any other cultivator who entered Luyin Desert would likely leave their precious things outside, not daring to bring them in. Otherwise, if an accident happened, the losses would be huge. Among these pills, the only one that caught Yang Kai's eye was a bottle of 5 snow and ice pills. He had given all his snow and ice pills to Changqi and Howen, so he didn't have time to refine them after entering this place. Now that he had obtained some, it wasn't bad. Perhaps he would be able to use them in the future. After seeing the shabbiness of Xie Hongwen and Xie Yun, Yang Kai didn't even have the mood to check Xie Yang's space ring, and instead directly moved deeper into Luyin Desert. Without the hindrance of the fire spirit beasts, Yang Kai used his wind and thunder wings to accelerate his speed, and it only took him 2 days to completely leave the mountain valley. The further he went, the more powerful the flame area became. Yang Kai's physique was different from ordinary people's, and his Saint Qi was vigorous. Coupled with the fact that he used to cultivate a Yang attribute secret art. Now that he had the demonic flame, he wasn't afraid of it and only needed to circulate his Saint Qi slightly to resist the invasion of the fire poison. Yang Kai didn't know how big the flame area was, but as he traveled deeper and deeper, he didn't even encounter a single person along the way and his harvest was pitifully small. After half a month, in addition to harvesting a few fire crystal stones from 7th order fire spirit beasts, he only collected a dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses. It wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized the preciousness and scarcity of fire crystal stones. He had killed an 8th order fire spirit beast by chance, and harvested a fire crystal stone the size of a pigeon's egg, followed by a fire crystal stone the size of a millstone in the mountain valley. It could be said that his harvest was greater than anyone who had entered Luyin Desert before. It was precisely because of the scarcity of 7th order fire spirit beasts, and above that fire crystal stones were so precious. The fire crystal stones in the bodies of 5th order and 6th order fire spirit beasts were too small to play any role, and could only be absorbed by a cultivator for cultivation. The dozen or so fire attribute spirit grasses he found were just SOSO. Some were Saint King grade while others were Origin grade, but in any case, there weren't many of them. After all, there were very few spirit grasses that could grow in the flame area. The only thing that satisfied Yang Kai was that all of them had high medicinal properties. No one had entered this place for 400 years, so naturally, they had plenty of time to grow. On this day, Yang Kai was hurrying along when a fiery light suddenly flashed in front of him. This fiery light was like a small spark that had sputtered out of thin air, its speed incredibly fast. The moment he discovered it, Yang Kai's divine sense spread out, but was still unable to envelop it. In a flash, it rushed out of Yang Kai's field of vision. Luyin flying fire? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instantly understood what this thing was. Wei Guchang had mentioned to him before about the strangeness of Luyin flying fire. He had no choice but to close his right eye and squint his left, nervously paying attention to what was happening. The sound of cloth tearing rang out, and Yang Kai clearly saw that the weak point of the bewildering array was directly pierced by the small arrow formed by golden blood. The power of the golden blood erupted in all directions, fiercely expanding the gap in the bewildering array. At the same time, the illusory scenery around him distorted violently, and many of the hills Yang Kai had seen before disappeared in an instant. The entire bewildering array was greatly affected. Yang Kai smiled happily, and was about to rush forward when a fiery red light suddenly appeared from all directions, covering up the golden light of the golden blood. Not only that, at the same time the fiery red light struck, the originally torn gap in the bewildering array showed signs of quickly closing, as if the arrival of the red light had repaired the damage. Yang Kai became anxious. He had already used a drop of golden blood, so how could he allow the bewildering array to repair itself? Steeling his heart, Yang Kai forced out another drop of golden blood. With the addition of the second drop of golden blood, the red light was finally covered up. In the midst of this brilliant golden light, all the illusory scenery suddenly became like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away. At the weak point of the bewildering array, a golden entrance suddenly formed. Without any hesitation, Kai Yang plunged his mouth in. After he left, the golden light gradually weakened, and the bewildering array repaired itself again. After leaving his original position, Yang Kai found that he had suddenly stepped onto a straight passage. This passage was made of small stones and was smooth and flat. On both sides of the passage were the same fiery red weeds that Yang Kai had encountered before. However, the weeds here were somewhat different from the ones outside. The weeds outside were lifeless, but the weeds here were blood-red and gave off a faint bloody smell. Yang Kai looked around and could vaguely see many skeletons lying among the weeds. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked. He knew that these skeletons should belong to one of the cultivators who had entered Lu Yen's sand field in the past, who had accidentally entered this place and died tragically. However, Yang Kai did not know why their skeletons would appear here instead of in the bewildering array. While he was secretly shocked, Kai Yang suddenly saw the weeds on both sides of the passage grow wildly, like a group of wild beasts dancing about. In the blink of an eye, the originally 1-foot-tall weeds grew to several feet tall, then several tens of feet tall. Their long leaves, which were as hard as knives, also became soft, like long whips. One after another, they madly swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled. He did not know that these weeds could actually change like this. A few days ago, he had tested the hardness and sharpness of these weeds. Even he did not dare to cut himself with these weeds because if he used even a little force, it would leave scars on his body, and he would not be able to break them. If not for this, Yang Kai would have taken them back and shown them to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation was a strange woman and knew many things that others did not. Perhaps she would recognize these weeds. But now, the countless weeds on both sides of the passage had turned into thousands of sharp whips, so how could he remain calm? However, before he could defend himself, a layer of energy film appeared on both sides of the passage. All the grass whips were blocked by the energy film. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's expression became strange. The two didn't reject Yang Kai and nodded lightly before continuing to rush forward with him. The middle-aged man asked, "What's the matter? Why are you all running over there? Did you find something good?" Yang Kai asked bluntly. The middle-aged man smiled in surprise and replied, "We don't know the specific situation, we just followed the flow, but we just heard someone say that some brilliant fire crystal was found over there. We just don't know if it's true or not." An origin-grade high-rank material, brilliant fire crystal? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It seems this friend is very clear about the grade of materials. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "Oh, I've heard some seniors mention it before," Yang Kai casually said. Yang Kai said casually, "Brilliant fire crystal was indeed a good material. Not only could it be used for artifact refining, but it could also be used by a fire attribute cultivator to arrange some special spirit arrays. Young Inflammation should need these things, but Yang Kai didn't care about them. However, since he had already come here, there was no harm in taking a look. If there really were brilliant fire crystal, he could collect some. After all, origin-grade high-rank materials were not easy to find. Most of the time, they couldn't be bought even if one had the money. Young Inflammation had complained that the grade of materials she used to arrange spirit arrays was too low. Although the materials brought by Qian Tong were all origin grade, there were too few origin grade high-rank ones and even fewer origin king grade ones. Although these things are good, you need to have the ability to collect them. The middle-aged man didn't know what he meant, but he actually said such words. There are many people rushing over there right now, so I'm afraid there will be some conflicts. Friend, are you sure you want to go? He seemed to see that Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so he tried to persuade him in a roundabout way. He didn't say this maliciously or with any other intentions, he was simply trying to persuade him. This middle-aged man has a good heart. Yang Kai thought secretly, not stopping his steps as he chuckled. Let's go take a look. Even if we can't collect them, at least we can gain some experience. Seeing Kai Yang's insistence, the other party didn't say anything else. He and Kai Yang had only met by chance, so even saying a few words of advice was already a sign of his benevolence. How could he continue to nag and annoy him? None of the three introduced themselves, nor did they intend to make friends with each other. A short time later, the three finally arrived at their destination, and when they looked around, their expressions froze. In front of them was a huge hill, several dozen meters high and 1,000 meters in length and width. At this moment, there were at least 30 cultivators on this hill who had rushed over after hearing the news. These cultivators were digging around the hill, looking for something. From time to time, someone would laugh out loud and take out pieces of red crystals of various sizes from the holes they had dug. Yang Kai could clearly see that these were indeed brilliant fire crystals. This hill looked inconspicuous, but it was actually the place where brilliant fire crystals were produced. Yang Kai really didn't know how the first person discovered it and how news of it leaked out. However, it was obvious that this place had been excavated for more than a few hours now. The hill was full of holes, and inside each of these holes, the busy figures of cultivators could be seen. Some people were happy while others were sad. Some cultivator found nothing, and could only dejectedly look elsewhere to continue their search. Although the scene was lively, there were no conflicts. Everyone lived in peace, each finding a place to search for brilliant fire crystals. But how could Meng Hongliang let him get close? The black flame was extremely strange, causing him great dread. Seeing his fellow disciple rushing towards him, Meng Hongliang's expression changed several times as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Retreating a few steps, Meng Hongliang raised his hand and shot a golden light into the cultivator's head. The cultivator who was running towards him immediately fell to the ground, his eyes bulging, as if he had never expected his brother to do such a thing to him. In the blink of an eye, his body was completely swallowed by the demonic flames. The remaining men and women all turned pale. On one hand, it was because of the tyrannical power of this demonic flame, and on the other hand, it was because they had personally witnessed Meng Hongliang kill their fellow disciples. For a time, all of them were stunned as they stared at Meng Hongliang in disbelief. Chapter 1186. Vicious and Merciless, Friends' Methods Aren't Bad. Yang Kai walked out with a sneer on his face as he stared at Meng Hongliang coldly. He hadn't expected that this person would be so vicious to his fellow sect brother. It seemed he really wasn't a good person. Walking over to the middle-aged man, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The middle-aged man was also dumbfounded at this moment. He had thought he was going to die, but someone had actually run out to save him. And the person who had saved him was Yang Kai, a stranger he had met by chance, giving him a strange feeling for a while. Go to the side and heal yourself first. Yang Kai saw the middle-aged man's miserable appearance and knew he had almost no Saint Chi left, so he tossed him a healing pill and said faintly, "But you." The middle-aged man took the pill with a hesitant look. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, so the middle-aged man was afraid this young man who had rushed out to save his life would suffer an accident. After all, Meng Hongliang wasn't someone to be trifled with. But when he remembered the power of the black flames and looked at Yang Kai's calm expression, the middle-aged man suddenly nodded. Good. Saying so, he walked over to the side, swallowed the pill, and sat down to meditate. He didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on to face so many people from Imperial City sect, but since he dared to act, he definitely didn't put Meng Hongliang and the others in his eyes. He subconsciously thought that Yang Kai came from some top force, and was the son of an important figure in that force. If this was the case, all he needed to do was say his name, and Meng Hongliang would never dare to provoke him. Although Imperial City sect was strong, it wasn't a first-class force on Shadowed Star, barely above average. On top of that, Meng Hongliang was just someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. So naturally he wouldn't dare provoke such a strong enemy. Sure enough, Meng Hongliang's expression became gloomy as he carefully observed Yang Kai, comparing him to all the famous young talents of Shadowed Star in his mind, but was unable to find a suitable figure. Coupled with the strange looks his fellow disciples were giving him, Meng Hongliang couldn't help shouting, "Your Excellency killed my fellow disciples. What intentions do you have?" Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head. "What you're saying isn't right. The one who killed that person wasn't me but you. And although he would have died even if you hadn't done anything, the cause of his death was still your doing. It has nothing to do with me." Meng Hongliang's face alternated between red and green as he gritted his teeth. "If it weren't for you secretly plotting against me, why would I do that?" After saying this, his expression suddenly calmed down and he nodded. "That's right, I killed junior brother Qi, but I simply couldn't bear to see him suffer the pain of being burned again, so I decided to release him as soon as possible." He had actually found a reason to kill him. When he said this, the men and women from Imperial City sect all secretly breathed a sigh of relief, although they still felt that it was inappropriate to kill a fellow disciple. After hearing this reason, they felt much better. They had all seen what had happened to junior brother Qi and knew that even if Meng Hongliang hadn't acted, he would have died anyway, so they all gathered around Meng Hongliang. Meng Hongliang sneered. In the blink of an eye, he had broken free from the whirlpool of murdering his fellow sect brother. Still possessing some ability to argue, he stared at Yang Kai coldly and slowly said, "Which sect does this friend come from? If it is convenient, can you reveal it? Although my Imperial City sect is not a great sect, many of the elders in the sect have a wide range of friends. If this friend is from a sect, I ask that you not intervene in this matter." But he hadn't expected this young man to be such a fool, actually blowing up his only hope in one breath. How could Meng Hongliang let him off so easily? Without a strong backer, with his first-order Saint King cultivation, he would die without a doubt. For a moment, the middle-aged man was both angry and anxious. He had never seen such a stupid guy before. However, the other party had come to save him, so he had been dragged into this mess. The middle-aged man could only sigh and secretly decide to restore his strength as soon as possible. Once Meng Hongliang attacked, he would do his best to delay these people and allow Yang Kai to escape. On the other side, Meng Hongliang, whose face was constantly changing, finally came to a decision, his expression gradually becoming firm as he gloomily stared at Yang Kai and said, "Shadow Moon Hall, so what? Wei Guchang? If I want to kill you today, you won't live past tomorrow." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Be careful of his black flames, don't give him a chance to send out a message." He was going to shed all pretenses of cordiality, and kill them to silence them. It had to be said that he was a very careful person. While he ordered his junior brothers and sisters to attack, a hidden golden light appeared on his hand. Meng Hongliang was extremely wary of this demonic flame, and was only preparing to let his junior brothers distract Yang Kai while he launched a sneak attack to kill him. Furthermore, he absolutely couldn't give Yang Kai time to take out his compass artifact to send out a message. Otherwise everything would be for naught. Once Meng Hongliang's order was given, the next moment, 4 second-order Saint Kings rushed towards Yang Kai with murderous intent, all 4 of them pushing their Saint Chi as they activated their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Most of the cultivators who dared to enter the flowing flame sand field were wearing defensive artifact armors. These artifact armors could easily resist the invasion of the fire poison and had a very strong defensive effect. At the very least, when these cultivators fought against cultivators of the same level, they often relied on these artifact armors to protect them from harm. The black flames were too terrifying, and although the 4 of them rushed forward, none of them dared to approach Yang Kai. The young woman casually took out a whip-like artifact and swung it, releasing a faint thunderous sound as it transformed into a blue streak of light that shot towards Yang Kai, a ruthless look filling her pretty face. The other 3 also used long-range offensive artifacts and martial skills to bombard Yang Kai's position. At the same time, a golden light quietly shot out from Meng Hongliang's hand. It was unknown what kind of trick he used, but the moment this golden light shot out, it was actually covered up. 4 second-order Saint Kings and 1 third-order Saint King joining forces to attack a first-order Saint King. The result was obvious. As such, after taking action, Meng Hongliang's lips curled into a smile. But in the next moment, his smile stiffened on his face. He saw a sword made of black flames appear in the hands of the besieged youth. He slashed out a pitch-black sword ray that seemed to want to devour all light. Not only did it scatter the attacks of his 2 junior brothers, the sword ray also directly cut through their bodies as if it were rotten wood. Their defensive artifact armors were as fragile as paper, and even the Saint Chi they had been circulating around their bodies was unable to play any defensive role. The bodies of these 2 junior brothers were cut in half in an instant. This was not the end. A black spear appeared in the man's hand. He seemed to have casually thrown it, and the spear broke through the young woman's whip. The long whip bounced back and directly pierced a hole in the young woman's abdomen. We all live on Shadowed Star, so there's no need to quarrel over something as trivial as this. Someone else spoke up. This person's force had the fewest members, only 3. He knew he was alone, so he had let Chu Changfeng decide the distribution of the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, if they fought over it, they would only get less. As soon as this person spoke, many people glared at him fiercely. However, Chu Changfeng nodded without any trace of politeness. That's a good idea. If none of you have any objections, this Chu will also divide the remaining 3 portions. Although some people were reluctant, who would be stupid enough to stand up and question Chu Changfeng's status at this time? All of them could only pinch their noses and hope that Chu Changfeng wouldn't be too biased. After all, some of the forces here had good relations with Heaven Battling Union. Regardless of everyone's expression, Chu Changfeng just laughed and said, "Since that's the case, this Chu won't be polite. And of the remaining 3 portions, this friend will take 1. Does anyone have any objections?" To everyone's surprise, Chu Changfeng actually assigned the first portion to the male cultivator standing alone to the side, his face as sharp as a knife. Exclamations sounded as everyone stared at Chu Changfeng in amazement, then at the man, wondering what Chu Changfeng was trying to do. In their minds, Heaven Battling Union taking a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water was indisputable, but this man and Yang Kai were alone, so they had no ability or qualification to divide the treasures. They had long since subconsciously excluded these 2 people from the equation. Who knew that Chu Changfeng would suddenly give a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water to one of them? The same amount as Heaven Battling Union. Was there something fishy going on here? Many people began to wonder if Chu Changfeng was waiting for this man to take a quarter of the soul-cleansing divine water, before snatching it from him. However, if he really wanted to do this, the other First-Order Saint King cultivator would undoubtedly be a better target. So why did Chu Changfeng specifically choose this Third-Order Saint King? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? However, the other party didn't seem surprised at all, as if he already knew this would be the result, nodding slightly and saying lightly, "Good." He spoke matter-of-factly, without the slightest trace of embarrassment or flattery. This caused the faces of the leaders of the other forces to change slightly as they all frowned, seemingly thinking of something. But none of them refuted Chu Changfeng's allocation plan and simply acquiesced. At this moment, all of them turned to look at this man with a firm expression, their eyes filled with dread. Yang Kai frowned as he vaguely guessed the origins of this man, but he wasn't sure. After all, he hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and didn't know much about the customs here. Although the distribution plan had become a joke, now was the time for him to show his loyalty. Hearing this, Chu Changfeng angrily said, "If that's the case, my Heaven Battling Union will take half of this spirit liquid." His anger didn't disappear because of everyone's praise. As long as he thought about how he hadn't obtained much of this soul-washing divine water, Chu Changfeng couldn't help feeling resentful. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly, some of them even muttering in a low voice, "Didn't you say it would be a quarter before? What, do you have an opinion?" Chu Changfeng glared at the speaker coldly, a clear murderous intent flashing across his eyes. Young Master Chu misunderstands. This one's junior brother just doesn't know how to speak. How could he dare have an opinion? Young Master Chu. Master is magnanimous. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Immediately, a man dressed like a scholar stood up and looked at Chu Changfeng cautiously before shouting at the speaker. If you don't know how to speak, then shut up. No one will treat you as a mute. Quickly apologized to young Master Chu. Everyone knew that Chu Changfeng couldn't be provoked at this time. He was clearly angry and couldn't find an excuse to vent. Only a fool would try to provoke him. If the Confucian scholar didn't speak up for his junior brother, Chu Changfeng would definitely go on a killing spree. Whether or not Chu Changfeng would give up now, the Confucian scholar didn't know. He only hoped that Chu Changfeng wouldn't vent his anger on his junior brother. The person who spoke before was also tactful. Knowing that he had spoken without thinking, he hurriedly stood up and respectfully apologized. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted. Only this once. Next time you dare speak nonsense, I'll directly take your life. So what if you take half of the spirit liquid? Even if this young master monopolizes this place, what complaints do you have? We wouldn't dare. Everyone nodded, looking embarrassed. The biggest benefit had been taken away by that indifferent man, so if Chu Changfeng really monopolized this place, they really wouldn't gain anything this time. Go get it. Chu Changfeng ordered one of his sect brothers, who immediately stepped forward and began collecting the spirit liquid. Everyone stood aside and waited quietly, hoping that Chu Changfeng would really keep his word and only take half. Chu Changfeng's eyes suddenly turned to Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes. The moment Chu Changfeng looked over, Yang Kai knew what he wanted to do. This guy was really looking for an opportunity to vent his anger. Everyone else was in groups of 3 or 5, and the forces behind them weren't weak, so Chu Changfeng couldn't really attack them. Instead, he had set his sights on Yang Kai, a lone cultivator with no background. Grinning at him, Yang Kai quickly retreated and rushed out of the stone room. Yang Kai didn't want to get entangled with this guy. Although he wasn't afraid of him, if he accidentally killed him, he would only provoke Heaven Battling Union. With so many people here, unless he killed them all, news would definitely leak out. Yang Kai didn't want to face a behemoth like Heaven Battling Union right now. Chu Changfeng's strength wasn't bad, so Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. The origin-grade high-rank artifact Chu Changfeng used before was already extraordinary. The drop of spirit liquid wasn't a necessity. It was only better than high-rank Saint crystals and wasn't a precious treasure. So Yang Kai decisively left without any hesitation. You ran fast. Chu Changfeng was stunned, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai's actions to be so fast, but he didn't chase after him and instead just shouted angrily. This pool of spirit liquid seemed like a lot, but after it was divided among the 8 forces present, it was quickly emptied. The milky white crystals that had accumulated at the bottom of the pool were all scraped clean by them. After searching the stone room for a while, and confirming that there was nothing to be gained, everyone left the stone room one after another. Their expressions were somewhat reluctant to part with the stone room. Outside, everyone bid farewell to Chu Changfeng and walked off in different directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a group of 3 people stopped in a valley 10 miles away from the stalagmite cave. These 3 people were from the group with the least number of people in the stone room. Of these 3 people, 2 were third-order Saint Kings while 1 was a second-order Saint King. At this moment, the second-order Saint King was cursing and scolding Chu Changfeng for being overbearing. When the soul-cleansing divine water was first distributed, they were allocated the smallest share. And when the spirit liquid was distributed later, they were also allocated the least. The reason was simple: they had the smallest number of people. Yang Kai could almost foresee that when its bud fully bloomed again, it would transform into its final form, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, and be reborn. What was that crystal? It seemed to be even more powerful than the golden energy contained in the soul-cleansing divine water. Otherwise, how could it cause the soul-warming lotus to undergo such a change? Yang Kai was excited, his soul avatar's face filled with an indelible smile. The ups and downs of his mood caused his fiery red knowledge sea to roll up in waves several hundred meters high, like a volcanic eruption, full of peerless power. After a long time, Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and fixed his eyes on the soul-warming lotus's bud, discovering that bright halos were spreading out from the soul-warming lotus towards his knowledge sea. These halos were spreading in a very regular pattern, like a heartbeat. Every time these halos rippled, subtle changes would occur in his knowledge sea. The fiery red seawater became thicker and purer, and the fire it contained became more fierce. The medicinal efficacies of the soul-cleansing divine water that Yang Kai had not had time to refine began to gradually melt at this moment, completely integrating into his knowledge sea and strengthening Yang Kai's spiritual energy. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The soul-warming lotus was still evolving, but it had already begun to give him benefits. This made Yang Kai even more eager to see what it would look like after its evolution. Although Kai Yang wanted to stay here for a while longer, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and reveal a displeased expression. This was because the part of his consciousness he had left outside had noticed that several people were approaching him. As a last resort, he could only withdraw his soul avatar from his knowledge sea, quietly releasing his divine sense. Yang Kai was stunned when he discovered who the people approaching him were. These people turned out to be the beautiful woman and her companions who had spoken a few words to him in the stone room before. There were 5 people in this beautiful woman's group, all of whom were second or third order Saint Kings. Yang Kai didn't know which force they came from, but since so many people could enter at once, this force was definitely not a small family or sect, so it should be quite strong. Why was she following behind him? Could it be that she saw that he was alone and didn't have a high cultivation, so she wanted to kill him? A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he deliberately paid attention to the movements of this group. No matter where they were in the Luoyan desert, the cultivator's divine sense would be greatly suppressed. Although Yang Kai was also suppressed, he was much stronger than this group of people, so he could easily monitor their movements without being detected. Soon, a faint conversation could be heard. "Senior Sister Chen, why are we looking for that guy? He's just a first-order Saint King cultivator. His strength is pitifully low. Letting him join us won't be of any help to us and will only drag us down." A burly man with a pockmarked face asked with an unwilling expression on his face. "That's right, Senior Sister Chen. That guy doesn't seem to have much skill at first glance. I don't know which small family he's a cultivator, but he was actually qualified to enter this place with such low strength. It seems that family definitely doesn't have a more powerful cultivator. Besides, if we let him join us, once we find something good, we'll definitely have to give him a share. It's not worth it." The 4 men and women behind the beautiful woman didn't understand why she wanted to bring Yang Kai along, thinking that she was simply being kind and wanted to help him. But this was the Luoyan desert. Helping others was fine anywhere, but here, there were dangers everywhere, and if they weren't careful, they could easily lose their lives. Chapter 1198. As soon as the beautiful woman asked this question, all 4 of them froze for a moment, thinking that it made sense. Just how unbearable the flame area was, they had all experienced it firsthand. At that time, the 5 of them had spent a great deal of effort to break through the flame area and set foot in the treasure area. So how did a little first-order Saint King manage to do so? "Senior Sister Chen, do you know the reason?" The 4 all looked at the beautiful woman curiously. The beautiful woman shook her head. "I don't know, but I think he's a man of great luck." "A man of great luck." The 4 men and women around the beautiful woman looked at each other. The beautiful woman surnamed Chen chuckled and pursed her lips. "I'm afraid you won't believe me if I tell you this, but I personally believe in this kind of thing. Some people are born with better luck, while others are born with worse luck. This is the result of different opportunities, which is why cultivator with the same aptitude can develop differently in life. I've seen many people with such luck over the years, and every time I follow them, I can more or less obtain some benefits. The burly man's mouth couldn't help twitching as he hesitantly asked, Senior Sister Chin, what you mean is that if we take him with us, we may obtain some unexpected benefits. Exactly. Think about it. It's already a miracle that a first-order Saint King cultivator like him was able to pass through the flame area. I think he didn't rely on his own ability, but rather found a safe path to enter the treasure area. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to pass through the last section of the flame area. What he relied on was his own luck. The beautiful woman's voice was soft, and although her words weren't convincing enough, they were still very comfortable to listen to. Of course, this alone isn't enough to explain everything, but what happened in that stone room later, I'm sure you all know. That stone room. Everyone thought back for a while, naturally recalling Yang Kai's performance and experience at that time. For a moment, all of them couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. Do you understand now? At that time, I thought that after the soul-cleansing divine water was distributed to Chu Changfeng, it would be impossible for him to obtain any benefits. I even advised him not to waste time and leave as soon as possible, but who could have guessed that in the end, everyone would have to soak in the pool together. No matter how many benefits he obtained, it wasn't as if he gained nothing. There are more than 10,000 cultivators who entered Luyan Sand Field, and there are at least 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators who entered the treasure area, but only 30 or so people benefited from the stone room, and he is the only first-order Saint King. From what Senior Sister Shin said, his luck is pretty good. The pockmarked man stroked the short beard on his chin, and gently nodded. It seemed that he felt that the beautiful woman's words weren't without reason. Luck was an illusory thing, but no matter how one looked at it, the first-order Saint King cultivator's luck couldn't be too bad. Senior Sister, there is a saying that from the depths of misfortune comes bliss. What if he runs out of luck? Another female cultivator in the team secretly worried. There was no such thing as endless wealth in this world. And there was no such thing as inexhaustible luck. It doesn't matter. In any case, we have nothing to lose by bringing him along. If we really find something good, we'll just share some with him. If we don't find anything, it's just our bad luck. The beautiful woman smiled freely. Since Senior Sister says so, then let's bring him along. The pockmarked man saw that the beautiful woman was determined and no longer objected. He didn't know if it was because of his good luck, but half a day after Yang Kai made his decision, after digging out a large piece of Saint Crystal, He immediately felt a distinctive aura overflow from it. This aura was very strange, and although it was extremely faint, it contained a kind of majesty. Under this aura, Kai Yang even had a feeling of fear and trepidation, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him, ready to kill him at any time. This made Yang Kai's heart tremble, and he quickly immersed himself in resisting this inexplicable majesty. In an instant, Yang Kai felt his body lighten, and when he carefully examined himself, his expression became strange. This kind of majestic aura was very familiar to him. It wasn't the majesty of the demon eye of annihilation, but rather the feeling the golden dragon tattoo on his body gave off when it materialized. Although it was somewhat different, it was fundamentally the same. Sensing this anomaly, Yang Kai immediately became excited and accelerated the movements of his hands, throwing piece after piece of Saint Crystal into his space ring. As he went deeper, the majestic aura became more and more obvious and rich. Yang Kai even felt a burst of heat coming from his body, not because of anything else, but because the golden dragon tattoo was swimming around his body at this moment, as if it had come to life, and even a faint dragon roar resounded in his ears. Not only that, but the Ice Phoenix tattoo that had been his brand all this time also seemed to have been stimulated, and was now letting out a loud phoenix cry. What was inside that had caused the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances to stir? A few dozen meters further in, when Yang Kai cut out a piece of Saint Crystal, a blue light suddenly burst out in front of him, illuminating the entire passage in a strange green hue. Yang Kai immediately narrowed his eyes and pushed his Saint Chi to resist the fierce pressure coming from in front of him. In an instant, his breathing became somewhat difficult, and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. Yang Kai's face changed drastically, but in the next moment, this feeling disappeared without a trace, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Only the blue light continued to shine brighter and brighter. Looking forward, Yang Kai's face filled with surprise. In the passage he had dug out, there was a sealed space. This space wasn't very big, only about 10 meters in diameter, and inside this space was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but there was a small green snake swimming inside. This snake seemed to have its own sentience, and when it saw Yang Kai looking at it, it began swimming even faster, as if it was alive. Yang Kai felt the aura of a soul from this little snake. It was definitely the little snake that Changqi had chased after, and which he had mistakenly thought was a world spirit treasure. But now, Yang Kai discovered that it really wasn't a world spirit treasure, but a soul. In other words, there was a reason why Changqi had found it near the soul-nourishing flower. Souls couldn't exist for long, so every once in a while, they would have to go to the soul-nourishing flower to absorb its fragrance to maintain the stability of their soul. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that Changqi would accidentally discover it and chase it all the way here. The dignified green light was emitted by this small snake, but it was clearly very weak at the moment. It seemed to be powerless as it swam within the pillar. The dignified aura only burst out for a moment before subsiding. Its soul was incomplete, so it must have suffered some kind of injury before, so it shouldn't have much of its consciousness left. Yang Kai was curious as to what kind of soul it belonged to, and how could it be so powerful. Next to the round bead where the little snake was, there was a bone several feet long. It was as thick as a baby's arm and looked like a crystal jade pillar. Although it had been there for countless years, there wasn't the slightest sign of damage. Instead, there was an extremely fierce aura coming from it, as if a giant beast that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years had suddenly awakened. Feeling this fierce aura, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This bone wasn't the bone of a human, but the bone of a monster beast. It couldn't be a dragon bone, right? Yang Kai's eyes bulged. Combining this with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress inheritances, Yang Kai's mind suddenly surged with an incredible idea. Only this could explain why the Golden Dragon tattoo and the Ice Phoenix tattoo were so excited. The little snake inside the round bead didn't look normal either. Not only did it have 2 horns on its head, but it also had claws and 2 whiskers on its chin. It was clearly a miniature version of the legendary ancient dragon. Yang Kai's heart pounded. Even when he obtained the 9-branched jade crystal tree a few days ago, he hadn't been so excited. This was because he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation, so the existence of the 9-branch jade crystal tree was just icing on the cake for him. It wasn't necessary. The biggest use of the 9-branch jade crystal tree was to help his friends and family break through. But before Yongkai could throw it into the black book space, a soft cry suddenly sounded behind him, followed by the sound of clothes fluttering. It seemed that several cultivators were quickly approaching. Yongkai frowned and immediately threw the black fireball into the black book space before turning around to look at the newcomers. At first glance, Yongkai's brow couldn't help flashing a look of disgust, because the newcomers were actually several cultivators from Heaven Battling Union. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.